Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is part 2 of the completed book of gains. Enjoy. Wait, that's a lot, Cat. Hold on. Wait, you begged. But Bakugo was on a mission to feed you, and despite your protests, he just held the noodle-filled fork up to your mouth, and you reflexively opened your mouth to receive it. Stop whinging and eat, he grunted, nodding after he had fed you a massive mouthful of noodles. You hummed with delight, battling to get the noodles into your cheeks so you could speak properly. It's not spicy, though, you joked. You were just messing. It was plenty spicy. Shut up and put plenty on, Bakugo snapped. You giggled at his reply. I'm joking, Cat. It's very good, you replied with a smile, gingerly chewing on your noodles. Kiri was very intent on making sure that you were eating your fill, but the delicious aromas of the noodles was wafting around his nostrils so tantalizingly that it was making him slowly lose his mind. Are you okay if I have mine too? He asked you, gently letting you go to see if you could sit by yourself. You hummed as Bakugo shoved another mouthful into your gob. Kiri's begging gaze then met Bakugo's. Bro, can I please have my bowl? He begged, saliva almost choking him up as he asked his question. Yeah, get it, Bakugo said with a jerk of his head towards the bowls on the tray on the bed. He was more focused on feeding you at that point. Kiri could get his own. Thanks, bro, Kiri said, getting up and leaning over to get some food. You reached out and rubbed his back as he reached over, still chewing your mouthful. So good, you mumbled through your food. It smells amazing, Kiri admitted, picking up the bowl and sitting back beside you. Are you going to eat? You then asked Bakugo, who was already getting the next mouthful ready for you. No, I'm going to feed your stupid ass, then I'll eat, he said. You don't need to have to feed anyone's stupid ass. Feed your own stupid ass, you stupid ass. I can feed myself, you pouted half playfully. You didn't mind his tsundere act, but at the same time you weren't a baby, you could feed yourself, so you reached out to take the fork from him, but he yanked it away. Stop it, he growled. Put your hands down or I'll blast you. It's not nice to threaten your girlfriend, you pouted with a lightly annoyed look on your face. Speak nicely or I'll never let you feed me again. I'm still stronger than you. I can easily pin you down and force you to open your mouth, Bakugo rasped in a low voice. Not gonna lie, your mind went elsewhere, and by the look on his face, his mind had also joined yours in the gutter, and now they were both just standing there with the, if you know what I mean, look on their faces. You finally said, clearing your throat. I can take it from here, thanks. And without a fight, Bakugo just handed the fork to you and kept his head down, obviously hiding his blush. Wow, this is amazing, Kiri suddenly said brightly, and you almost laughed. No surprises that the low-key, unintentional sexual innuendo went right over the golden retriever's head. It's good, right? You asked him, looking across to him. So good, he replied passionately, getting more food on his fork. Love the feeling of something hot in your throat, you said casually, and Bakugo nearly choked on his mouthful, which you found very amusing and started to giggle. I'm gonna kill you, Bakugo seethed with embarrassment. You okay, bro? You want some water? Kiri asked brightly, while you continued to giggle while you got some more noodles on your fork. Stop laughing in, or I'll kiss you, Bakugo growled. Now that shut you up. By the way, I mentioned it to E, you said to Bakugo, about the kissing. Suddenly things went a little quiet as Kiri blushed away silently and Bakugo ducked his head away so you and Kiri couldn't see him too well. Oh, now everyone goes silent, you said with amusement. I'm curious though, how did you want to tackle this, because I already know who's going to demand to go first. Me, Bakugo said without hesitation. There you go, knew it, should have placed a bet, you replied. Well, what if we roll a dice, and whoever gets the higher number gets to go first, Kiri offered. Still gonna be me, Bakugo said confidently. You need to be okay with it if it's not you though, you said knowingly. You're not allowed to blow out the dice or go first anyway, irrespective of the results. Bakugo clicked his tongue to his cheek before getting more noodles on his fork. But I like that idea. It takes the decision making out of it, so no one can blame the other, you said, getting more food on your fork yourself. Kiri hummed sharply to get your attention as he finished his mouthful. And Yin, you need to be blindfolded so you don't know who went first. Oh, what a twist. Okay, yeah, I'm down for that, you said, putting more food in your mouth. You good with that, bro? Kiri asked Bakugo. Fine, Bakugo grunted, getting his next mouthful ready. Okay, that settles it then, Kiri said brightly. When though? When is this going to take place? You asked after swallowing your mouthful down. What about after your re-evaluation? Kiri asked. That'll be a good time, I think. Yeah, okay, you said, starting to feel a little excited and nervous about it. Is that good for you, Kat? He grunted in confirmation as he ate more food. Okay, good, done, you said with a smile, getting ready to eat more. Later, after the two boys had left, you finished your homework by yourself and then got into bed again. You thought that maybe you wouldn't be tired because you'd basically slept all day, but before you knew it, you were out like a light and slept right until 10 a.m. the next morning. Groggily, you sat up and surprisingly, you felt much better than yesterday. Oh, thank goodness, you thought, reaching for your phone to reply to 2 messages you knew would already be there. On that second day of recovery, you went out for a small walk, ate well, and even rang your mum to see how she was going, and also to fill her in on your day. You kept details of your injury to a minimum, just knowing that she would overreact, and did mention Kiri and Bakugo, but kept out all the details about your dating both of them at the same time. And how are you, Mum? Are you okay? You asked, after most of the conversation had been about you. Your mum paused, and you felt like she was maybe getting emotional on the other end of the line. Oh, she sniffed. My baby. No one asks how I'm doing. This is the first time you've asked me how I'm doing. How you're growing up, my beautiful girl. You have such a big heart. A hero's heart, she gushed. You're truly going to be a superstar one day. Mum, thank you, but you haven't answered my question, you said gently. Don't try and turn it back on me. I actually really want to know how you are. Oh, my lovely girl. I don't know what to say to that, your mum replied sadly. What do you say when someone asks you how you are? Tell me honestly, do you wake up looking forward to the day? You asked her. There was a long pause and it told you everything you needed to know. Oh, if I know I'm going to talk to you that day, then yes, your mum replied. You choked up a bit. Mum wasn't okay, and you knew it. But how are you going to help her? Mum, you said softly. Did you want to meet up tomorrow after school? I have a bit of a training thing on, but after then, it might be a little later, like around 6 p.m. But you can pick me up and we can go anywhere you want. Oh, my sweetheart. Yes, I'd love to see you. And can we bring your beautiful boyfriend along as well, Kirishima? She asked. Panic set in. You had to talk now or forever hold your peace. She hadn't even considered Bakugo. Mum, I've told you, Kiri is just a really good friend of mine, and so is Bakugo. Would it be okay if I brought both of them along? I really want you to meet Bakugo. I mean, you probably already know who he is, and I really hope I'm not making a terrible mistake here, but you rambled. Oh, yes, your boyfriend's friend and your classmate. Yes, your mum said, and you face palmed. Yeah. Please, Mum, can you not call Kiri my boyfriend? It's going to cause some problems if you do, you said earnestly. Well, he is my boyfriend, but so is Bakugo. But if you only call Kiri my boyfriend and not Bakugo, then wherever we're going to for dinner is going to end up getting exploded to the ground, you thought internally. Oh, I see. You don't want to make the other boys jealous, your mum said with a little giggle. Yeah, okay, you replied. I bet they're all in a line just waiting for the chance to date you, your mum gushed. I wish I could see me from my mum's eyes. I don't know how she can say stuff like that and actually mean it, you thought with a slightly sad smile. I don't think so, but thanks, Mum, you replied. Hush, my sweet. Okay, I'll let you go and I'll see you tomorrow. Text me the time to come and get you and the boys and we'll go. Okay, Mum, I will, you said as you got off the bed. Bye, love you. Kisses upon kisses, my sweet girl. I'll see you tomorrow, your mum said brightly, and then you both hung up. You sighed and put the phone down on the bedside table. I don't know what I'm doing right now, you thought as you got some things together to have a shower. Later you messaged both Bakugo and Kiri on the group chat to tell them about having food with your mum. Kat, please keep your hands to yourself. Please remember your manners and please don't bring up Dad, and Kiri, don't let my mum lead you astray, you added with a laughing emoji. How come he gets no rules? Bakugo replied back, and you could almost feel the jealousy radiating off the text. He does get rules, but you're the one I'm worried about. I know how straightforward you can be, and I want Mum to like you because, you know, we're dating, you replied. Like I care what she thinks of me, he replied. I know, but this is important to me. Please? You asked with a begging face emoji. Okay, fine, Bakugo replied quickly, and Kiri chimed in. It's such a manly attitude, Baku bro. We're doing this for yin, remember? Plus ultra, he said encouragingly. I'm not saying the stupid phrase, Bakugo replied, and you smiled at the phone. Okay, no phrase, but thank you, you replied. He sent back, and Kiri sent a heart. I love my boys, they're so polar opposite, you chuckled as you prepared for bed. The next morning you woke before your alarm and sat up. You felt refreshed and awake, much better than what you had the last 2 days. Wow, I actually feel pretty good today, you thought as you got out of bed and got ready for school. You figured that since you were up early, you could head across to the school library and borrow some books for an upcoming assignment that you really needed to make a start on. Heading across to UA so early had you feeling really on top of things. It was unusual for you to be this awake this early in the morning. After getting your stuff from your locker and switching your shoes, you went to the library and got your books and then came back to put them in your locker. Most students had started to filter into the school locker area by now, and you had to fight your way through the crowds to get to your one, but you didn't see any of your classmates around. It was only when you stepped into your classroom that you realised that they were mostly all there and were crowded around your desk. Curiously, you entered and walked over. What's happening? You asked Sui, who was at the back of the group trying to peer over the shoulders of the taller students in front. Oh, Yin, Ribbit, she said with surprise, which alerted everyone else to your presence. Yin! Eureka screeched, lunging at you. Wait, Yin, I missed you! Mina gasped, trying to jump over Eureka to get to you. Wait, you chuckled, being suddenly surrounded and squished by your girlfriends. Yin, we'd like to give this to you as a class in the hopes that it would bring you good luck and a speedy recovery, Yumomo said in a pleasant voice, like she was presenting you with an award. You finally saw what she was holding and your eyes brimmed with tears. Wait, you said as you reached out to her. She was holding a silver bracelet that had everyone's names engraved onto it, in their own handwriting with their own little flair to it. Oh, wow, this is really sweet, you said, taking it from her and looking it over while Mina still clung to your side in a bear hug. When did you do this? You asked, looking around at everyone there. We asked everyone to write their names down on the paper, and then Yumomo took it to a family friend of hers, who has a metal-wielding quirk, and he engraved the names for you, Ida said with an authoritative hand chop and an adjustment of his glasses. Really? You asked Yumomo, still wondering if this was a dream. You'd never had anything nice done like this before. And I put a heart over my eye because I love you, Mina said as she squeezed you. You had been trying to keep it all together, but that comment from her was the icing on the cake, and you dissolved into tears of disbelief and gratitude for this beautiful class. Yin, what's wrong? Are you okay? Hagakure asked, her uniform sleeves flapping in the wild panic. I don't want to say too much, but I really love all of you guys, and I'm just happy to be here. Thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to me, you sobbed, which only caused the girls to fuss and cuddle you even more. Tissues! Tissues! Eureka called while Mina squeezed you tighter and kept showering you with words of praise and love. It was such a scene that when Bakugo sauntered in late, he was thrown and thought immediately that something had happened to you. Get back! He shouted as he ripped Eureka off you and grabbed you into him, pushing Mina off as well. What happened? What did they do to you? He barked at you, spinning you around so that he could look you in the eyes. Bakugo, I'm fine, I promise, you said, tears streaming down your cheeks. You don't look fine, he growled, giving everybody around you a death stare. Bro, it's okay, she's okay, I promise, Kiri called. He had been unable to get to you in the fray, but had been keeping watch from the back of the group, knowing you were all right. Bakugo still had his arms around you protectively when Aizawa walked in and the teacher stopped for a second. Let go of her now, he suddenly said loudly, hair standing on end as his eyes glowed angrily. Everyone scattered and Bakugo let you go with a click of his tongue and sauntered over to his desk. You quickly wiped your eyes and sat down as well. You certainly didn't want to be on the bad side of Aizawa on your first day back at school. He got into teaching very quickly and then set some reading time and called your name. Yin, a word, please, he said, standing up from his desk and walking to the front doors of the classroom. You felt all eyes on you as you slowly got up from your seat and walked towards Aizawa. What was wrong? Had you done something wrong? With your eyes down, you followed him out of the classroom and stopped when he turned to you. I'm going to ask directly, and I expect a straight answer, Aizawa said as he looked down at you. Is Bakugo being a bother to you? You looked up at him in surprise. No, sir, you replied with confusion. He isn't. You can tell me, Aizawa said in a more gentle voice than what he had just used a second ago. None of this talk will ever get back to him, and I'll make sure he's always away from you. No, sir, I promise, he's fine. He hasn't done anything to me, you replied again, still not following what was going on. Yin, Aizawa said in a more firm voice. I saw the tape, and although you do look friendly, he was involved in an incident with you, and then this morning I come in to find him holding you in a firm grip. You need not hide it if you feel unsafe. Oh, no, sir, you have misunderstood the situation, you replied defensively, shaking your head vigorously. The class, you held up your arm with the silver band around it, made this for me as a good luck charm, and it made me emotional as I haven't had the best experiences in past schools, and I can't believe how nice everyone is here. And then Bakugo came in and saw me crying and got protective. He does care, sir. I know he seems like he doesn't, but I promise he does. And then you walked in and it probably looked really bad, but that's the truth. Aizawa could see you were telling the truth, and so nodded his head and let his arms fall to his side. Very well. On other matters, how are you feeling? He asked. I'm doing much better, thank you. I'm ready for the evaluation this afternoon, you replied. Good. It'll be held on the training field after school. Please arrive in sports uniform, Aizawa said. Okay, got it, you said with a smile. He nodded and turned to go back to the classroom. Oh, sir? You called to him. Yes, he asked, turning his head back to look at you. Sir, you said tape. Was there a recording of what happened at the duel with Bakugo? You asked. Yes, there's a recording, Aizawa replied. May I watch it? You asked eagerly. I'll let you watch it after your evaluation, he replied, and then he walked back to the classroom. You nodded silently and then followed him back in and took your seat. After school, you rushed to get your sports uniform on and then come back to the training arena. You were excited but mostly nervous and entered the grounds with as much confidence as you could muster. Aizawa was there with another man, and you approached them both with a small smile. Good afternoon, Yin. My name is Kyo. I will be evaluating your quirk today, as your teacher here tells me that there appears to be some vast improvements in your skill level. I think so, sir, you said meekly. I've been working hard, but I don't think that I have anything special to show for it yet, but that hasn't deterred me. That's a lovely, humble attitude, he replied. I will be the judge of your skill level, but I will let Aizawa here take the reins and I will observe. You nodded and turned to Aizawa. Same as the first test we did. I want you to run one lap around the track, and when you come back here we will commence the testing of output, he said. Set yourself. You quickly looked down at the track, then at where the track led, and got your feet into position. Ready, he called. Go. You took off at a smart pace, and he watched you go for a bit before turning to the evaluator. Here are her notes from her first training session at the beginning of the year, he said, pulling some notes out from under his arm and handing it to Kyo. The man took it and read it over, and then glanced up to see how you were doing. You were still running and coming down the back stretch. She's already improved at a basic fitness level, he commented, seeing that you were keeping a steady pace. Aizawa nodded. I didn't expect her to improve this quickly. She's also dropped a little weight. I am monitoring that though, he commented. Kyo nodded. You were coming around the bend to the straight now and pushed yourself a little more to get to the finish quicker. Arms up, Aizawa commented as you crossed the finish line. Walk to the red marker. Maximum output. Concentrated or glow? You panted. Glow, he replied. You grit your teeth and pushed your quirk to maximum, palms glowing so brightly that Aizawa needed to squint and look away a bit. Maximum, he called, and a part of you was disappointed. I thought I was doing maximum, you wondered, pushing yourself even more. The sting in your arms increased, and you could feel a burn behind it as you got to the red marker. Aizawa had been partially blinded now by your light, but wasn't letting on. Left hand, left marker, he called, and you reached up with your left hand and placed your palm at the centre point of the marker, like you'd done the other time before, when you'd first done the same training session, and activated. It will zap you if you haven't used maximum, Aizawa said. Just then you got a shock that shot from your palms to your fingers. What? Why did it zap me? I was using maximum, you thought with frightened confusion. Right hand, right marker, Aizawa called. With determination you stepped to your right and reached up, pressing your palm to the centre of the marker and activating hard. Again you got zapped. What the heck? You thought with annoyance. Okay, let's see it do it again, you thought with determination as you stepped back to the left and hit that marker with so much quirk energy you thought you were going to explode, but instead of getting away without a zing to the palm, you still got that sharp punch from the inbuilt zapper. Ouch, you said with frustration and annoyance. Maximum, Yin, Aizawa called, and this pissed you off, Didn't he know you were already going all out here? Annoyed beyond belief, you stepped to your right again and pushed beyond what you thought was even possible. Suddenly an alarm went off and the evaluator jumped up. That's enough, he called. Okay, thank you, you can deactivate now. You did so and stepped back, sweat dripping off your face and down your cheeks. Is everything okay? You asked him, struggling to keep your breathing steady as you wiped your sweat off your brow with your uniform sleeve by bending your head to the side and lifting your arm up a bit. Yes, thank you, I've seen enough, Kyo said with firmness in his voice. I'll be in touch with the results of the evaluation. Oh, okay, you said, mildly disappointed. It's not exactly how you thought things would go today. Done here, Aizawa asked him, and he nodded. Yes, thank you for your time. Your concerns are valid. I will call you, Kyo said before walking off to the arena doors. You looked at Aizawa for an explanation, but all he did was ask you to follow him. Solemnly you followed him back to the school grounds, to the staff room, where he'd kept the USB recording of the incident with you and Bakugo. Hey, Yen! President Mike called brightly when he saw you enter the staff room behind Aizawa. Heard you had an evaluation today! Yes, we just finished, you said with a smile. How did it go, listener? He asked brightly, pointing double fingers at you as he jumped up from his seat. Honestly, I'm not really sure, you said with complete transparency. Hopefully it went okay. I'm sure you'll be A-OK, he said encouragingly, giving you a salute and a wink. Thank you, you replied politely. Yin, if you'll watch the screen here, Aizawa said, drawing your attention back to him. He had plugged the USB into the side of his laptop on his desk and had the footage ready to go. You quickly pulled up a chair from nearby and sat down to watch. It started with you entering the arena and giving Bakugo a hug, and you felt your cheeks heating up a little. That hug was a very friendly one. Then the training got underway and quickly escalated. Watching this felt like you were watching some kind of dream. You didn't remember any of this, and you questioned if it was really you in the footage, as it really didn't look like you. Who was that confident-looking queen with the cool moves and stamina for days? Couldn't be you, surely not. As you watched, you saw the point where you hovered your light ball, got distracted, and then it all fell apart from there. Oh, you said softly. I got distracted. Aizawa hummed in agreement. Oh, wow, you said softly when you saw what happened next, and how Bakugo had tried to get to you in time. Then you saw the split second where you slashed him with your quirk, and you gasped and covered your mouth with your hand. Do you need a minute? Aizawa asked, pausing the video for you. Did I really do that? You asked numbly, hand still over your mouth as you looked at Aizawa. You did. You were unaware of it though. But this is why we need to evaluate your quirk, Aizawa said. With your permission, I'm going to slow it down so you can see how fast it was. You took a deep breath and nodded your head, and then looked back at the screen, still unable to move your hand from your mouth. Again you watched just how quickly you had acted and how deeply you had cut Bakugo, and you slipped your hand up and brought your other hand up and covered your eyes and most of your face. I can't watch that again, you said in a shaky voice. I never meant to do that. I know, Aizawa said softly, placing one hand on your shoulder to support you. It's a good thing no one was killed. You need to understand how important it is to train carefully with quirks. You need to understand how strong you are. You need to know yourself. You sniffed and nodded your head, turning away from Aizawa to wipe your eyes. The evaluation will be ready in a few days. I'll let you know when the results are in. But for now, do not train without supervision and do not overwork yourself. Aizawa said, You're free to go now. You nodded and whispered a thank you, and then got up and left, and Aizawa let out a sigh. What's up, Buttercup? President Mike asked as he got up and walked over to his friend. I strongly dislike showing things like that to students, but she needed to see it, he said in a gruff tone. He was the last person who wanted to see you shook up and sad, but he knew that this was important. So, how did the evaluation go? President Mike asked, still keen to get some information. Very well. I rigged the triggers to zap her even though she had hit maximum output, and it forced her to reveal her true potential. She's being held back by her own beliefs that she isn't good enough, Aizawa said. Once she overcomes that, she's going to be forced to be reckoned with. Oh, that's cruel, President Mike chuckled. But so very you. Did the evaluator know that you'd done this? No, I didn't tell him. But she forced so much of her quirk out that the warning alarm went off, Aizawa said. I think that told the evaluator everything he needed to know. Goodness, President Mike said in awe. Stay tuned for the results. Exactly. Aizawa said, I'm very sure that she'll be put on a specialised program. Heading back to the dorms to get changed to then see Mum and your boys would have had you on a high, but the mood had been very much dampened after seeing the replay of your training with Bakugo. But what if I'd hit him in the wrong place? What if it had been fatal? You wondered sadly, wiping your eyes of the tears. Unfortunately, you didn't have time to unpack those emotions, and so pushed them aside as you focused on getting yourself ready for the next somewhat stressful thing on your plate. Rummaging through your clothes in your wardrobe, you pulled out a dress that you had picked up from home that you hadn't worn for ages, but you knew was a bit smaller. Holding it up, you checked it over and then lay it on the bed and turned to your ensuite. 10 minutes later, you were out and getting into your dress when there was a knock on the door. Just a minute, you panicked, trying desperately to zip your dress up. It's just me, Kiri's voice said from the other side of the door. Oh, okay, give me a second, you said, the zipping action becoming even more unhinged the longer it was taking to sort it out. Unfortunately, the angle at which you were trying to pull at was very weird, but the dress itself didn't feel like it was too tight. Hey, you said as you walked to the door, holding your dress together with one arm over your shoulder, reaching behind you. You used your free hand to open the door for him, and Kiri was standing there in ripped jeans and a faded crimson riot shirt, looking super hot indeed. Oh, you said with surprise and awe. Could you help me for a second? Sure, he said brightly, quickly looking you up and down. You look amazing. Oh, he said bashfully as you stepped back for him to come in, and then closed the door and turned around. Thank you. I just can't seem to get this zipper up. You let go of the dress, and he gently reached out to zip it, but it appeared to be caught. Oh, there's a bit of fabric caught here, he said softly as he stepped in closer to you. You bent your head forwards and a little to the side to give him as much access to the area as possible, as he worked to get the fabric free. It was a little fiddly, so he lowered his face closer so he could see what he was doing, and you could feel his hot breath on your exposed back. This is a really pretty dress, he said softly. I'm glad I get to see you in it. I'm glad too. I'm just happy it fits, you said, trying not to get too distracted at feeling his breath on your skin. Finally he got the zip free and pulled it all the way up, and you lifted your head and wiggled around a little to see if the dress fit well enough. It was quite loose actually, and you looked down your front and then turned around to him. He was bright red across the cheeks and you smiled at him. You okay? You asked. Well, not really. You're really pretty and I can't take my eyes off you, he said bashfully, which made you go a little shy. Can I give you a hug? He then asked shyly. Yes, of course, you replied, melting into him as soon as his arms were around you. Just then there was another knock on the door, and you let Kiri go so you could go and open it. It was your spiky blonde boyfriend, looking as hot as ever with his black Sabbath shirt on and similar ripped jeans to Kiri. Hey, you greeted shyly, feeling very put on the spot as he checked you out right there and then. Hot, you heard him mutter. Yin looks so beautiful, doesn't she? Kiri asked from behind you, popping his head out from behind you so he could smile at Bakugo. He just wanted to make you feel as good as possible, with as many compliments as possible. It would look better without the dress. You thought you heard Bakugo mutter, and your head, that had started to turn back to say something to Kiri, snapped to Bakugo and he smirked. Nothing. Let's go. He then added, Wait, hold on, I feel like I need to debrief you boys on Mum, you said, grabbing for Bakugo's arm to pull him into the room, since he had decided to turn already and head off down the hallway. I already know the dumb rules, he growled. No, this is about my mum. I need your help. There's something wrong and I don't know how to help her or where to start on helping her, you said with a worried look on your face. Tell us, Yin, Kiri said helpfully. I'll do my best to help. Thanks, E, you said gratefully as you pulled Bakugo in and closed the door. So what's up? Kiri asked. Okay, where do I start? You sighed after closing the door. All I noticed when I went back home last time was that she'd declined, physically and mentally. Before, she used to be up and moving around and would cook and everything, but when I got there this time, she just sat on the lounge and ordered takeaway and looked like she was struggling to breathe and got out of breath when she was walking from the lounge to the kitchen. I also noticed she seemed to be living off takeaway food. She hasn't cooked since I left, and she told me things aren't good with her and Dad, and... You weren't sure if you were making any sense, but it was all coming out now in short sentences, your brain grabbing onto the pieces of evidence to support your theories and throwing them at your tongue to get them out there. Both boys listened quietly as he spoke, with Kiri nodding occasionally. Then once you'd got it all out, he spoke. That does sound like something's up. I'll do my best to observe her then, he said helpfully. You nodded at him. Thanks, that would be really good if you could. I feel like I need some fresh eyes to look over the situation, you said gratefully. I already know what's going on, Bakugo said with a smirk as he crossed his arms across his chest and stood there smugly. You do? You asked with surprise. What is it? I'm not saying just yet. I'll watch her, he replied, and you hummed. Okay. Alright, better not keep Mum waiting. I'll let her know we're here and ready, you said as you grabbed your phone off the desk beside your bed and sent Mum a text. 15 minutes later, she was pulling up on the curb, and you smiled as the passenger side window rolled down. Hi, Mum. I'll get in the front, and these two can get in the back, you said, stalling a little as you wavered on what to call them. Did you just go with straight up E and cat, or should you keep it a little more formal? Probably better to do the more formal side. My darling, your mum greeted brightly. Hi, Mrs. Lynn, Kiri said brightly, leaning towards you to look at your mum through the window. Oh, my boy, your mum gushed. It's so good to see you again. Thank you, Mum, for keeping the boyfriend thing under wraps, you thought as you opened the door and got into the car. You got into the passenger seat, and Kiri opened the back door for him and Bakugo to get in the back. Oh, Mum, this is Bakugo. He's a really good friend of mine too, you said, glancing back as Bakugo slid across the back seat to make room for Kiri beside him. Ah, your mum said, looking up at him in the rearview mirror. Yes, I remember you, she said, and then left it hanging, and you wondered what she remembered about him. Was it that first time when you got your school uniform, or when he stepped up in your dad's face? You made a mental note to ask her about it later. For the first half of the ride to the place, it was just you and your mum talking, with Kiri listening in and adding his 2 cents, but Bakugo was very quiet in the back seat. A few times you tried to engage him in conversation, but he only gave a 1 or 2 word reply, and you felt like something was off. Does he feel like he's a third wheel or something? You worried. Your mum had opted to go to the Waffle House, which you thought she would have, as it appeared to be a favourite of hers, but you weren't really sure if it was actually a favourite of hers, or was it just that she liked it because it used to be your favourite? You'd have to suss that one out as well. Kiri and your mum were chatting about something as she pulled into the parking lot and then parked the car, and pretty soon you were all getting out of the car and heading to the doors of the place. While Kiri and your mum walked on slowly ahead, you hung back a little bit and sidled up next to Bakugo. Hey, are you okay? You asked him in a soft tone. Yeah, he grunted without looking at you. No, honestly, you're a lot quieter than usual. What's up? You probed. I'm fine, he replied, and you scrunched your brows. If you're going to be a sook, then at least tell me if there's something I can do. You replied back with a little bit of bite in your tone. If there's something wrong, I'll tell you. I know how to use my words. Now back off. I'm working, he growled, and you gave him a surprised look. What do you mean? You asked him. You wanted us to watch your mum, right? I'm doing my part, he grunted, and then walked a little faster to get to the doors for everyone. He got there just before your mum or Kiri and grabbed the handle and threw the door open. Oh, thanks, bro. Sorry, I was talking too much, Kiri apologised. He had been chatting up a storm with your mum and completely forgot to reach for the door in front of him. Bakugo grunted, watching as your mum struggled to step through the door while needing to hold onto the frame to steady herself. She was already perspiring terribly, and her laboured breathing was very obvious. Even you could hear her clearly, and you were still a little way behind the group. Do you see how she's struggling? You whispered as you stepped past Bakugo to enter the place. I do. You don't need to keep reminding me, he said lowly. Okay, probably best that I just let him do his thing and I'll check back in with him after we get back to the dorms, you thought, as you stepped in after Kiri and your mum. As you suspected, she picked the closest seating area to the door and sat down heavily. He looks good, she said, trying not to breathe so hard as she picked up a menu and passed one to Kiri. You took a seat opposite to her and Bakugo sat next to you, with Kiri choosing to sit right beside her. What do you recommend? He asked politely as he looked over the menu. Oh, honey, there are so many good things here, she said breathlessly, using the menu to try and fan herself a little. This was Yin's favourite place when she was still home with me, she said with a slightly sad smile at you. Honey bun, why don't you tell the boys what some good options are? Okay, you said with a smile, feeling like she was pushing the conversation back to you so she could take a chance to recover. You opened the menu and looked down some of the food items so you could give specific names of things. I guess it just depends on what you like, you offered to the boys. I'm up for anything, Kiri replied with a giant warm smile, and you smiled back. Okay, what if we got a few to try? We can get some different dishes and share them, you offered. With everyone in agreement of this, you talked through a few of the dishes and selected some that you wanted to try, but Bakugo had other ideas. Which one do you want? He asked your mum, point blank. The guy hadn't said anything pretty much since the time you all got in the car, so his sudden question threw you all, especially your mum. "Oh, well, Yin's favourite is," she started to say. "I asked for your favourite," he said bluntly, staring her down. "Mine? Oh, honey, I don't even know. There's so much to choose from," she tutted. "Pick one you want," he said, sitting back in his chair and slinging an arm over the backrest of your seat. You felt like this was a bit of a power move on his part and looked to Kiri to see if he was looking left out, but he seemed to be just as into the question as Bakugo was. "Oh, I don't know," your mum said, and you could feel her panic from there. "It's okay, Mum, you don't have to—" "Yes, she does," Bakugo said quickly, and you looked across into his red eyes. You tried to communicate with him with just a few looks, but he wasn't budging on his demand for her to choose with her own wants and desires in mind. So your mum finally picked something, and he accepted that and added it to the mental order. Then Kiri called for a waitress, and you placed the order. You didn't know what angle Bakugo was taking here, but decided to trust his process. It seemed like he was well ahead of the situation, so you went with it and made small talk while you waited for the food. "Oh, so I had my, training today," you said to the group. "Oh, how did it go?" Kiri asked you excitedly. I'm not sure, to be honest. I kept getting zapped by the buzzer," you said sadly. "Same as the first time I did the test. Looks like I haven't improved at all." "Oh, my baby girl, don't be down about it. I'm sure it was a mistake of the machine. You know how they can be," your mum said encouragingly. "What if it is a problem of Yin's and she isn't strong enough?" Bakugo said pointedly, playing devil's advocate. Your mum wasn't having any of it and defended you strongly. "No, not my Yin. She's definitely grown stronger. I know it. I can see it in my beautiful girl," she said, giving you a giant smile. You smiled bashfully back, loving that she was always in your corner, but at the same time you could see that there was a vein of denial in her ways. Mum can't accept when anyone she loves is to blame. She's always deflecting the blame. Is this part of the problem? You wondered. Thankfully, the food all turned up right then and it broke the conversation in half, so you paused to feast your eyes on each plate of waffles as they were put down in front of you. "Oh, this all looks so good," you gushed, salivating heavily as you eyed off your former favourite dish, the double chop-chip delight that was smothered in chocolate sauce. "But you couldn't eat all of those," Bakugo grunted at your mum as she pulled her chosen waffle plate closer to her. "Oh, you have no idea what I'm capable of," she said with a chuckle and a twinkle in her eye. Bakugo smirked and took his arm off the back of your chair and then leaned forwards. "Come on then, I'll eat you under the table," he said as he took some cutlery from the tray in the centre of the table and started to dig into the closest pile of waffles. Your mum took this as a sign to start and went hard on her waffles while you and Kiri took a more stately pace of appreciating your food. "Aren't they divine?" your mum asked Bakugo, who was shoveling the food down. "Do you get food from here often?" he asked, answering her question with a question himself. "Oh yes, this is my baby girl's favourite place. I feel so close to her when I eat here," she said with a loving smile across at you. "Oh, Mum," you said with a sad smile. "I'm not far away. I'm always thinking of you. You can always call or text me." "I know, my honey, but there's something about food that speaks to me on a deeper level," she said before placing another large mouthful of waffles in her mouth. You felt like this line from her connected some dots in Bakugo's mind, as you felt something shift in him, and you glanced at him to see his expression, but he wasn't giving away much. "Oh, Mrs. Lin, what was Yin like as a child? We only know the awesomeness of Yin of today, but was she just as amazing as a kid?" Kiri suddenly asked, giving you a soft look across the table as he spoke. "Oh, Kiri, that was such a nice thing to say," you said sweetly. "Oh," your mum hummed. You could see the fangirl in her rising, and you quickly jumped in to stop her before she said something that you didn't want her to say. "He's a wonderful friend, right, Mum?" you probed. "Oh, the sweetest," your mum gushed, and you did a kind of meh face in your mind, like, okay, that was better than her going on about him being your boyfriend, but it wasn't exactly an incognito response. "Yin needs to realise her potential," Bakugo suddenly said. "She keeps holding back because she doesn't believe in herself." You looked at him. That was probably the nicest thing that he'd ever said, and it wasn't even something that most people would have considered as a nice thing to say. "My baby girl is amazing, and even if she doesn't believe in herself, I'll believe in her forever," your mum replied earnestly, and you welled up with tears. You really couldn't do anything wrong in your mother's eyes. She had you on a pedestal. "So she's always been amazing then?" Kiri asked, bringing the conversation back to the topic of when you were younger. She's always been amazing, your mum confirmed, and you chuckled and rolled your eyes playfully. Guys, I came to eat, not to be bombarded with horrors of my past. I bet you were a good kid. No horrors, Kiri said with a giant smile, and you chuckled. Well, do you remember that time I tried to help you wash the clothes by upending the basket of clothes into a mud puddle in the backyard and smushed them into the earth to wash them? You asked your mum. Oh, honey, you were just trying to help, Mummy. You didn't mean to do that, she said defensively. See, you've always been one to try and help wherever you could. Okay, well, what about that time I hid the Coke bottles in my room and drank, like, the whole amount in one sitting and then vomited everywhere at 2 a.m? You asked. Oh, that was my fault for leaving them somewhere where you could get to them, your mum said, putting food into her mouth a little faster and then talking around her mouthful. Oh, you poor thing. You must have been hungry and thirsty to take all those bottles with you. Oh, I should have offered you more food at dinner time. Mum, I was naughty. I learned my lesson though, you replied. Oh, poppycock, your mum tutted back. You were not to blame. Well, whatever the reason, I'm sorry for those incidents, and I promise that I won't be doing either of them ever again, you said solemnly, making Kiri chuckle. If I find mud in the laundry, I know who to come to ask about it, he said with a small chuckle. Oh, your mum chuckled too, and then the conversation moved back to food. The rest of the time there was pleasant enough, but Bakugo was unusually quiet the whole time. He did end up beating your mum with eating, and she was impressed that he could eat so much food but still stay so slim. Oh, I'm very happy that my yin has two lovely boys looking after her, your mum said as you all stood to leave after eating your fill. Oh no, we are the lucky ones, Kiri said brightly. She's brought a lot of light into my life, and I know many others who have had their whole worlds brightened by her presence, he added with a loving look in his eye. Oh, you really are very sweet, Kirishima, your mum gushed, and you turned to Bakugo. I've just been an annoyance to this one, you joked, poking a finger into his side. You're damn right about that, Bakugo grunted, then stepped in behind you and placed both hands on your waist as he leaned into your ear. But if you ever go off and annoy anybody else, there'll be hell to pay, he said in a low voice. Your cheeks heated up immediately, and you looked to see if your mum had seen, but thankfully she hadn't, and even Kiri wasn't looking at that point. I told you to keep your hands to yourself, you whispered harshly back to Bakugo. I don't follow the rules, he replied in the same low voice, and let you go, and then headed to the counter to pay. Before anyone could stop him, he had paid for all the food, and then turned to the door and demanded that you all leave, which was very much his style. The ride back to UA was pleasant. Bakugo sat up front with your mum, and Kiri sat in the back with you, which allowed you to touch hands a few times secretly, which you liked. And then by then you were back at the gates and ready to hop out of the car. I love you, Mum, you said as you got out of the car and walked to her driver's side door to lean in and hug her. My baby girl, she said sadly, hugging you as best she could from her seat. You remember to call me, okay? I will, you said with a smile. Just then you felt something slap you on the ass and you jumped a little, trying to pull yourself out of the window quickly. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? You said hurriedly to your mum. Okay, my sweetheart, your mum said sadly, regretfully letting you go as you pulled back out of the window and placed one hand behind yourself to protect your ass from whoever or whatever it was that slapped you. Bye, Mum, you said as you stepped back from the window. Bye, Mrs. Lynn, Kiri said brightly from behind you. Thank you for a good night. Yeah, Bakugo grunted, and you looked back at both of them. Your mum said her final goodbyes and then left, and you spun around to face your boys. Who was that? You asked with mortified surprise. Kiri just pointed at Bakugo and your eyes met the blonde's. What? He grunted. It looked good. I wanted to smack it. You can't just up and smack a girl on the backside when she's trying to say goodbye to her own mother, you whispered harshly. How embarrassing if she'd seen. But she didn't, and that ass is mine. Bakugo smirked. It is not yours, it's on my body and it belongs to me, thank you very much, you replied, poking your nose in the air. That wasn't very manly, bro, Kiri said softly, but I can't understand where you're coming from. Not you too, E, you groaned playfully with a chuckle. He blushed. Oh, well, yeah, you know, he mumbled, dropping his gaze as he scratched the back of his head with embarrassment. Anyway, come on, we can't spend all night standing around out here, it's getting cold, you said, looking up at the stars overhead and then walking off towards the gates as the boys followed behind you. So, you said, looking back over your shoulder to address them, only to find both of them watching your ass as you walked, their eyes quickly coming up to meet yours. They knew they had both been caught, and Bakugo locked eyes with you while Kiri quickly looked away. Was it tonight there was going to be a rolling of dice to see who would go first? You mumbled, stumbling over your words and not actually wanting to say any of the important things in the sentence, but Bakugo knew what you were on about straight away. Yeah, he grunted. I got one in my room. Okay, well, do you want to go and get it? And then you and Kiri can meet in my room and we can, do it there? You asked, feeling very devious having mentioned all of this out loud. Yeah, he grunted again. Okay, sounds good, Kiri replied with a bashful smile. Now at the doors of Heights Alliance, you all got into the elevator and got to your level and then parted ways to change and get the dice and then come back to your room. You practically ran the last bit to your room and raced in to get changed, hurriedly taking your dress off and putting on some comfy clothes that you thought still looked kinda cute, and then waited for the two boys. You were super pumped and excited and nervous and all the things as you sat there waiting for them to arrive, and no surprises that Bakugo was the first at your door, followed immediately by Kiri. Hey, come in, you greeted them as you opened the door wide enough for them both to come through. They did enter one after the other, but it still seemed like there wasn't room enough for the two of them as they barreled in and then stood in the middle of the room like two Sims with no tasks lined up. You said as you closed the door behind you and then joined them in the middle of the room. So now what? Bakugo pulled the dice from his pocket and showed it to you. It's go time, he said with a smirk, and that excited, nervous knot in your stomach churned over itself. Wait, we need a blindfold for Yin, Kiri said, looking around your room for something that would suffice as a makeshift eye cover, and saw your jumper thrown over the back of your chair. Hey, we could use this and then tie the arms off it across your eyes, he offered, reaching out to take it and then showing you what he was meaning. It'll work, I guess, you shrugged, looking behind you before stepping back to sit down on the bed. So is it just going to be a quick kiss on the lips, or it'll be whatever I want it to be? Bakugo said, and you chuckled nervously. I know, I think you would do much more if given the chance, so I'm going to say just a kiss on the lips. It doesn't have to be a quick one, but no further than just that. And plus, I want to not be blindfolded when we kiss next time so I can enjoy it, you added. I hope you enjoy it anyway, this time around, Kiri said hopefully. I'm sure I will, but I'm just nervous, you said with a wobbly smile. It's okay, Yin. Don't be nervous. I'm more nervous than you are, Kiri said, trying to comfort you. I'm not. Now hurry up and put the damn jumper blindfold on so I can roll this dice and win, Bakugo snapped, and you reached out and took the makeshift blindfold from Kiri and tied it around your head. While you were doing that, the boys talked about how they would roll the dice, and once you were set, you gave them the go-ahead to roll it on your desk table. You heard it hit the desk once, and then silence, and then hit the desk again, and you braced. Okay, we know who's going first now, Kiri said, and you swallowed and sat very still. Okay, I'm ready, you said, trying to be as in the moment as possible. You could feel your heart slamming against the inside of your ribs. You could feel exactly where you were in space, and you could hear everything. You were so alert to the smallest noises, it wasn't even funny anymore. Just then you felt a presence in front of you, and you instinctively tilted your face up a little and parted your lips a touch. But you didn't have to wait long, because the impact of some hot yet soft lips pressed firmly to yours then, and it almost took your breath away. This person definitely had a commanding aura about him, and you could feel the heat from his lips coursing through you. Then his hand was on your cheek, and you melted into it. You felt like this person could possibly have done this before. They felt too sure of themselves for it to be a first time. Was it Kiri, or was it Bakugo? You really weren't sure at this point, but you were leaning more towards Bakugo. All too soon the kiss ended, and you found your lips almost chasing theirs as you didn't want that moment to end. But with their disappearance, that also meant that you were about to be graced with a second pair of lips, and then you could make up your own mind as to who was whose. There was silence mixed with small sounds of people moving about, and then you felt a second presence in front of you, and again braced lightly for the impact of lips to yours. The second pair of lips to touch yours felt similar to the first, but this person was maybe a little more hesitant, more cautious, more I just want to make it a good first kiss type of person, and you let a little smirk pull at the corners of your lips while you melted into the warmness of their contact. This was definitely Kiri's kiss. You were sure of it. It just felt so like a kiss that he would give. You wanted to tell him that he was doing great, that you really enjoyed that kiss. but you didn't want to scare him off by telling him that you knew it was his, so kept quiet once he had pulled back. Can I take my blindfold off now? You asked, reaching for the crisscross jumper across your eyes. Yeah, Bakugo grunted, so you pulled it down and looked at your boys. Both were sporting blushes and you giggled. You're blushing, you teased them lightly, looking at them in turn. Shut up. Bakugo snapped with embarrassment, and Kiri shielded his face a little with his hand. They were very lovely kisses, thank you, you said softly, feeling mildly shy now that it was all done and dusted. Well, I wanted to also ask you both what you thought about Mum tonight. Kat, you were really into your detective skills. What did you notice? You asked your blonde boyfriend. She uses food as a coping mechanism, he stated bluntly, and you nodded. Yeah, I know that much, you said with a sigh, but I was hoping for a little more info. She's living through you, he also added. Everything is about you, because she doesn't like her life. By giving you everything, it'll somehow make her life worth living. You sat there looking at him, snippets of your memories lining up in front of your mind's eye that confirmed what he said to be true. She really did put you on a pedestal. You could do no wrong, because that would mean that she had failed in her mission to make your life better than hers. That's why she had always helped you to run away from your problems, because she had always run away from her problems and buried them under food. Your eyes welled with tears. Oh, how am I supposed to help her? You asked in an emotionally charged voice. Kiri walked over and sat down next to you on the bed, placing an arm around your shoulders to comfort you. You need to be an example, Bakugo said. This is where you need to stop doubting yourself and making me look like an idiot. You're looking down at me. Stand up and fight. Show your potential, he snapped. You looked at Kiri and he nodded. Well, I don't agree with how Katsuki has said it. I'm here to support you, to become the best hero here. We both know you're capable, Yin. You know you're capable. You can do this. Having both your boys supporting you so heavily pulled down all your walls and you burst into tears. This was the support that you'd been needing all along. People who would go out of their way to make you understand how amazing you were. Kiri grabbed you in a firm hug, and Bakugo crossed his arms with a smirk. He knew he had made a breakthrough with you. Come here, he said after Kiri had hugged you for a bit. You sniffed and wiped your eyes, and then thanked Kiri for the hug and got up to go and hug your other man, who opened his arms and engulfed you in one of the warmest hugs you'd ever had from him. We're not going anywhere, okay? He rasped into your ear. So you'd better show us what you got. I will, you sniffed, hugging him harder. I think too, I should probably get Mum some help, like get her to talk to someone, but she has to see where she's at and understand that she needs help first, otherwise it's not going to work. Maybe her and I could see someone together? She'd go if I went. Whatever. You asked me for my opinion and you got it. So now you go and do what you want to do, Bakugo replied. Why are you being so cold now? You replied with a small chuckle, pulling back from the hug. No point letting emotion get in the way, he said as his red eyes locked with yours. I'm here for another kiss, not to stand around and cry. Pick yourself up, keep your eyes up, that's what heroes do. I think I need another hug, you said over your shoulder to him. Kat's being mean and not letting me wallow in sadness. I'll help you, Kiri said brightly with a big grin, and you chuckled. He wasn't the best at helping you move on. Both of you need to man up, Bakugo barked. Give me another kiss, Yin. Hey, wait now. Am I allowed to give a second kiss already? I thought the next kiss would be in private, you replied. Get out, Bakugo barked at his fellow classmate. Oh, wait, I want another kiss too, Kiri said in a panic, worried that you were actually going to throw him out. I'm not throwing anyone out, you chuckled. Actually, scrap that. Yes, I'm going to throw people out. It's both of you. You're both going out because I need to do homework and change. I'll help you change, Bakugo smirked, placing his hands on your waist. I can help with homework, Kiri said at the same time that Bakugo had said his line, and Kiri paused when he registered what Bakugo had said. Wait, I changed my mind. You laughed. Okay, out. Thank you, both of you, for a lovely night. We have a big few days coming up. Is it this week or next week that we have to pick who we want to intern with? You asked, turning around in Bakugo's arms and letting him wrap his arms around your waist from behind and rest his head on your shoulder. I can't remember. Kiri's sweat dropped. It's this week, Bakugo said into your left ear. Okay, well, it's coming up. We're all picking Fat Gum, right? You good with him, Kat? You asked, giving him a little side eye since you couldn't look him directly in the eye due to how close he was. I need to keep an eye on your dumbass, so I'm picking whoever you pick, he grunted. Gee, thanks, he replied with a smirk. Or maybe I need to keep an eye on you since I'm stronger, right? Just then Bakugo tensed and lifted you clean off the ground. Don't think you're stronger than me in all areas, Laces. Your clumsy ass has a long way to go. He smirked. Okay. Put me down so I can cuddle my other boyfriend. You chuckled. Bakugo put you down, and you walked over to Kiri as he stood up from the bed. You fell into him and gave him a big warm hug, your bodies melting into each other's. I just want to be wherever you are, Kiri whispered into your ear as he held you. I always want you by my side. You will, you whispered back. Interning's going to be fun. After that, you bid your boys goodbye and sent them on their way, then changed into your pyjamas and sat down to do your homework. Once you had finished everything and messaged your mum to thank her once again for the night, you crawled into bed. It was around 3 a.m. that you woke suddenly and couldn't get back to sleep. It's not like you heard anything that woke you or you had a bad dream, but your body just didn't want sleep anymore and decided to tell you about it. Well, this is annoying, you thought as you threw the covers back and got out of bed. At first you started to just do some light exercising, hoping that would remind your body of how tired you were and you'd just hop back into bed and crash again. But nope, instead of that happening, you found your body now asking for food and you stopped your squats and pulled a face into the darkness. Seriously? You said out loud into the room. You tried to ignore it, but the more you tried not to think about it, the more you wanted food. So in the end you threw an oversized jumper on and headed to your door, ready to raid the kitchen. It was very dark and very quiet in the hall as you walked softly down to the kitchen and lounge area. Unsurprisingly, the lights were all off and no one else was around, so you kept the lights off as you headed for the pantry to find some chips or something to snack on. You'd only just found your chips after groping around in the darkness and using the bare minimum of your light quirk to find your way, and had stepped out into the kitchen again when you felt a presence near you. Unsure of what it was that you were feeling, you lightly activated your palm again and held your hand up to see if you could shed some light on the situation, literally. There in the doorway stood Bakugo, in just his boxer shorts, and you froze. Cat, you whispered with surprise. Yun, what are you doing here? He asked, reaching up to scratch the back of his head. Weirdly, I got hungry, so I came to get some food. And you? You asked. No reason, he replied, and you snorted. Cat, it's not an interrogation, I'm just asking. Could you not sleep either? You asked. No, he said, averting his eyes from yours. The way he was acting was a little strange, so you walked over to him and gently wrapped your arms around his middle, chip packet crinkling in your hand behind him as you looked up into his face in the dark. It wasn't completely pitch black, so even though you couldn't see much, you could still just make out his ruby red eyes. What's up? You asked. Why are you being cagey? I'm not, he grunted, still avoiding eye contact. Did you know I was here? You then asked, and he remained quiet. Wait, how'd you know? You asked with surprise. I didn't, but I hoped, he said in a low voice, and you smiled and then lay your head on his chest. You're so cute. Why won't you be more honest with me? You can say what's on your mind, Cat. You don't need to hold back, you said, and he slowly returned your hug. I don't let people close to me, he said, and you nodded. Yeah, I know that much, but you know I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here for you just as much as you're here for me, okay? You said, lifting your head to look at him again. He took one of his hands and placed his fingers and thumb under your chin to hold it in place as he looked down at you, and you stayed like that for a while he kept eye contact with you in the dark. Listen good. I won't say this often, yeah? I want you. Can't stop thinking about you. When I see you, I want my hands all over that body of yours. Show you the appreciation you deserve. I held back on that kiss before, but next time I won't, he said, all in that low and slow raspy voice he used when it was just you and him alone and he was letting his vulnerability show. Okay, if we're being honest, I want you to. I want to feel what it's like to be your girl. I don't want to feel you holding back. I want you to kiss me like you mean it and feel like we're on the same page, you said, feeling a connection with him like you had never felt before. The tension between you two was at fever pitch by now, and you closed your eyes just as his lips pressed against yours. He kissed you firmly once, still holding your chin in his hand, and then pulled back and came back in again, this time with his lips slightly parted. The next kiss, you copied him, and your lips locked. The next second, it was on. Your tongue touched his, and you felt a fire ignite inside you, his hands moving from your chin, back down your side, and then around and under your ass so he could lift you up. Effortlessly, he lifted you up against his torso, and you continued to make out heavily as he carried you over to the lounge and dropped you down on the cushions there, wasting no time in climbing over you and lowering his body to yours. Your fingers raked down his back, detailing his spine and the divots in his lower back, before coming back up to dig into his bulging shoulder muscles, all while your tongues played and danced together. For the next 20 minutes, you and he were lost in the moment, making out on the lounge at 3 a.m. while everyone else was sleeping peacefully in their beds. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime in heaven, he broke from the kiss, panting heavily, which you were doing too, and pulled back a bit to give you some room. Whoa, you breathed. Okay, that was hot. I've been wanting to do that for the longest time, he said lowly, then came back in for another round of kissing. You don't know how long it was that you two were making out for, on and off, letting hands wander, but when you heard someone's alarm go off in a nearby room, you figured it was probably time to get going, lest you be discovered. You panted, breaking from the kiss. We should probably go back to bed in case someone comes in. No one's going to come in, he panted back to you, leaning back in to engage in another round of heavy kissing. Wait, you panted after kissing him again. I heard someone's alarm go off. What if they hear us or walk in on us? Damn it, Bakugo grunted. Come back to mine. No, what if we get caught? We'll both be in big trouble. Don't worry, we'll find another time to do this, okay? You said, pushing him back so you could sit up. Fine, he grunted with annoyance, but make it soon. I will. I was enjoying that, you replied cheekily, getting up off the lounge. Bakugo grabbed you around the waist as he got up as well, and pulled your back to his front. Don't go getting any ideas about doing this with anyone else, you hear? He rasped, smacking you firmly on the ass. I promise. I'll come back to you for my next kiss. You have my word, you said solemnly. With one more slap to the backside, Bakugo sent you on your way. You still had your bag of chips with you, so took them back to your room to eat them, and then fell asleep for an hour, and then woke to your alarm going off for the day. Oddly, you didn't feel tired. You mostly felt super excited. That make-out session with Bakugo at 3 a.m. had done wonders for your excitement about life levels. Quickly you got dressed and headed to school, giving Bakugo a sly smirk as you approached him at the lockers. Good morning, cutie. Did you sleep well? You cooed as you dragged your fingers across his back. Had a dream I was making out with someone, he replied, grabbing you and pinning you to the lockers. Oh, did you? You flirted, half lidding your eyelids. Did you enjoy the make-out with them? Been thinking about it ever since, he rasped, his eyes glossing over your lips, which still felt somewhat kiss-swollen. Hey, good morning, Yin. Good morning, Kat. Kiri's bright voice broke into the tension that was in full swing by now. You quickly looked across to him, and Bakugo pulled back from pinning you to the locker, and then turned to his locker calmly. Hey, E, you greeted happily, stepping over to give your man a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. Hey, Bakugo grunted in greeting to Kiri, and you looked back over your shoulder and gave a smile of approval to Bakugo, before squeezing Kiri one last time and stepping back. You guys ready for class today? You asked them, and Kiri nodded excitedly. Yeah, always excited, because you're there, he said a bit shyly. You're so cute, E, you gushed, feeling a little giddy at his comment. He grinned, and then you and Bakugo and he got your things for class, and off you all went. As usual, it was you in the middle, front and centre, with your two scary dogs either side, walking slightly behind you. Down the hall you walked, looking like a boss chick as you entered the classroom and sat down in your chair. Bakugo and Kiri both took their seats, and class began shortly after that. It wasn't unusual for you to steal glances at either of your two boys during class, but Bakugo seemed to be particularly keen on checking you out every chance he got, and you caught him multiple times as his head swiveled to get you in his sights. Mostly you would give him a little smile, and he'd smirk back, and then there were a few times that his eyes looked pretty fiery and you wondered what was going on in that brain of his. Actually, scrap that. There was probably a lot going on in that brain of his that you probably didn't want to know about because of its X-rated nature, but finally the bell rang, and you got up to stretch your legs. Oi, come with me, Bakugo grunted as he stepped over to you. Okay, you hummed, curiously leaving your seat to follow him out of the classroom. Out into the crowded hallway you walked, keeping your eyes on his back as he led you to the other end of the building where not many students were. Where are we going? You asked the back of your blonde man. Does it matter? Just come, he replied, and you cocked your head curiously. Is everything okay? You then asked as he turned and took a few steps down the stairwell there. Cat? You pressed, when he just kept walking down the steps. He stopped about midway down, and you caught up beside him, choosing to walk down on his side that was between him and the wall, but that was your mistake because he took the opportunity to then turn to you and back you up against the wall there. I've been thinking about you, all morning. I want that kiss, he rasped, your heart beating out of your chest with the way that he was looking at you. Okay, you replied in a voice just above a whisper as his face neared yours. It's like your mouth still remembered exactly how his lips and tongue felt playing with yours, and within 2 seconds you were making out heavily, your arms finding their way up and around his neck to hang on to him. You wanted the make-out session to last for forever, but unfortunately the bell rang and you had to part ways, his hands caressing your sides heavily before he stepped back and pushed his hands into his pockets and then turned to head back up the stairs. See you back in there, he said casually before heading off. You had to take a moment for yourself while he left, and you just stared blankly at the opposite wall of the stairwell with a giant grin on your face. Wow. Yin! Mina's voice suddenly snapped you out of it, and you quickly looked at her, the smile on your face vanishing instantly. Yeah? You asked, looking and sounding very guilty. What's up? She asked with a small chuckle. Why are you standing here smiling off into nowhere? No reason. I just needed a break, you lied, but Mina knew something was up. You know, she said as she skipped down the first few steps towards you, I just saw Bakugo coming up these stairs just a few seconds ago. You didn't happen to see him, did you? Now she had you cornered. You hummed evasively. No, I've just been here by myself. Mina squinted suspiciously and hummed like she didn't believe you. I'll take your word for it, but still my spidey senses are tingling and they say there's something up with you and Lord Explosion Murder God, she hummed. You shrugged. Dunno. You lied. Nothing's changed. Well, if it has, then you can tell me, you know, even if you're keeping it a secret from Kiri, since I know he likes you, she said, trying to clutch at what she thought might be happening. Oh, if only she knew that I was with both boys, you thought as you smiled at her. Anyway, we better get going. Class has already started, she said, and you gasped. Oh no, you hissed. Thankfully, you and Mina just made it through the doors when Aizawa arrived, and you quickly sat down in your seat and faced the front, but you could feel Bakugo's eyes on you. You really wanted to give him something in return, like a look or something, but decided against it since you didn't want to incur the wrath of Aizawa. I'm now handing out the forms for internship, Aizawa said blandly as he passed papers to Midoriya in the front row and asked him to hand them back. Ooh, okay, that's earlier than expected, but this is good, you thought as you straightened in your seat. You brightened significantly and thanked Kiri once you had taken the forms from him, and with a glance across at Bakugo, you wrote down Fat Gum as your first preference and wrote why you wanted him, and then filled out the rest of the form and got up to hand it back to Aizawa. Bakugo was right behind you as you handed your form back, and you turned and almost bumped into him, not expecting for him to be there, nor for him to be so close behind you. Oh, sorry, you said softly. I'm not, he rasped. You didn't quite know what to say to that, and being at the front of the classroom meant that you had some people looking right at you, namely Mina, so you cleared your throat, looked down bashfully, and then stepped around him and walked back to your seat. Gosh, I hope Mina didn't hear any of that, you thought as you sat down and avoided looking at her. You really didn't need her to be raising eyebrows at you at that moment. The rest of the class went well, and then you headed back to your room for the night, intending to do some homework and then turn in for the night, but the universe or author of this story had other plans in mind for you. As you sat down at your laptop, you thought over today's happenings, your mind going back to making out with Bakugo in the stairwell. I should probably get E alone so we can maybe do the same thing, just so that it feels fair, but I don't think that he'd be that aggressive with his kissing and pinning me to the wall like Kat did, you thought with hot cheeks as you waited for your laptop to load. Finally it started up, and you clicked on your emails icon just to check and make sure that you hadn't missed anything important while in school. As soon as you opened it, you saw you had one new email, from the team that were making your hero outfit, and you gasped with excitement as you clicked into it. Your garment has been completed, you read, and you could hardly contain your squeals of excitement. It was finally finished. You quickly scan-read the rest of the email, and then reached across to grab your jacket from the back of the chair by the bed. It said that you could come to the shop whenever to pick it up. You wanted it now. But as you reached for your jumper, a knock at the door came that nearly sent you through the roof. Coming, you called, barreling off the chair to get to the door. E! You gasped with excitement when you pulled the door open to see your red-headed boyfriend standing there. Come in, I've got awesome news, you gushed, grabbing him by the hand and pulling him into the room. What is it? He asked with confused excitement, that same type of excitement as when you're baby talking to a pup and its tail is wagging but it doesn't know why it's excited. Look, you squealed as you sat back down in the chair in front of the laptop and pointed at the screen. Look, I can pick up my hero outfit now. I'm leaving, like, right this second. Do you want to come? Kiri leaned over your shoulder to read the email and grinned when he got to the bottom of it. Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, let's go, he said enthusiastically, matching your energy. I'm so excited, you squealed, jumping up and spinning to grab him in a hug first. He accepted your hug and hugged you back eagerly, since he'd been coming to your room for a hug anyway. He felt like he needed to do something with you. Something more? He wasn't sure, but that one kiss the other night had been on his mind a lot. Let's go, you said, letting him go and grabbing your jumper, then his hand in your other hand and pulling him to the door. You pretty much dragged him the whole way to the bus stop, then to the store, chatting animatedly about anything and everything while he mainly just listened on happily. He loved seeing you be so happy and carefree. Your smile, the way your eyes lit up when you mentioned something that you liked, the way you made little hand gestures and looked at him. He was just so in love with everything that you did. To be honest, he didn't hear most of what you were talking about because he was too busy admiring you, but all too soon you got to the store and you walked up to the front doors hand in hand with him. Hi, I'm here to pick up my garment, order YN224, you said to the lady at the front desk. Yes, give me a second, let me talk to the designers. They've left a note here, they want to make sure it fits well and suits your needs, so I'll let them know you're here. Are you able to do a fitting now? She asked. I can do a fitting now, that's completely fine, you replied brightly. Okay, perfect. Give me 1 second, she said before heading off out the back to find the right person to speak to. Wow, that's so cool, Yin, Kiri said happily. I'm excited and privileged to be able to see you in the outfit for the first time. Me too, you said with shining eyes. Just then the door behind you opened and a man with a perfect purple sparkly tailored suit strutted in with a French bulldog on a diamond-studded lead, and you had to stop and stare with admiration. It was like God himself had suddenly entered the place. Normie baby, you just sit here like a good little baby while Daddy has a little kitty chat to lovely people here, okay? The man said to his little dog. The pup obeyed immediately and sat down, waiting patiently for his owner to do what he needed to do. You smiled at the man as he gave you a big smile back, complete with flamboyant wave of his perfectly manicured hand. Hi, sweetness. Are you here for an outfit? He asked brightly. Yeah, I just got my hero outfit made, you said with enthusiasm. You didn't usually engage in conversation with strangers, but there was something about this man that just made you like him instantly. Baby cakes, I hope they do you justice because you are perfect. That outfit better make you shine like the damn queen you are. Yes, Beyonce, he said with a snap of his fingers and a hip pop. Oh, thank you, you said with a little giggle. This guy was something else. We're from the hero course of 1A, Kirishima piped up, and you nodded your head. Oh, honey bun, that is fab, he said with another flamboyant arm gesture. My little smoochie here is getting his own hero outfit because he's the greatest little baby in the world. Aren't you, my sweetums? Yes, you are. Oh, yes, you are, he baby talked to the little dog, who was only too pleased to be having this kind of attention. Just then the lady returned and saw the man standing there in her shop. Bri, welcome back, she said brightly. Ah! The man named Bri screeched when he saw her. Gina, honey girl, they messed up my baby's glitter wings again, he whined. Again? She asked. Okay, hold on, let me get Brendan, he'll sort it out. Girl, he better, because if he's not going to treat my little king like the king he is, I am uninviting him to Normie's housewarming party, he threatened with sass. Oh, come on now, that's a bit extreme, isn't it? Gina, the lady on the front desk, gasped. Baby, if I say it, I mean it. He's chosen organza pearlescent fabric. Beyonce, help me. Organza? Has the man lost all sense of gay fashion? Lord. Bri then pinched the bridge of his nose and started to deep breathe and chant something, but you couldn't hear what he was saying. Gina whispered to you. You and your friend can head through to the back, second door on your left. Just knock and Tasha will help you with the fitting while I deal with Bri. I feel like this is going to be a long night, she said while Bri was still trying to calm himself down in the background. Thanks, and good luck, you whispered as you and Kiri quickly slipped through past Gina and headed down the hall while the poor lady tried to talk some sense into this Bri guy. I liked him. As dramatic as he was being, I liked him, you said to Kiri as you walked down to the door on the left. He was being, Kiri started. Manly? You asked. In a way, he replied, thinking hard to try and work out what it was that made this very flamboyant man manly. But by then, you had reached the door in question and had knocked, and an attractive young girl had opened the door for you. Hey-ya, she greeted brightly. Yin, is it? You nodded with a smile. fab. Come on in. I'll be helping you with your fittings to make sure you're happy with the outfit. Then, if it's all G, you can take it home today, she said, stepping aside for you to walk into the room, and she gestured to your outfit that was hanging on the wall. You gasped with awe when you saw it. It looked amazing. They had gotten all the accents right, the colours popped, and the size looked to be about right. It looks amazing, you said excitedly. Can I try it on? Of course, Han, here, she said, walking over to it and taking it off the hanger and then handing it to you. This is so cool, Kiri said from beside you as he reached out to touch the fabric. It's very lightweight. Yes, it's made from a very light stretch material with heat-resistant fibres woven into it, especially in the forearms due to the specifications of your quirkin, she said, smiling at him and then you. Just then there was a knock on the door and she excused herself to answer it. Hey Tash, Bry's here. We can't find Brendan and I am petrified to go back out there and tell him I can't find him, the voice of Gina said at the door. Why is Bry here? Tash asked in a hushed voice. Because they used organza in Normie's outfit and he is livid, like I've never seen him this mad before, Gina said. Organza? Tash asked in horror, the volume of her voice for that one word showing her shock, before she composed herself and simmered her voice down again. What did he say? He said if Brendan didn't fix it, he was uninviting him to Normie's housewarming party, Gina said with genuine stress in her voice. Oh my god, he's mad. Okay, let me come and speak to him. But for reals though, organza? What the heck was Brendan thinking? Tasha asked. I don't know. I just run the front desk. I didn't know it was such a big thing, Gina replied in a panic. It's literally a jailable offence, Tasha replied with genuine honesty, and Gina gasped. Tasha then called out to you. Lovely, you try the outfit on. I'm just going to deal with a little emergency and I'll be back, okay? If you need anything, just use the phone on the desk and press line 1. Gina will answer and she'll get me, she said. That's fine. Thank you. We'll be okay, you replied, and then both women left the room. What a night, you said with a chuckle to Kiri. Yeah, Kiri said with a small smile as well, mildly bemused by the happenings. Okay, I'm going to get this on. I'll use the change room there, but can I call you if I need you? You asked him. Of course, he replied. Helping is manly. Thanks, he chuckled, and you're the manliest of them all. I try to be, he replied with a grin, watching you head to the change room. You stepped in and took your clothes off, and then stepped into your outfit and reached behind you to pull the zipper up, but it got stuck halfway again. Ah, damn these zips, you hissed. Yeah? He called from the other side. It's an emergency. I need zipper help again, you said with mild exasperation as you reached out and opened the door to him. What is with me and zippers? Every single time these stupid things, you huffed, turning around for him to work his magic. Hang on, he said. Step into the change room a little more. I don't want the lady to come back in and see your whole back exposed. It's fine, I don't care, he replied. I do, he said as he stepped forwards and the change room door closed behind him. He was working hard to get that zip unstuck, but you were now focused on how close he was to you in such a small space, and looked sideways into the mirror to look at him behind you. He was too preoccupied getting that zip unstuck to see you checking him out, but you were detailing every little thing on him, from the way his arms moved and muscles rippled under his soft skin, to how tall he was compared to you, his concentrated frown, those beautiful eyes. I got it, he said brightly as he zipped it the last way up. Oh, thank you, you said gratefully, then turned to face him as you felt how your body moved in the outfit. This is so comfy, you said brightly as you shimmied a bit. It looks really good, Kiri said in awe as he stepped back a little to look at you, but his back hit the change room door behind him and you stepped in to grab him, thinking he was going to fall out the door, but it was an inward swinging door, so you didn't need to fear that happening. Oh, sorry, you said as you grabbed him and then let him go. I thought you were going to fall. I'm okay, he said with a smile, looking down at you. You both stood there looking at each other for a second, and then he cleared his throat. He said, his eyes looking at your lips, and then looking back to your eyes again. Yeah? You asked shyly, hoping he was going to ask if he could kiss you. I really liked that kiss the other night, but I wanted you to see me the next time we kiss, he said bashfully, scratching the back of his head and averting his eyes. Well, I don't have a blindfold on now, he said shyly, and he looked at you, a blush growing across his cheeks. If you started, placing one hand on his chest as he stepped in closer. If you want, we could... You reached up on tippy toes a little and he bent his head down, his soft lips pressing to yours as you met his halfway. You closed your eyes, as did he, and he placed his hands gently on your side as you remained with lips pressed together. After a small amount of time you broke from the kiss, then came back in with your lips parted just slightly, but he didn't open his. Oh, sorry, you apologised, pulling back quickly. Am I moving too fast? No, not at all. I've never kissed anyone before, so... He mumbled shyly. You're doing great, you said encouragingly. I like your kisses, they're soft and warm. Yours are too, he replied. Could you show me how to do a kiss that's more than just a simple kiss, though, with mouth open a little, like you just did? You smiled at him, thinking how cute he was being. Yeah, sure, you said, reaching your arms up and around his neck. Okay, so open your mouth just a little, but not too much, just... He parted his lips a little, and you made a sound of approval. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, now... You leaned in, tilting your head to the left. Just... You whispered before connecting with him. Your heart clenched and threw itself backwards off the top of your stomach and rolled down each of your ribs before landing in the bottom of your stomach, and you felt like sparks were flying everywhere. His kiss was different from Bakugo's. With Bakugo you felt a drive, passion, a need to belong, a need to becoming one. But with Kiri, it felt like first love. It was innocence and comfort. It was wanting to make the other person feel loved, cherished and validated. A selfless love. You felt complete with these two boys. This was the peak of your existence right now. You pulled back from the kiss and smiled at Kiri. I loved that, you whispered. I did too, he replied in a low voice as his gaze shifted across your lips again, begging for you to come back in and do that again. So you did. Over and over you kissed with lips slightly parted, his fingertips sinking into your hips that little bit more each time as his body heated up. You were both getting lost to the rhythm when the door outside the change room suddenly opened and Tasha walked back in. How are you going in here? She called, and you broke away from Kiri in a panic. Oh, good. The zipper got stuck, so I got my friend to help me, and it's all good now, you said in a panic, hoping that would explain why Kiri was in the change room with you. Okay, how does it feel? She asked while you and Kiri were trying to step around each other to get out of the room. So good, you said brightly as you opened the door and stepped out with Kiri behind you. It's the comfiest outfit I've ever been in. I'm glad to hear that, she said with a bright smile. Let's go over the specifics. You and her spent the next half hour discussing aspects of the garment, and she got you to do different things to make sure the fabric was good enough for what you needed it for, and then you went back into the change room to get out of it. Another hour later, and you and Kiri were on the bus headed back to Heights Alliance, and on your lap was the outfit in a company bag, sealed and ready for its big debut. You really do look good in your hero costume, Kiri said as he held your hand on the bus. I'm so excited to reveal it to Kat too, you said. He's going to get a big surprise. I'm going to have to hold him back, I think, Kiri chuckled. I know how he thinks. We both do, unfortunately, you chuckled. The bus stopped at your stop and you both got off, still holding hands as you walked to the front doors of Heights Alliance. It was just on curfew when you entered, and judging by how quiet the place was and how most of the lights were off, you assumed everyone was asleep already or in their rooms at the very least. Thank you so much for coming with me tonight, you whispered to Kiri as you approached your dorm room door. It was my pleasure, he replied, squeezing your hand in his. You returned his squeeze and smiled at him in the darkened hallway. Thank you for the kisses as well, you added. Oh, they were definitely a highlight, he replied. You leaned up on tippy toes and kissed his cheek, that very quickly ended up becoming some deeper kisses on the lips. Then you parted ways for the night and headed into your room. You'd only just entered, flicked the light on, and said goodnight to Kiri, and then closed the door when there was another knock on the door, and you thought that it was either Kiri wanting one more kiss or Bakugo coming to claim you. So you were surprised when it was actually Mina at your door. Oh, you said with surprise. Mina, hey, what's... Without a word, she put both hands on your shoulders and pushed you back into the room, and then closed the door behind herself. Hey, what's up? You asked with confusion. Level with me, Yin. Are you dating Kirishima? She asked. And before you try and lie, I saw you holding hands and kissing just a second ago, and I didn't hear you break up between then and now, so... She said pointedly. You knew the jig was up and sighed heavily. Yes, we are, you admitted, but you can't say anything to anyone, okay? Okay, cross my heart and hope to die, stick a needle in my eye, Mina said solemnly, crossing her heart with her fingers. Extreme, but okay, you said. But, she then added, I need the part 2 because I swear something's going on with you and Bakugo as well. You can't tell me that you didn't see him in the stairwell the other day when you were standing there smiling at the wall. I know this place makes us all a little loopy, but girl, you didn't know what to say then. Did you tell her the whole truth or did you lie? She was going to be watching you like a hawk if you told her there was nothing going on, and then there would be every chance that she would notice something else between you and Bakugo and discover you that way. Either way, you were going to get found out. It was only a matter of time. You hesitated. Wait, she gasped. Are you polysaturated right now? Huh? You asked. Are there 3 in the bed and the little one said? She asked. Sorry, what? You asked. Are you dating both boys at the same time? Do they know? She pressed. Okay, you need to come and sit down, you said. Oh, girl, eat the tea. I've been living on crumbs since the beginning of Quirk era, and now I'm about to eat the whole damn cake. Lay it on me. What is going on? And do not skimp on the details, she said excitedly. She bounced over and jumped up onto your bed. She knew this was going to be good. You sighed and sat down next to her on the bed. Okay, so yes, I'm dating Kirishima, and yes, I'm dating Bakugo, and yes, they both know about it, and everyone's agreed to it, you admitted. She screamed. Yep, you said, sounding just as dumbfounded as her. You couldn't believe it either, having now heard yourself say it. What? How? I have so many questions, she squealed. I bet you do, you replied with a sweat-dropped look on your face. Can I ask? She begged. I mean, I feel like it would have been weird if you just said, okay, that's cool, and then left, you said with a small chuckle. Start at the beginning, she squealed, bouncing around on your bed to get comfy. Okay, well, you already know about them both having a thing for me, and then Kiri came and interrupted because he wanted to go to the gym, you reminded her. Yes, so what happened after that? She squeaked. Okay, Mina, you're way too into this, you chuckled, looking at her basically heart-shaped eyes. But okay, it gets wild, so hang on tight, you warned. I am strapped in and so ready for this ride, she squealed with glee. Oh god, okay, so you started, then launched into how it all came about. Who asked first, who asked second, the hand-holding, cuddles, kisses. So who's the better kisser? Mina asked excitedly. You hummed questioningly. Honestly, they're both amazing in their own ways. I love them both for their own qualities. You're so totally born for this role, Mina grinned. But wait, does anyone else know about this? No, so if I do hear of anyone talking about it, I'll know it's come from you, you said pointedly. Oh, babe, this is hot tea, and I'm not about to spill it. It could burn somebody, Mina gasped, lunging at you and grabbing you around the middle to tackle you sideways and backwards onto the bed. Okay, well, thank you. I'd appreciate if you kept it quiet for now. I don't really know how to break it to the class, or my parents for that matter, you said with dread. There was too much going on in your family life right now to bring this into the mix, but it was only a matter of time before you'd have to say something, especially if you were inviting the boys over for dinner with your mum. I know I'm pretty sharp, Mina said, but remember that there are quirked up peoples all around us, so don't be surprised if someone else picks up on something. I'm adding Jiro on this one. Babe's got sonic hearing, and she was picking up on Bakugo watching you, so if anything, she'll be the next to question things. Either that, or she already knows. I hope she doesn't, or if she does, I hope she doesn't say anything, you replied with a grimace. I'm sure it will be fine in the end, Mina said with a happy sigh, her arms still wrapped around your middle as you lay on the bed together. You're so comfy to cuddle, Yin. I'm jealous of the boys. You can have cuddles whenever you want, though, you said to her, squeezing her back. Yay, she said happily. You spent a little more time chatting, and then she left and went back to her room, and you turned in for the night. The next morning you were up and ready for school, but not ready for Aizawa to call you into his office first thing in the morning. Sir? You asked as you poked your head through the staff room door. Yin, come in, he said in his usual tired voice. You stepped in and walked over to him while he remained seated at his desk. I have the results of your Quirk evaluation, and I also have something to tell you, he said. You nodded hesitantly and sat down in the chair that was by his desk. He silently handed you some papers, and you took them and started reading them over. There were a whole heap of stats and graphs, and he gave you a few seconds to take it all in before explaining it to you. The red line is you, in comparison to other quirks like yours, as well as your baseline and perceived output, he said, then waited for you to realise what you were looking at. Oh, you suddenly said when you realised just how over the top all of your red lines were. Yes, he replied. Now please turn the page over. You did so and your eyes flew open. What? You gasped, looking up at him. Yes, your quirk power is equal to Endeavour's, he stated. What? But... You spluttered. Yun, Aizawa said to get you to look at him. I rigged the machines to zap you, even when you hit maximum output. You went beyond what you thought was possible. You stared at him, and then looked back down at your paper and just continued to stare. That was it, you couldn't do anything else but that. So in light of this information, you have been given the opportunity to get personalised training at Quirked, he said. Quirked? You gasped. The hero-only gym? It's not just a hero only, but it is invite only, and you meet the requirements. If you're interested, which I highly suggest that you be, I'll organise for your introduction there and write a letter of recommendation with these evaluation details attached, he said, watching you with his tired, bloodshot eyes. Oh, wow, yes, please, that would be amazing, you replied with awe, still reeling from this revelation. Good. Go and head to your first class and I'll write it up for you and give it to you by the end of the day. Come back here to pick it up, he said. Okay, yes, thank you so much, you said gratefully, handing the papers back to him, and then you stood up, bowed, and then hurriedly left the room to go to first class. In first break, you excitedly told Kiri and Bakugo about what Aizawa had said to you, and they were both really excited for you. Well, Kiri was. Bakugo was being a bit of a sook. So you won't be training with me then, he grumped with arms crossed. Can't, you whined. I don't really have a choice here. I'm not allowed to train alone with you anyway. If I turn this opportunity down, well, that's just silly. This is Quirked we're talking about. I'm so stoked. I wonder if Crimson Riot goes there, Kiri gushed. Could you get his autograph if you see him? I'm sure he wouldn't mind. If I see him, I'll definitely try, he said with a smile. But I actually have to go there for training, remember? So I can't be running around getting signatures the whole time. Oh, that's true, Kiri said. Sorry. That was so unmanly of me to ask you to do that. No, I don't mind at all, he said, smiling at him and then looking at Bakugo, who was just watching you. And what do you want, Cat, since I'm now a genie granting wishes? He said, mainly teasing Kiri. A kiss, Bakugo said lowly. This caught you off guard and you suddenly went a little bashful. Not here, he said in a hushed whisper, while everyone was walking around you guys. Actually, me too, Kiri chimed in. Okay, later, both of you. Now we have to go back to class before the next bell, he said, quickly breaking up the happy family before things got out of hand. At the end of that day, you went to go and get your letter of recommendation from Aizawa and put it in your pocket along with your quirk evaluation. You were stoked and went to your room to call your mum about it. After chatting to her for a bit, you decided to go and hand your recommendation in. Why not? The sooner the better, right? So without letting anyone know, you snuck out of your room and left the building, then caught the bus to the prestigious gym at the end of town. The building was huge. You'd seen it before, but for some reason it seemed even bigger today. Okay, here goes, you thought as you reached for the handle of the gym door. Before you could push it open, though, the door opened on its own, and you paused for a second to work out what was going on. Oh, sorry, did I confuse you? A friendly, cheeky voice asked, and you looked over your shoulder to see the hero, Hawk, standing there behind you with his hands in pockets. Hawks, I mean, yes, you fumbled. He chuckled. Well, in you go. Feathers have got you covered. He pointed to the corner of the door where one of his red feathers was holding it open for you. Oh, thank you, you said as you quickly stepped through, with him following you. You here for an assignment? He asked as he walked beside you to the front desk. I have a letter of recommendation, you said, not believing that you were having an actual real-life conversation with Hawks, the Hawks. Oh, he asked with a smirk. What's your quirk? Hawks, are you accosting our young heroes? The voice of Mount Lady asked as she walked out from the gym exit into the foyer with her bag slung over one shoulder. Just gentle interrogation, Hawks replied, our victim's being very cooperative. I can help you get away from him, Mount Lady said with a smile at you as she walked over. He's okay. I'm okay. I'm fine, you said mechanically. There were two heroes talking to you right now. Hello, a third voice chimed in, and you looked towards the voice. There was a lady at the front desk now, and you smiled at her, then stepped over. Hi. I don't know who needs to see this, but I have these, you said, pulling the papers from your pocket and handing them over to her. She opened them and did a quick read, and then nodded her head and stepped back. Yep, come with me, she said, looking from the paper to you, and then noticed Hawks was still standing there next to you. Can I help you, Hawks? She asked. No, just here to get some intel, he joked. Was asking this upcoming hero what a quirk is, he said, giving you a wink. Hawks just winked at me. Hawks just winked at me, you screeched internally. Light. I have a light quirk, you replied quickly. Oh, interesting, he replied. Young miss, if you'll come with me, the lady said again, to you, and you quickly looked over at her. Oh, yes, sorry, I'm coming. Sorry, Hawks, bye. It was very nice to talk to you, you said, giving him a little wave before following her through a side door. Hawks just wanted to ask you more, but he figured he could track you down at a later time, if need be, and so shrugged and headed into the gym by himself. The lady led you down the hall to an office and knocked on the door there. Come, a male voice called, and she entered the room and invited you in. Sir, I have a young girl recommended for this gym. She is a hero in training, she said briefly. And I have her letter of recommendation and recent quirk eval here. Good, the man said, looking up from his work and smiling at you. Come on over here, young one. Let's have a look at your credentials. You nodded and the lady gestured for you to take a seat while she handed the man the papers. She then excused herself and you were left with the man to discuss some things. Let me read this letter here, he said as he pushed his glasses up onto the bridge of his nose and peered down through them. Your teacher is Hero Eraserhead? Yes, sir, that's correct, he said softly. Good, he said, nodding as he read the letter and then took a look at the quirk evaluation. His eyebrows raised when he got to the second page and then looked over the top of his glasses at you. These numbers are impressive, Yin, he said. Thank you, sir, you said softly. We would need for you to do a fitness test here before anything else, so we can do a baseline on you. With this in front of me here, he said, holding up the papers, I don't have any further questions. You need to be at this gym. Your teacher has requested that you have a personal trainer to oversee your training, which I think is a good idea. You have a lot of potential, so we want to make sure it's being cultivated correctly and that you're not hurting yourself, he said. Do you have time now to come and meet your potential trainer? Yeah, of course, he said excitedly. Okay, come along then, he said as he stood up and walked to the door with you following. I do have someone in mind. She's very good at her job and I'm sure that you'll like her. You nodded, but stayed quiet as he took you through some doors and different training areas till you got to a big open space with lots of mats on the ground. There were trainers and heroes everywhere doing all kinds of things, and you looked around as you walked behind him. Ori, he called, and a young girl who only appeared to be a little older than you turned around. She was of solid build, had a bright face, and looked like she meant business, but also had a kindness to her. Ori, this is Yin. She's come in with a recommendation and a vast amount of potential. Would you mind taking her on? He asked, giving her a look that you had no idea of the meaning behind that look, but she seemed to understand. Yes, I'm already pumped, she said, grinning as she reached out to shake your hand. You put your hand out and nearly had it shaken off with her enthusiastic greeting. Okay, you keen to get to it? She asked, and you blinked and then looked at the guy who had brought you in, then at her, then back to him. Wait, what now? You asked with fear. We'll do some warm-ups, Ori said brightly, cracking her knuckles and cracking her neck from side to side. You hummed, but the guy seemed pleased to leave you in her hands. Yes, just do some warm-ups and I'll talk to you later, Ori, he said, the pair sharing a knowing glance before he walked off. Oh crap, this is the deep end, isn't it? What's happening? You screeched internally. So what's your fight style? She asked you, swinging her arms and rotating her shoulders to warm up. I don't know, you said softly. Suddenly her arm morphed into a staff and she swung at you. Your instincts took over and in a split second you had made your own lightsaber and used it to block her swing, your light trumping her staff and swiping it in half. Sorry, you said quickly, immediately concerned that you'd somehow hurt her because of her arm having turned into a staff. Do you make it a habit to apologise to villains? She asked as she created another staff and then turned her other arm into a second staff and thrust both of them at you. You're not a villain, and yes, I'm worried that I've hurt you, you said as you dodged both her staff attacks and created a light ball to throw back at her, aiming for her staff. It hit one and smashed it, so she just created another one and attacked you again. This went on for a few minutes before she deactivated and held her hands up in a small surrender. Truce, I have a question, she said, so you deactivated and nodded your head. Yes, you asked her. How long have you been training as a hero? She asked. I'm still in training. I only just started this year. I know I have a long way to go, you replied. Do you even want to be a hero? She asked. Yes, you replied almost indignantly. I don't think you really do, she replied, and you gave her a little bit of a, the audacity look. What makes you say that? You asked her. Countless times you could have beat me, and countless times I could have beat you, yet you saw none of the openings and had no drive to defeat me. What does being a hero mean to you? She said pointedly. To help others? You said back. Anyone can do that, she replied quickly. You don't need to be a qualified hero to help those around you. That's character. You have good character and a good heart. That's what's driving you to help others. But that's not what it means to be a hero. You don't have a hero's heart. This struck you pretty hard. This was the first time that someone had challenged your drive to be a hero. Like, actually challenged you on your fundamentals and not just said that you couldn't be a hero because of your size. So what does it mean to be a hero? You asked her. That's for you to find out. You'll find the answer here if you're ready, and I mean ready to become a hero. This isn't a gym where you come and run on a treadmill, high-five your trainer, and then go home and sleep. No, this is where the girls are turned into women and boys are whipped into shape. So if you are truly ready, you come back tomorrow and we'll get started. But for now, go home and think about it, she said. And with that, she turned and walked over to another hero to assist them with what they were doing. You stood there for a second. Wow, this really was a hero gym. Slowly you turned and left, still reeling from that interaction. Ori, how did it go with the young girl? The man with the glasses asked the solid young trainer later that afternoon. Ah, she said with a small smirk. She's me from 5 years ago. The man nodded knowingly. Yes, I saw the qualities, he commented. Do you think she has what it takes? Not sure yet. She's super unsure of herself, fights defensively, cares about those who she doesn't see as a real threat, has a child's view on heroism, and lacks passion, Ori said calmly, listing these negative things like they were a regular shopping list. What a rap sheet, the guy replied. Yeah, if she shows up tomorrow, it doesn't mean she's truly ready, but I'll put her through her paces, and if she doesn't break down, then there might be potential there, she commented. Her power is truly awe-inspiring for one so young, the man said, but Ori just shrugged. There's no point putting venom in the fangs of a spider who's too shy to bite, she said, and the man nodded with agreement. Yes, I guess you're right, he hummed. Well, if she does come back tomorrow, I'll be making her up a gym card, as I believe she'll take this head on. She may be quiet, but there's power in silence, and I believe she's resilient. Ori shrugged. We'll see, she said. The whole trip home, you were thinking about what Ori had said. She obviously wasn't there to make friends. Her words were sharp but true, and she reminded you of Bakugo. What does it mean to be a hero? You asked yourself. What does it truly mean to be a hero? You pondered this as you entered Heights Alliance, and as you walked, you suddenly found yourself outside Bakugo's door. Oops, what am I doing here? You thought, standing there for a second before taking a step back with the intent of walking away, but suddenly his door was swung wide open and you froze, staring at him like a deer caught in the headlights. What? He barked. What do you mean, what? You asked with surprise. I'm just standing here. I haven't done anything. What do you want? He asked. Nothing, I'll go, you replied, feeling a little hurt that he sounded so aggressive and almost pissed that you were standing there outside his door. But before you could take a step away, he reached out and grabbed you by the hand and yanked you into his room. You didn't even have a chance to say anything before you were engulfed in his hug and the door closed behind you. You need to talk, right? Where did you go today? Bakugo asked as he held you. How did you know that I went out? You asked into his chest. Because I went to your room and you weren't there, he replied. And you haven't checked your phone either. Oh, sorry, it must be on silent, you said, reaching into your pocket and pulling it out as you pulled back from the hug. You looked at the screen as it lit up and, yep, you had a message from Bakugo, one from Kiri and one from Mum. You're 3 special people in your life. Sorry, you said again. I went to Quirk with the letter of recommendation, but now I'm not sure if I have what it takes to get in. You keep doubting yourself and it pisses me off, Bakugo grunted as he looked down at you. Well, it's not like I can suddenly start not doubting myself, you said with a small eye roll. So what do you want to talk about? He asked. Can we sit down and cuddle? You asked him. I just need some comfort while we talk because I don't really know how to tackle this one. Bakugo didn't say anything, just pulled you with him over to the bed and lay down, and you snuggled up next to him while he wrapped one arm around under you and left it sitting on your hip. You let out a long sigh as you remained snuggled up next to him, and then asked the question that had been asked of you. What does it mean to be a hero? You asked Bakugo. Heroes always win, Bakugo replied. They never back down. Heroes never die. Well, they kinda do sometimes, you thought, but didn't say that out loud. You hummed. Okay, I'll think about it, you said. The trainer at Quirk asked me the same question, and she didn't like my answer. But she asked what it meant to me, and that's what it does mean to me, you replied sadly. I can't say something I don't mean. You need to stop doubting yourself. What's that stupid phrase from this damn class? Go over something stupid like that. Bakugo grunted. Go beyond? You offered. Yeah, that's a stupid thing. You do that, he said. You chuckled a little. Thanks, Kat. That's helpful. Thank you. I'm glad I came here, you said. Yeah, he grunted, pulling you closer into his side. I came to your room because I wanted that mouth of yours on mine, he said lowly, and you looked up into his face. Well, I'm here now, and we're alone in your room, so... you whispered appealingly. He bent his head down to meet yours, and you stretched up to meet his, and your lips and tongues played together. Much later that night, you snuck back to your room, but had only just gotten in when there was a late-night visitor to your place. Hey, Yen? Kiri's voice whispered at your door. E, he replied brightly in a soft voice. Come in, you added as you got up and opened the door. He looked around quickly, then slipped in, and you closed the door, then reached up and wrapped your arms around his neck. Hi, you said brightly. What brings you here? Sorry, I didn't get to reply your message. I went to Quirk today. The hero gym? How did it go? He asked eagerly as he hugged you back. Oh my gosh, so you won't believe me, but I actually had an actual real-life conversation with Hero Hawks, and he asked me questions, you gushed. Kiri chuckled. Whoa, that's so cool and manly of him to ask questions about you. Who else did you see? I saw Mount Lady, and she looked amazing as ever, and I think I saw some of the other top heroes working away in the back of the gym, but I couldn't be sure. I didn't get a chance to look around much once I got in, you admitted. So tell me about it, he asked, still hugging you. Okay, wait, let's sit down first. I have lots to tell you, you said, pushing him back towards the bed. He stepped back a few times and then sat back on the bed, but you had other ideas about where you were going to sit and went to straddle his lap, your bust all up in his face. He was in heaven and blushing heavily, but didn't want you to think that he was having impure thoughts, so tried to avert his eyes from what was jiggling in front of him. Is it too much? You asked, sitting down in his lap and placing your arms around his neck. Oh, no, it's fine, he said, struggling with where to look. E, you can look at any part of me, you chuckled. You don't need to be looking off in other directions. You can look where you want to. Are you sure? Kiri asked hesitantly. 100% sure, you confirmed. So he looked straight down your cleavage. Whoa, you chuckled. I didn't think you'd look straight away. Talk about staring into the abyss. Oh, I'm sorry. They're just so nice to look at, he wailed, blinking and looking away. It's fine, you chuckled, bending your head down and cuddling into him so that you were chest to chest, while still sitting in his lap facing him. He hugged you back tightly, and you stayed like that for a little bit before you sat back. Okay, this is going to be hella distracting for you, so let's lie down on the bed so I can tell you about my afternoon, you said. He nodded, and then you both rearranged yourselves so that you were lying down, and you were snuggled into his side, like how you had been a few hours earlier with your other boyfriend. This is comfy, you said as you lay there, with one of his arms around behind you and holding your side. Yeah, I like this, he replied, squeezing your side a little. You then told him about what happened, and then asked him the same question that you had been asked, the same question that you had also asked Bakugo, and then you waited for his answer. What does it mean to be a hero? He asked back to you to confirm the question. Heroes are manly. Heroes aren't afraid of anything, and they tackle everything with earnestness, Kiri said. But I think every hero has their own standout quality. That's true, you mused. You were happy just to gather information at this point. You didn't feel like discussing what it meant to be a hero from your standpoint. So do you think you'll go back tomorrow? He asked you. Yeah, I think I will. If I don't give it a try, I'm going to regret it, you said. I'll let you know how it goes. Please do, he said as he turned his head and kissed you on the forehead. You smiled, and once he had finished the kiss to the forehead, you tilted your face up to his. Okay, one on the lips now, please, you asked. Oh, of course, he replied, bending his head down to kiss you on the lips. More, you pouted when he pulled back after that one. So he kissed you on the lips again. More? You asked. So he kissed you again. You wanted more than just simple kisses, so you got up and crawled over him, knees either side of his body, placing your hands either side of his arms. Give me a proper kiss this time, like the kisses that we did in the change room, you demanded. Those, he said shyly. Okay, yeah, I like those ones too. You met his lips, and then deepened the kiss, and that's where you stayed until just after curfew. Then he snuck back to his room, and you went to bed, well and truly satisfied with the day's events. The next day was the weekend, and you got up at a decent time to head back to Quirk to see what would become of the day. You were apprehensive and a little worried that you'd get told that you didn't have what it took and then dismissed, but like you'd said to Kiri, you'd have regretted it if you didn't go back. So 20 minutes later you were standing in front of the gym building once again, taking deep breaths before entering. "Hi, I was here yesterday," you said to the lady on the desk. "Ah, yes. Come through. Ori is here today. She told me to let her know when you had arrived," she said pleasantly. "To what, prepare my funeral?" you thought with a somewhat forced smile. You followed the desk lady through the doors to the gym on the other side and nearly keeled over. There were heroes everywhere. Some you knew well, some you didn't know well, and trainers very expertly training these top-line people. You tried not to stare too much as you walked behind the lady, being led over to where Ori was on the back part of the gym on the mats again. "You're back," she greeted with a smile. "Let's get into it then. We're going to get you on the treadmill." "Okay," you nodded. Treadmills weren't so bad, maybe? You then followed Ori through another section of the gym where there were treadmills set up in glass boxes. You'd never seen a setup like this before. How unusual. Still looking at these glass boxes, you followed Ori in. "Okay, on you get. Let's get some data," she said as she gestured for you to get on the walking pad while she punched something into the screen. You waited, and then she looked at you. "Okay, this machine reads all of your output. I'm going to put some leads on you to monitor your heart rate and other things," she said as she reached for the leads and started strapping them on you and around you. "You just keep up with it, okay? I've preset the settings." Okay, you said dubiously. You had a sneaking suspicion that she had set it really high to make you fail, but you were somewhat determined to prove her wrong. "Okay, you ready?" she asked as she had checked everything. "Yep," you nodded, setting your face. "Okay," she said, and then she pressed the start button. The treadmill started up, and the walking pads creaked to life underfoot, so you started walking. It continued at a walking pace for a little bit, and then it picked up, and then got faster, and you could feel yourself starting to tire already. "Is it going to back off and give me a break?" you thought as you started to lag a bit. Ori was watching you, and you glanced at her. She looked like she wanted to say something, but decided against it, and the machine picked up even more. "Oh man," you puffed internally, as your breathing started to become more laboured. Just a small break would have been nice, and some water. But the machine picked up again. You stumbled a little and lost your footing, lagging even more on the tread part. You looked at Ori, and although she now had her arms crossed across her chest, she still hadn't said anything. You were about to ask her for a break, but decided against it. Probably wasn't the best time to ask for that. The machine picked up one more time, and you had your mouth open, breathing raggedly, your whole body begging for a break since you had been damn near sprinting for a while now. Suddenly your left foot slipped off the back of the tread and you hit the deck, landing painfully on your elbows and stomach as you fell face first onto the mill. The machine stopped immediately and you rolled off the tread onto your back on the floor beside it and panted heavily. "Get up," Ori commanded. "That was the warm-up." "Warm-up?" you screamed internally. "What about that was a warm-up?" You pulled yourself up and saw the machine had printed out some data which Ori was reading. "Okay, get back on," she said without looking at you. So you hauled yourself back up again and got back on the treadmill, bent over and panting furiously. "I'm going to start this first round, and I'm going to be outside the glass," Ori said. "Good luck." You panted. Why are you going outside the box?" She didn't answer you, just walked out and stood there, lifting the first lot of paper notes to read the second set of data being presented to her. You eyed her, but then the machine beeped and started to move, so you had to focus on what you were doing instead of watching her. It started slow again, like the first time, but then picked up again and you had to brace for the speed up. "It's the same as the last time," you thought internally with dread. It sped up once more and you could feel your legs tiring from round one on this thing. You groaned internally as you started to lag back. Suddenly you heard a click behind you, and you looked back to see that at some point a set of spikes had come out from the wall behind you and were fairly close to your derriere. "Whoa!" you said out loud, picking up the pace immediately. You kept running, looking over your shoulder occasionally to make sure that you were keeping away from the spikes, and it took your mind off the treadmill speeding up, so much so that you didn't notice how long you'd been basically sprinting for before you looked down and saw the floor had started to flood with water and it was filling up your glass box a little. You yelled, picking your feet up as the water lapped gently over the tread and swirled around your shoes, starting to splash as it completely covered the tread section. Ori! You yelled, looking up at her in a panic. She hadn't looked up. Hey! You yelled, now starting to really panic as the water got a bit higher up and thus slowing your sprinting down. You looked back and saw the spikes were still there. Ori! This is dangerous! You shouted, sprinting for dear life, your lungs feeling like they were about to explode. Sobbing breaths racked your body as you did your best to keep up with the rapidly spinning mill. Thankfully the water hadn't come up too high, but it was at a depth that covered your shoes, so now you had sodden feet to lift while you're sprinting for your life. Just then everything slowed and the machine beeped. The water started to recede and you looked back over your shoulder to see the spikes had vanished. If you had been calmer, you would have breathed a sigh of relief, but you were so upset and annoyed that the disappearance of the threats only gave you more energy to confront Ori over it. Once the water had all gone and the treadmill had stopped, she opened the door to the box and walked over to you, not even bothering to make eye contact with you, which pissed you off even more. What was that all about? You asked her directly. She ignored you and waited for the machine to print off the next lot of data. That was really slack, you piped up. What was the point of that? What would you have done if I'd fallen over? Ori didn't say anything, he just glanced at the new data sheet and then handed both sheets to you. Come and talk to me when you're ready, she said before turning and walking out of the box. I'll be training with those who actually want to be here. What the hell? You thought with anger as you glared at her disappearing figure. Then you looked down at the results and your eyes widened. On the first page, in your left hand, it had data from the first time that you had been on the treadmill. There were lots of stats that really didn't mean anything to you, but then under that it had your stamina and length of time run, etc. compared with other heroes. You didn't even make it onto the chart. But the data in your right hand was much more impressive. There were adjustments made due to your heart rate still being up when you started the next phase, so that gave you some points, but you actually managed to match stamina for a few of the lower leveled heroes. Oh, you thought as you looked them over. The settings on the treadmill from the first round to the second round were exactly the same, yet you had done so much better in the second round, despite you being tired. Why was that? Because you had water and spikes to contend with. You had had fear pumping through your veins. Anyone would have expected you to have done worse in the second round, considering that you'd been more tired, yet you did better. What did this say about round one? Had you truly been giving it your all? No. No, you had not, and now you understood. You let both papers lower to your sides. Am I really cut out for this? I don't know if I can break through this self-doubt, you thought as you stood there alone. Tears suddenly sprung up in your eyes and you wiped them away, trying to contain yourself. But this had been a bit of an awakening moment for you, and it hit you hard. Thankfully the place remained empty while you had a breakdown for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Ori was back on the training mats practicing tackles and wrestling holds with a judo hero. Keep your left arm tight, she directed once the hero had grabbed her into a hold. Otherwise I can get out by doing this. She expertly grabbed a pressure point on his shoulder and he let go, allowing her to escape his hold. How'd you do that? He asked. There's a pressure point under the anterior deltoid muscle that if you don't have your arm tensed, it's open to pressure attacks. That's why I said keep your arm tight. They won't be able to get you to release it if you've locked your muscles down, she directed. Ah, okay, I see. Thank you, he replied. You're welcome, she said with a smile. Hey, Ori, the smooth voice of Hawks greeted the young trainer. Oh, it's you again, Hawks. You don't come here to train, you come here to flirt, don't you? She asked with a sly smile. You've got to keep fit on every level, right? He replied with a smirk. But I'm not here to flirt. I got a wife and baby at home. Where's that young one that you were going to train yesterday? He then asked. How did you know about that? She asked with surprise. Feathers, baby, he replied with a smirk. She didn't come back? She did, and we did a short round just now, but she hasn't come to find me, so I think she's out, Ori said matter-of-factly. She didn't strike me as the one to back out so quickly, Hawks mused, sending off a few feathers. What'd you do to her? Just the usual. Put her in the apparition box, Ori said. Oh, that's cruel, Hawks chuckled. You do have a sadistic side. I'm doing my job, and she's hoping for cuddles and a walk in the park, she replied with a shrug. If she wants to be a hero, she has to step way up. She's still here, Hawks then said. How do you know? Oh, feathers, Ori answered her own question. Where is she? Lying down in the simulation area? No, actually, she's crying, but she's standing, and she's got the papers in hand. Interesting, Ori mused. Okay, I'll wait. If she comes here, we can talk. Well, get ready to talk, because she's walking now, Hawk said with a smirk. I did some background on her. She's from the light Quirk lineage. Hold on to her if you can, she'll be good. Oh, I didn't know that. It doesn't really change anything though. If she's not ready, she's not ready, Ori replied to her disappearing hawks. Keep me posted, he said before flicking her a salute and heading out the door. It took you a little while to find Ori in the back part of the gym, but this time you approached her a little more cautiously. She saw you coming, but kept teaching before turning to you. I'm sorry, you said first, looking down at your shoes. I do want to be a hero, but I think I need to see someone first. Like, I have some issues that need to be resolved, mentally and emotionally. Ori didn't say anything at first. She just looked at you, then finally spoke up. This training doesn't get given out for free. You can't choose the best time in your life to start the training. If you forfeit the opportunity to train here now, so that you can go and get help, then you lose your chance, and that's it, she said bluntly. Can I see someone and do training? You asked, looking up at her. You really didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. This was the opportunity of a lifetime to train here, and you knew that. If you can handle doing both, then yes, Ori said. Listen, I've had time to think, and I really do have a long way to go, but I really want to put my best foot forward. I read the data, and I understand why you did that. I'm here to apologise for snapping at you, and I'm also asking for a chance to prove myself. I know my doubt is holding me back. I want to do better. I want to be better. I want to be a hero. Your look of determination was enough to sway her, so she shrugged. Okay, head to the front desk and tell the girl there that I said yes. She knows what to do, she said. Okay, you said, turning to leave. Oh, you suddenly added, turning back to her. And thank you, Ori. You're welcome, she said with a small, genuine smile. You nodded and then left, walking out to the front desk. Hi, you said to the girl at the front desk. My name is Yin, and Ori told me to tell you that she said yes. The girl smiled. Ah, okay, come over here. Let's get you set up with a keycard. Oh, really? You asked with excitement. Yes, you've been approved, she said with a smile. Oh, that's awesome, you replied with a grin. I can't wait to get home and change my shoes, and then tell my... Wait, you said as you looked down at your dry shoes. My shoes aren't wet. The girl looked at you curiously. My shoes were wet. Well, I thought they were, you queried. How did they get wet? The girl asked as she set up the place for you to have your picture taken. I was in the treadmill area, in the box, and water was... You started to say. Oh, the apparition box, she smiled. The holograms and simulations are very realistic, aren't they? Your face fell. Is this a prank they pull on all the newbies? You asked her in a dead voice. Oh no, not at all. It's part of the training regime, especially when rehabilitating traumatized heroes that want to go back into work again, or helping other heroes overcome a phobia, she said kindly. This made you feel a little better, but at the same time you felt so stupid for going off at Ori, believing that you were in grave danger and that she was just ignoring you begging for help. I feel stupid, you said to the girl, but I guess it really did help. It helps a lot of people. Now stand here and look into the camera. We're going to take your picture for your ID, but also a scan of your face for extra security purposes, she said. Okay, you said as you stepped up onto the place that she had pointed out to you. That weekend you spent the rest of your time with your boys. You even went to the arcade with them, which was fun. Then you got ice cream afterwards and cuddled with each of them. You did give them little kisses here and there, but didn't take the kisses too far, since you felt kinda awkward to be kissing Bakugo in front of Kiri and Kiri in front of Bakugo, but they both seemed to be okay with it, so you didn't worry too much. You had time to tell both of them about how things had gone at Quirk, and that you were going to look into a therapist to help you get over your mental hurdles. They were both very supportive. Well, Kiri was very vocal about his support. Bakugo wasn't as vocal, but he did want you to reach your potential, so he definitely backed your decision. On Monday morning you went to see Aizawa before class, so you could update him on how everything was going, and also to ask if he knew a good therapist that you could see. Sir, I do realise that it's my own self-doubts that are holding me back, you said to him, so I want to make myself better, as a person and as an upcoming hero. Would you know of any therapists I could see that would be able to help me? I do have a list of therapists here that are highly qualified, he said, turning to his computer and pulling up the list in his documents file. It's quite hard to get in and see them, but if you let me know which one you would like to see, then I'll write them a letter. They might be able to fit you in sooner. He printed the sheet off and then got up to retrieve it from the tray and brought it over to you. In the meantime, you'll be continuing at Quirk, yes? He asked. Yes, sir, I will be. And I'll be continuing here. I'm not putting anything on hold, he said proudly. Good, he grunted. I'll be revealing the intern results today in first class as well. They'll be happening in 3 weeks' time, so be prepared for that as well. Oh, yes, sir. I'm excited to see who has picked me, he said with bright eyes. I'll see you in first class. Yes. Go now and get your things before class starts. If you're late, I'll cancel your internship, he said sternly. You nodded and jumped up. Yes, sir. Bye, sir, you said quickly, before speed walking out of the office. Jeez Louise, here I was starting to feel like I was developing a bit of a rapport with Aizawa-sensei, but he's brutal. With the fear of God being Aizawa, behind you, you were propelled forwards to your locker, you got your things, and then you hightailed it out of there to first class before you got clipped. Bakugo had just caught sight of you as you left the locker area, and basically chased you down the hall to Class 1A, but hadn't quite got to you as you got to your seat. He slowed as he walked behind you to go to his chair, fighting every urge to just grab your head, yank it back, and give you a good solid Spider-Man style kiss. For some reason you just looked good today. Your eyes shone, your body language screamed excitement, and he sat there side-glancing at you as you chatted to Eureka. Every little move you made was detailed by him. He could tell something good had happened to you, or he thought it had anyway by the way you were glowing. Kiri came in then, and you looked back over your shoulder as he entered. Hey Kiri, you greeted brightly, and Bakugo watched the redhead give you a warm smile and a small touch to the arm as he passed you to sit in his seat. His eyes then glossed over the redhead, and he caught himself detailing the biceps on his fellow classmate before looking away. Just then Aizawa came in, and everyone found their seats and sat down. Intern results, Aizawa commented out loud. I'll be putting them up on the screen momentarily. If you have any questions, raise your hand and then come and see me. Small excited whispers rippled through the onlooking classmates, and Aizawa walked to his desk and then set up the screen on the laptop and mirrored it to the projector. As soon as the list of names appeared, you scanned down to find your name. Yinlin Hero Fatgum. You nearly screamed with joy. This day had just peaked. Excitedly you looked for Kiri's name and then Bakugo's. Your face whipped towards Bakugo, who was already looking and smirking at you, and then you looked to Kiri as he turned excitedly in his seat to talk to you. We, he started to say. All, you added. Got in, you both said excitedly together. Bakugo, you squealed at your blonde boyfriend. I know, don't have to scream, he grunted, still with smirk on his face. I'm so excited, you squealed at Kiri. This is so manly, he replied passionately, closing his eyes tight and clenching his fist. If everyone is happy with the results, I'll turn this off and we can get started, Aizawa said. You nodded brightly. Nothing could bring you down. Fatgum had chosen you, Kiri, and Bakugo for the internship. Life couldn't get any better. Just as Aizawa shut the screen off, there was a knock at the door, and President Mike stepped in. What is it? Aizawa asked. Your line has been ringing all morning, in the office, President Mike said, pointing double fingers at the raven-haired teacher. So I picked it up. Is Yinlin here today? Yes, sir, you asked, raising your hand. Come on down, contestant number 1. I only need a moment of your time, President Mike said. Curiously, you got up from your seat and headed to the front of the classroom to follow him out into the hall. Your dad rang, President Mike said. Your mum's been admitted to hospital. What? You asked with surprise, but also feeling a ball of dread gathering in your stomach. She's at the general hospital. I'll take you down there, he said, walking with you back to the staff room to get his keys. Did you need to get anything before we go? He asked. No, let's just go, you said numbly. What's she been admitted for? You asked him as he entered the staff room and grabbed his keys off the desk. I'm not entirely sure, but your dad said she had difficulty breathing, President Mike replied. Your stomach nodded up. You had a feeling it was something like that. You didn't reply, just followed him out of the staff room, out of the building and down to his car. There wasn't a lot said on the trip there. You didn't know what to say and neither did he, so it was unusually quiet, which you found amusing because President Mike usually had a lot to say. Once at the hospital, he let you out and then you both headed for the front doors. The receptionist there was very helpful and you were directed to the pulmonary unit. I'm not sure how long I'm allowed to be here, you commented to President Mike as you both stood and waited for the elevator to take you up to the pulmonary unit on level 3. Don't you worry. I'll wait in the hall and you can tell me when you're ready to go, he said. Don't feel pressured. You're not on the air. I'll let Aizawa know what's going on. Okay, thank you, you said gratefully as the elevator doors opened and you both stepped in. You made it up to level 3 and got out, reading the numbers on the doors of the rooms there to find where your mum was. You found her room and knocked gently on the door that was sitting just a touch open. Mum? You asked gently as you pushed the door all the way open. Are you in here? You could hear a machine beeping and another one that sounded like it was pushing air or something, and you stepped in and walked over to the curtains around the bed. Present Mike had stayed outside the door to give you some privacy, so you were entering alone. You pulled the curtain back and there was your mum in the bed with oxygen prongs up her nose and a heart monitor halter on. Mum, you said sadly, and she opened her eyes and looked at you. My baby, she mouthed. She could hardly speak, her breathing coming in short, sharp, wheezy bursts. Mum, what happened? You asked in a choked-up voice as you walked up to her bedside. Ambulance, she whispered. Breathing. Your breathing was bad, so you called the ambulance? You asked her. She nodded her head a little. How long's this been going on? You asked. A while, she whispered. I'm sorry, Mum, you said sadly, placing both hands on her arms. She gave you a weak smile, and it looked like she was trying to shake her head, obviously trying to tell you that it wasn't your fault or that it was okay. Just then there was a knock on the door and the doctor walked in. Oh, we have a visitor, he said kindly when he saw you. And you might be? I'm the daughter, you said. Ah, good. Would you mind stepping outside with me? I'd like to ask you a few questions, he said, jerking his head towards the door to get you to follow him. You both stepped out, and you gave Present Mike a look as you passed him, then followed the doctor down the hall a little. Is Mum going to be okay? You asked the doctor worriedly. She has a few health concerns, he said to you. Are you aware of what she was admitted for? He then asked. You shook your head. No, I did ask her just then and she said she couldn't breathe, but that's all I know, you said. Yes, her oxygen was very low when she was admitted. We have her on oxygen right now, as well as some Ventolin and steroids. It looks like she has developed adult asthma, seeing as she has no other history of asthma. We're not sure if this is something that she has had all along, and it's only just popping up now, or if this is something new, and it's just become an issue recently. Well, he said, I did notice that Mum had been having more difficulty breathing recently. I hadn't noticed it before. I moved into a dorm school earlier this year, and since then, that's when I noticed it. You admitted. I see. Your mum also has a heart monitor on her, as when we did her blood tests it came back that her calcium score was very high. We want to keep an eye on that because that could be an indicator that she's at risk of having a heart attack, he said. Your stomach sank again. So she has asthma and could have a heart attack? You asked, just to confirm what you'd heard. Yes, that's what we're treating it as, but there are a few other issues as well. Her organs are under a lot of stress, and her kidneys and liver are both in a mildly bad way. We're going to do our best to help your mum, but she also needs to start thinking seriously about her health, he said. You looked down at your shoes and nodded. I'll let you keep visiting with her. You might be able to encourage her in some way. She keeps asking about you. Your name has been on her lips as soon as she was admitted, he said. She's very attached to you. I'm the only child, he said. It makes sense. He nodded. Very well, I'll go and write the report and put that I've spoken to the next of kin, and we can go from there, he said. You nodded and turned to walk back to the room, and he turned and headed off down the hall. Present Mike gave you a smile as you approached him, and you stopped briefly to tell him what was going on, before heading back in to see your mum. You sat down by her bedside and reached your hand across to hers, slipping your hand into her hand and squeezing gently. Mum, hey, listen, you and I need some help, you said with a sad smile. I need you with me. It was then that you choked up. Your mum and you had so much in common, and the more you were learning about yourself, the more you were learning what could be true for your mum as well. Did the doctor tell you what you were in for? You asked her. She shook her head slowly. Adult asthma and heart monitoring, you said. Mum, I need you to get better. I need you with me, and I need your health to become your priority. You said you wanted to be there for me. Well, be there for me with your best foot forwards. Look after yourself for me. Your mum smiled sadly. I don't know how to, she whispered. Well, would you come with me to see someone? You asked. See who? She whispered. Like a counsellor or psychologist? You asked. Because, Mum, I got into the hero gym, which is really exciting, but I've seen that I have a heap of stuff to learn, and one of the things that's holding me back is doubt in myself. So I want to talk to someone about it. I've got a list of people that Aizawa gave me. Would you come with me? We can talk to them together about our problems. I feel like we both have the same things that we need to talk about. I can get you a session on your own if you want. I don't want to pry into your private life, but I think this is important for us. For me. For you. Your mum squeezed your hand back and nodded tearfully. Yes, she whispered. If you go, I'll go. You felt supported, comforted, and relaxed as you held her hand. Okay, I'll get it worked out and see if we can both go together. I think it'll be good for us, you said with a smile while squeezing her hand again. She gave you a weak smile back and then adjusted her weight in the bed, and that set her off coughing. Don't push yourself, Mum, you said worriedly. Just then the nurse came in with some timely medication. Okay, Miss Lynn, it's time for your next round of Ventolin. Perfectly timed, actually, she said, seeing your mum was coughing spasmodically. You moved back so the nurse could move in, and she handed your mum the puffer and directed her to breathe in while depressing the button on top. It pained you when you could see that your mum didn't even have the strength to push the dispense button down on her own, so the nurse had to assist. It's time to act now. Mum's running out of time and I need to help her, you thought as you watched on helplessly. You stayed for a little longer after that, chatting to Mum, but then you felt like it was probably time to go. More so you could process everything you'd seen that day and head back home to Heights Alliance. After saying bye to Mum, you headed back out to Present Mike and he took you back to Heights Alliance. You turned up at your dorm room just as class had finished, so you didn't think it was necessary to go back to the classroom. You knew Kiri or Bakugo would bring your bags and homework to you anyway. You were correct, because no sooner had you flopped down on your bed, there was a knock at the door, and just judging by the severity of the knock, you knew it was Bakugo. You mumbled, making sure your mumble was loud enough for him to hear. He opened the door and stepped in. What are you doing? He growled. I'm lying here looking and feeling depressed. What does it look like? You sassed, turning your head to the side so you could glare at him. This is the perfect time to train, he grunted. No, this is the perfect time to let negativity consume me and crush my soul to a pulp, he replied in a monotone, lifeless voice. Hey, Yin! We did it! We're all interning with Fat Gum! Kiri bubbled as he bounced in the door, looking very much like a golden retriever, all happiness and zero room reading abilities. Oh, I forgot about that, you said, lifting your head up and then flopping it back down again. But I'm sad about other things. No, maybe I'm just wiped out. I just feel emotionally tired. Oh, what's wrong? Kiri asked as he walked over and sat down on the bed and then placed a hand on your back. Mum's in hospital, you said to him. What? Bakugo snapped. Yeah, I went to see her. She's not doing well. She needs a lot of help. You sighed. We chatted about some things and I think it's a step in the right direction, but she's still got a long way to go, as do I. You sighed. We're here to help you, remember? Kiri said encouragingly. Right, bro? He added, looking up at Bakugo. Bakugo grunted in reply, and you took that as a yes. At least you're getting training at Quirk, Kiri offered, trying to find some positives to help you keep on track. Yeah, that's another thing. I'm getting a bit of pressure from there too. There's just so much going on in my life at the moment, and he sighed again. There's more than just junk in the trunk. There's chip packets under the seats and rotten apple cores and the door collector thingies. It's all getting too much. I just want a break from things to think about. Well, how about for tonight we have some fun? Just the three of us? Kiri asked you, looking at Bakugo for him to agree. Really? What do you have in mind? You asked. Well, for starters, you need a nice big hug, so, he said, quickly putting your bag and homework down on the floor and then crawling over your back and snuggling down onto you. You giggled. Yeah, this is nice, you said with a smile. But what about you, hotshot? What are you bringing to the table? You asked Bakugo, who was still standing there watching Kiri hunched over you like a human turtle shell. This, he said as he crouched down beside the bed and pressed his lips to yours. You returned his kiss, and then all of a sudden you were making out, with Kiri watching on with awe from your back. Oh, I didn't mean for that kiss to be so heavy, you said apologetically. I did, Bakugo replied. Whoa, Kiri said from behind you, and you rolled around underneath him, so that he was now caging you in from the front. Sorry, was that awkward to watch? You asked him gently. No, how do you do that? Kiri asked you, and then looked up at Bakugo. I've only ever seen those types of kisses in the movies. Are you worried about kissing deeper because of your sharp teeth? You asked him. He opened his mouth and gave you a big grin. Yeah, I guess I am a little, he admitted. I don't want you to cut yourself on them, if you were to use tongue, he said, blushing furiously and looking away. Move over. Bakugo suddenly grunted, I want in. You and Kiri scooted to the side, and Bakugo got on your other side on the bed, so that you were on your back between your two boys. Kiri on your left, and Bakugo on your right. I do love your kisses so, Kiri. They're very soft and loving, you said, turning your head to him to initiate a kiss. He bent his head to yours, and kissed you with parted lips like you two had been practicing, and after holding the kiss for a second or two, he pulled back. That was really nice, you said, and he smiled happily at you. Oi, Bakugo grunted jealously. Come over here. You turned your head to Bakugo, and then he engaged you in another deep kiss. Because you were on your back on the bed with your head resting back, you couldn't move anywhere, so ended up making out with him for a lot longer than you thought you would, since he was controlling the length of time in a lip lock. After he pulled back, you quickly looked at Kiri to make sure he was okay. He was spellbound, staring at Bakugo's lips. I wish you could teach me, he said softly, and you looked from him to Bakugo and then back to him. Oh, wait, you want Bakugo to teach you? You asked with surprise and a bit of a chuckle. I'm here for yin, Bakugo replied, and Kiri quickly explained himself. Oh, it's only because I really look up to you, bro, and your kisses look super manly, and you're super good looking, and... He mumbled with embarrassment. Oh, you're so cute, Squishy, he said as you wrapped your arms around his neck and pulled him in for a hug. I'm the best, Bakugo smirked, completely unfazed by Kiri's comments. You chuckled and let Kiri go, and then reached your arm around each of your boys and pulled them down for a hug. I love you both, you said softly, turning your head to kiss Bakugo on the cheek, then turning the other way to kiss Kiri on the cheek. You were going to leave it at that, but by the way that Bakugo was coming closer, once he'd finished kissing Kiri on the cheek, made you look back towards him, and his mouth locked with yours in a heated kiss. You broke from his kiss and then turned to Kiri and engaged in a lip lock with him, then released. Whoa, you breathed as you lay your head back against your pillow. I'm so lucky. You looked at Kiri, who was heavily eyeing off Bakugo's lips, and chuckled. Bakugo only had eyes for you though, which you found amusing. Okay, we better get going and do something, or else there's going to be some mischief up in this room, you said cheekily. I'll take on any mischief, Bakugo said with a smirk. You are exactly the one I'm worried about, you chuckled, removing your arm from around Kiri's neck and bopping Bakugo on the nose with your finger. Okay, so what do you want to do? After laying there cuddling for a little longer and discussing what you'd be doing for the night, you all decided to go and see the new movie that was out, then get dinner, and then come back to the lounge area to chill. Well, you said lounge area, but you kinda already knew that you'd all end up here again. You just had to be discreet about it when you came back. Once everything had been decided, Bakugo left the room first and then texted once he had seen the coast was clear. No one in the halls and no one in the common area or kitchen. Then Kiri left, which allowed you to get changed in peace. The deal was to meet in the lobby of Heights Alliance and you'd all go from there. Once changed, you left, heading down to the lounge area on level 1 to meet your boys. You had chosen ripped jeans this time to match your boys and had an oversized shirt on, but had tucked it in well and it was showing off all your curves. Secretly you were hoping Bakugo wouldn't be able to keep his hands off you. You wouldn't have minded if Kiri had had a hard time too, and you made a mental note to remind him that it was okay for him to touch you if he wanted to. One look from Bakugo as he stepped out of the elevator, and you knew he was hooked. That and the bashful look from Kiri behind him told you had made the right choice in clothes for the night. Shall we go? You asked, glancing around to make sure no one else was around before hugging each boy in turn, and then taking Bakugo's hand in yours and Kiri's hand in your other hand. Time for a good night out, Kiri said brightly, squeezing your hand as you all walked out of the building together. A quick bus ride later, and you're all out the front of the cinema. Okay, you guys good with popcorn and chocolates and stuff? You asked, eyeing off the food as you all stepped inside the cinema lobby. Oh, definitely, Kiri said brightly. Wait, Bakugo said, before pulling you in a different direction out of the cinema. Because you were still holding on to Kiri's hand, you also pulled him out as well. Wait, where are we going? You asked Bakugo. Just come with me, he replied with his signature scowl. Okay, you shrugged, looking back at Kiri, who also shrugged. Down the street you walked to the closest 7-Eleven and entered. Why are we here? Do you need something? You asked Bakugo, who was beelining for the snack aisle. It's so damn expensive in the cinema. Get stuff here. I'll sneak it in, he said with a smirk. Wait, bro, that's not manly, Kiri said with a frown. It's not frickin' manly what they're doing either. Making fun of me. Now get food, he ordered. It is a daylight robbery, you said with a shrug as you picked up a packet of lollies. I just don't want to get caught, Kiri said with a worried look on his face. It's okay, he said with a gentle squeeze to his arm. I'm going to eat mine on the walk back to the cinemas. I'm not. I'm going to hide mine on me, Bakugo grunted, grabbing a bottle of Coke and some chili chocolate and chili chips. Where are you going to hide it on you? You asked curiously. I'll show you. Now hurry up and pick something to eat, he commanded. You did as you were told and got some food, as did Kiri. Then you paid and left the shop, then headed back to the cinemas. Here, you said, offering a packet of lollies to Kiri. Help me eat these, there's too many. Help me eat mine too, Kiri said through a mouthful. Maybe we should have shared. That would have been a better idea, hey? You chuckled, swapping packets with him so you could eat some of his food. You're both weak, Bakugo commented, proudly carrying his food and drink in arms. As you got closer to the cinema, you slowed and quickly finished off the food that you had left. Amazingly, you and Kiri managed to finish it all off, even though you felt sick. Okay, Captain, it's go time. Where are you stashing your stash? You asked Bakugo curiously. Bakugo looked around and then reached behind him and pulled at the back of his jeans, pushing the chocolate slab into his left cheek and the chips into his right cheek. You were standing at the perfect angle while he was putting his contraband items away and started chuckling and then laughing. What? He snapped, unenthused by your chuckling. You look like you got a butt lift on the right side of your arse, you laughed. That was the chip bucket side, and it was caked up more so than usual. He twisted to look behind him. Yep, definitely looks suspiciously large on the right side. That's not gonna work, Kiri chimed in. Yeah, it will, Bakugo snapped. My plans always work. You laughed. So, where's the Coke bottle going? Bakugo looked around and then down his front and you burst out laughing. You're not, you teased. So he pulled the front of his jeans open a little. No, you cackled. You look ridiculous. This isn't gonna work. Shut up, it is, he snapped, shoving the Coke bottle down the front of his pants and looking as ridiculous as you'd imagined. You had now doubled over and Kiri was chuckling too. Stop it. Fine. I'll prove you both wrong, he snapped with annoyance. I'll get in no problem. You're gonna get us all kicked out, you laughed, starting to walk again when he walked. To the cinemas you went, with Bakugo and his thang that was thangin' as well as having BDE visually, while Kiri walked along beside you. 3 student tickets, please, you asked the attendant, once you'd walked up to the desk at the cinema. You had chosen to step forward alone. Kiri and Bakugo had chosen to stand back a little. You felt like Bakugo was hanging back, more so due to fears of being questioned as to why one of his arse cheeks was bigger than the other, but you didn't know why Kiri was hanging back. Moral support, maybe? The lady at the counter smiled and checked on the screen for available seats for the movie that you wanted to see. Yep, that's fine. May I see your student cards, please? She asked politely. Yes, sure, you said, reaching into your bag to get your wallet out. You heard Kiri say something to Bakugo, but didn't think much of it until Kiri stepped up beside you with his student card as well as Bakugo's. Here's ours too, Kiri said as he handed the other 2 cards across to the lady after she had handed your card back to you. She looked at them and then handed them back and went about getting the tickets for you while Kiri walked back to Bakugo and handed the card back to him. After getting the tickets, you turned to your boys and jerked your head. Okay, let's go, you said to them. Kiri enthusiastically stepped forwards, but Bakugo was moving a little more hesitantly. What's up? You asked him, as you, he, and Kiri walked towards the attendant who was directing people to the correct cinema rooms. Nothing, he grunted, still continuing to walk slowly. You showed the guy at the rope gate your tickets, and he nodded and unhooked it to let you all through. Oi, Bakugo grunted to Kiri. Walk behind me. Okay bro, Kiri replied, stepping in to walk behind Bakugo. Ah, I see. He's worried someone will see that his ass is all wonky from behind, you thought with a smirk, as you looked back over your shoulder. You look ridiculous, you chuckled at Bakugo, who had Kiri matching steps and walking super close behind him. Wait, Bakugo said suddenly, and stopped in his tracks. But not fast enough though, because Kiri smacked into the back of him, crinkling the chip packet, which set the blonde off. You're supposed to stop, dumbhair, he barked at the redhead. Sorry bro, Kiri apologised, stepping back. My ass has fallen down, Bakugo grunted. You what? You asked with a laugh. Kiri looked down. Oh, you got a thick leg, he said with surprise. Wait, did the chip packet slide down? You asked, still laughing. Idiot, Bakugo grunted at Kiri. Help me get it out. I can't, Kiri said. Just get to the cinema and we'll work it out. You were cackling by now and was of no use to anyone. Kiri beamed at you. We've never heard you laugh like that before, he said with a loved-up look in his eyes. Bakugo too stopped and looked at you. Although he didn't say anything, you could tell that he was thinking the same as Kiri. Well, I do find this funny, but let's get to the cinema and I'll help you, you said, still trying not to laugh too hard. Knowing he wasn't going to be getting any help out here, Bakugo grunted with annoyance, then cleared his throat and started to walk. Unfortunately though, the chips would crinkle with each step, so you had to hold your laughter together as he snapped harsh lines at Kiri while you made your way into the darkened cinema. Head to the back, you whispered. We'll help you get the food out of your pants, and then we'll find our seats. You led the way, and the boys followed. Bakugo wasn't so sure about how this was going to work, but he needed to get the food out of his pants before he could sit down anyway, so he stepped up to you with confidence. You said, looking down in the dark. So, what happened? The chip packets around your ankles? Yeah, he grunted. You let out a little snort of amusement. Shut up, he grunted again. Hey, listen, this is karma for sneaking the stuff in, you chuckled. Now you got chilly ankles. You crouched down and tried to pull his pant leg up, but everything was so tight around there now that it was impossible to get the chips out that way. You're gonna have to take your pants off, you joked. I'm not friggin' taking my pants off in here, dumbass, Bakugo snapped in a hushed voice, which only made you start laughing again. Well, I don't know how you're gonna get them all out. At least take the chocolates out of your butt, you said. I can get the Coke bottle, Kiri offered brightly, and that just made you snort with laughter. Stop making fun of me, Bakugo snapped, and you quelled your laughter. I'm sorry. Okay, come here, you said, leaning in to kiss your snack-bound grump. I'm not laughing at you. I just find the whole situation funny. I won't laugh anymore, I promise. Give me the chocolate and Coke, and we'll get our seats, and then you go and take the chips out of your pants in the bathroom or something and come back. You have plenty of time, you said. Fine, he grunted. So he pulled the chocolate slab from the left part of his back pants and gave the Coke bottle to Kiri, and then stormed off while you and your redhead got your seats. That was pretty funny though, you commented to Kiri. I wish I could have helped a little more, Kiri lamented. You just wanted to get your hands down his pants, you teased him, and he looked away, his blush going unseen by you in the darkness. You found your spots and then sat down and opened the chocolates. Hey, they're kind of melted, you commented, handing one to Kiri. They're warm, he added as he put one slab in his mouth. Ass-heated chocolates, you chuckled. And not just any ass, Kiri added with a smile, which made you chuckle again. Just then Bakugo sauntered in, looking suspiciously large on one side of his chest. It's Mono D Cup, you said as he sat down on the other side of you. You better appreciate these damn chips, he said as he pulled them out and handed them to you. I appreciate everything you do for me. You even pre-warmed these chocolates with your cute little butt cheeks, you said with a small chuckle, then quickly added in your sincerity. No, really, I really like them melted. They're extra yummy, so thank you, you added. Bakugo grunted an acceptance of your comment and settled back while you opened the chip packet and took some chips out. Yum, you exclaimed after tasting them. See? Bakugo replied smugly. Yeah, they're so good, you replied, taking another. Everyone settled in, and then the movie got underway. It was an awesome movie, and you had a great time. You also got a chance to hold your boys' hands and give them a little kiss or two, but didn't want to do that too often in case others saw you kissing both of them and started some type of scandal. But all in all, a great time was had, and then afterwards you went for some food. It was nice to have time with both boys together. You felt like you'd been maybe trying to keep them apart so that you could spend some one-on-one time together, but getting a bit of dynamic going with all of you together was definitely necessary, and you knew the jokes about Bakugo's chocolate warming talents would become an inside joke between you all, which you loved the idea of. With movie and food completed, you all headed back to the dorms. A good cuddle session was in order as far as you were concerned, but when you got back you found that Mina was having a bit of a girls' night watching movies in the common lounge on your level. My room it is, you chuckled softly as you backed away from the lounge doorway with both boys following suit. I had a great night. What about you two? You asked as you walked down the hall to your room. I loved that movie. It was so manly, Kiri said passionately. The hero was so awesome. I could do better, Bakugo replied, and you smirked. Yes, we know, Kat. You're my hero and you're E's hero too, right? You asked, opening your door and letting both boys in. Oh yeah, he's definitely the manliest. He's always had those hero qualities, Kiri confirmed, and Bakugo smirked proudly. Is this a feed Katsuki ego hour or what? You asked yourself internally. Okay, I'm gonna change. Not that these clothes aren't comfy, but I need my oversized pants and comfy shirt, you said. I won't look, Kiri said as he turned away. I will, Bakugo said. I'm gonna use the ensuite thank you, you laughed. You grabbed your change of clothes and headed in while the boys stood there for just a bit looking at each other. I love Yin's laugh, Kiri finally said dreamily. She seems so happy tonight. Thanks, bro. I think we cheered her right up. Yeah, Bakugo replied, holding his fist out for Kiri to bump, which the redhead eagerly returned. You came back out at that point and saw them bumping fists. What's the celebrations out here? You asked with a smile. Oh, nothing. Just boyfriend things, Kiri said with a smile. Well, can you boyfriends give me a cuddle? I've had an awesome night and would love to end it with a group cuddle, you said. Let's do it, Kiri said enthusiastically, getting onto the bed, which you followed suit, and then Bakugo got on your other side. You sighed happily as you snuggled up between your two boys. Hey, so we have internship coming up, you said, starting up a conversation. I hope I have a little more confidence by then. Wait, Kat, you haven't seen my hero outfit yet, have you? No. Did you already get it? He asked you. Yeah, I picked it up last week. Was it last week? You asked Kiri on your left. Yeah, I think so, he replied. She looks super good in it. You've seen her in it, and I haven't? Bakugo suddenly barked, sitting up a little to death glare Kiri. Hey, it's okay. Don't get cranky, you placated Bakugo. You're the one I wanted to surprise with it. Sorry, E. Not that I didn't want to surprise you with it, but it's this one over here. You pointed your finger into Bakugo's nose. This one's definitely the more aggressive one when it comes to my outfits. No, I understand. I'm excited for him to see it too, Kiri said. It's when you're going to show me. Bakugo then growled at you, still low-key pissed that he had missed something so important. Maybe I'll make you wait till the internship, you teased. We start in less than 3 weeks, so I'm sure you can wait till then. That's unfair, Bakugo grumped. Hey, Suki, you cooed. If I kiss you, will that make it better? I want the outfit to blow your mind, so I want to step out in it and not just put it on in the bedroom for you to see. That doesn't have the same effect. Fine, kiss me, he grumped. So you did. But first, you said, pulling back from the kiss, I got to organise therapy for Mum and I and try not to die at training at Quirk. Is it hard? Kiri asked. The training? Oh, man, let me tell you what happened, you said, jumping into the story about how you were tricked into thinking that you were about to get killed on the treadmill, only to find out it was all a simulation, but the stats were there. You had a lot of potential, but you just weren't tapping into it. I told you keep holding back, Bakugo said once you'd finished your story. I know, but I don't realise that I am. That's why I need help, you replied. But don't worry, I'm going to get way better. Atta girl, Yin. You're going to be amazing, Kiri said encouragingly. Thanks, E. Let me give you a kiss for that comment, you said to him. He accepted your kiss, and then you lay back with another happy sigh. The boys stayed with you for a little while longer, then you all separated so you could get some good sleep. You knew you had a lot to do between now and your internship, and getting decent sleep was high on your priority list. The next week or so saw you at Quirk every second day, hanging with your boys when you could, organising a psychologist through Aizawa and visiting Mum. She had improved immensely since being on the Ventolin, but the doctors were concerned for the rest of her health. Although it was a hard thing for you to sit and listen to, the doctors pulled you aside and talked to you about your mum's recent blood tests again. If she didn't regain control of her health, things were looking pretty bad for her, and they suggested going to a health retreat. You helped organise for that to happen, and her move date to there was set for the day before you were due to start your internship at Fat Gum's agency. Oh, it's all happening at once, you thought as you got on the bus that afternoon to head to Quirk. You were so preoccupied with your own internal worries that you didn't notice someone coming out of Quirk as you were heading in. Ooh, you grunted as you bumped straight into them, but it didn't feel like you'd hit a person. It felt like you'd walked into a firm marshmallow, and you stepped back and looked up to apologise to the person. Oh gosh, It's okay. Are you alright there? The friendly voice of Fat Gum replied, and you froze in awe. Fat Gum, you said in disbelief. That's me, he said brightly. You're in your own little world there. You okay? Yes, I'm fine. My name's Yin. I'm interning with you soon, you babbled. Oh, yes, from UA. I'm excited for you to be joining my team. I believe I have 2 of your other classmates too, he said happily. Yeah, they're my friends, you said with an enthusiastic head nod. Very well. Well, I'll let you go on with it, and I'll be seeing you soon, he said, as he stepped to the side and let you past. Thank you, sir. I'll see you then, sir, you said, bowing a few times to him as he waved and walked away. Whoa, you thought to yourself as you entered the gym. I was not expecting to get that starstruck. Training that night was as intense as always, and you did your best, but you still felt like you weren't doing enough. Well, enough to impress Ori anyway. Ori, what do I need to be doing to improve? You asked her after she nearly beat you to death with her staves. Everyone's different. You need to find yourself, she said. What makes you you? What have you been through? You need to dig deep and learn about yourself. Okay, he said with a sigh. Maybe I'm just really dumb. I don't think about these kinds of things. I guess I just run away from them, you thought, as you picked up the sweat towel and wiped your brow. I was bullied at school, Ori suddenly said. Moved school 4 times, got rejected from every hero agency. Your head shot up and you stared at her. You asked. Yeah, me, she replied. I was a deadbeat. What happened? You asked with amazement. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but you're so confident and capable. How did you come to be that way? A lot of hard work and looking to better myself, she said. I don't know your story, but you have so much potential. Don't waste it. You nodded, feeling a little more determined now. I won't, you replied, telling yourself off and setting yourself for the next round. Okay, let's do this. On the school front, you were starting to hold your own when it came to the fitness tests. Thanks to core workouts with Kiri at night, you excelled in the rescue test, where you had to basically scale a cliff with a backpack on. You beat Kaminari, Mineta, Koda, Mina and Sato, which you were pretty happy with. The other surprising thing that happened was while you were standing there afterwards chatting with the girls, you heard a bit of a kerfuffle behind you and turned around to see Mineta getting mauled by Bakugo, with Kiri trying to hold Bakugo off him but also getting a little angry at the purple gremlin. You had no idea what was going on at the time, but afterwards approached your boys about it, and they said that Mineta had made a comment about your ass that set Bakugo off. What did he say? You asked, expecting it to have been something bad. He said he wanted to his between your Bakugo said bluntly, and you nearly fell over. Ew, you cried, feeling violated from head to toe, but at the same time this had never happened to you before, and you were kinda happy that you were at least seen as desirable. You didn't like that you were now on Mineta's radar, but you did have 2 hotties who were always down to defend your honour, so you knew that you were safe with them around. Before you knew it, it was moving day for Mum, and then that meant the next day would be day 1 of the internship. You caught the bus to the hospital that morning and walked up to her room, ready for whatever day's move was going to bring. This was the first time that your mum was getting out of bed, well, first in a while, and she started coughing and wheezing uncontrollably as she went to stand up. Are you okay, Mum? You asked her, standing by her side and trying to support her as best as possible. She just nodded, but accepted your help as she slowly made her way to the door. My feet hurt, she wheezed out. Everything is so sore. It's okay, Mum. We're going to help you. We're going to be okay, you promised her. You could feel her weight getting heavier on you and you tensed your core and braced. Mum, you okay? Mum? You asked as she seemed to be slumping more and more onto you. Nurse, you called out through the open doorway. You could see the back of the nurse ahead and felt like, although you had been doing a lot of training, you still needed a bit of extra help right now. She turned around, saw the predicament, and then rushed in. Sherry, get the oxygen, she shouted, and then got on the other side of your mum. She's passing out, she said to you. We need to lie her back down on the bed. You nodded and lifted your mum, managing to hold her quite well as you walked backwards to the bed and lay her back down as gently as you could. Wow, the nurse said when she felt you lift most of your mum's weight by yourself. You're quite strong. I've been training, you said with a small smile. I'm glad it's come in handy. Nurse Sherry came running back in then. Her and the other nurse set the oxygen mask up on your mum. She's going to need to be specialed over to the retreat. Can we spare an RN? Sherry asked the other nurse. Maybe is Laura on today? She's good with PT, the other nurse said. You listened in, but didn't really understand what was being said. But you knew getting your mum across to the health retreat was going to be a little more of an ordeal than you had originally thought. After the nursing staff and ahed for a bit, they did indeed find Laura, and she got your mum into the wheelchair with the oxygen tank on the back, and off you 3 went to the waiting patient transport ambulance downstairs. You okay, Mum? You asked her worriedly as she sat in the wheelchair. She nodded. Yes, love. Since you're here. You smiled and patted her hand. Of course you'd be there for her, but it did beg the question, where was Dad in all of this? The trip to the health retreat was seamless enough, and the transfer of your mum from the wheelchair to her new bed was okay, and then you were left to settle in for a bit before the healthcare team came to do an assessment. This is really nice, you said to your mum as you walked to the window and pulled the curtains back. Her room overlooked the gardens of the place, and it just looked calming. We should go for a walk out there one day, you said to her. If you have to do daily walks, let me know. I'll come as well. She smiled from her bed. I don't really feel like going out there, she said sadly. I know, you replied. It's a lot to ask from you right now. But when you're feeling up to it, just know I'll be there for you. She smiled again and waved you over so that she could hug you. She knew that she could always count on you. Hey, Mum? You asked softly as you lay half across the bed, smooshed into her warm hug. I don't mean to pry, but where's Dad? Not that I care, but I haven't seen him or heard from him. Has he been coming to see you, or at least call you? She sighed and you looked up at her. She shook her head. No, my love. The last I saw and heard from him was when he called the ambulance that morning. Since then, he hasn't tried to contact me. I haven't tried to contact him either. I don't even know him anymore, she said sadly. I'm sorry, but that's really slack, you said, full of indignation as you pulled back from the hug to look at her. He was the one who rang the school to tell me that you were in hospital, but aside from that, he hasn't even tried to contact me to see if I'm okay. What kind of father is he? I'm not concerned, your mum said. I always wanted a baby, just so I could have someone close to me. When I had you, my beautiful girl, I knew I was going to be okay. You're the one I care about. You've always been there for me, through everything. It's been hard since you moved into the dorms, and I begged your father not to let it happen, but he always wanted us apart. He only partly got his wish, though, because you've always come back to me, and I love you so much for that, she said as she hugged you again. Mum, you said sadly, don't worry, everything's going to be okay, all right? It's you and me. We've got this, okay? She gave you a weak smile, but you knew that it had touched her heart. I'll always come back and visit, and you're going to get out of here, and things will be awesome, okay? I don't know what it will look like once you've finished up being here, but I'm going to make sure that your life is much better, okay? You said positively. She nodded and hugged you again. The care team came in then and introduced themselves. There was an integrative doctor, a psychologist, a nutritionist, health coach, and the resident massage therapist. Whoa, you almost asked if you could move in too. You left with the psychologist and doctor to talk to them about your mum while she discussed what she would like for food with the nutritionist, get a gentle exercise program in place with the physio, and then book some sessions with the massage therapist. It was a bit of a hectic afternoon from there, deep diving into some issues that your mum had, as well as chatting about what you had hoped for her future. And what are you studying at the moment, Yin? The doctor asked you. Oh, I'm a hero in training, sir, you replied proudly, at UA. Oh, well done. I was going to say you conduct yourself with so much confidence I thought maybe you were in law studies, he complimented you. Oh, you said with surprise. No, sir. I still have a long way to go as far as confidence is concerned, but thank you, sir. They asked you a few more questions, then you all went back in to see your mum, and that's when you excused yourself to go back to the dorms. I've got a huge day tomorrow, you said to your mum and the team. I start my internship at Fat Gum's agency tomorrow. Hero Fat Gum's my favourite, the health coach said. He has a really good attitude and is friendly with all of his fans. I met him the other day. It was amazing, you gushed. I'm so excited to start. All the very best, the health coach said to you, her well wishes being backed by the others there too. I'll be back, Mum, okay? Be good while I'm gone, you joked to her. She smiled and gave you a small wave as you left, and then you headed out, back to Heights Alliance, ready for the big day tomorrow. You found it very difficult to sleep that night. All that excitement bubbling around you had you thinking up scenarios and such that could possibly happen on your internship. Finally, sleep found you, but then your alarm also found you, and it felt like you'd only just fallen asleep when your alarm went off. Amazingly though, you didn't feel tired and jumped out of bed to get ready. The fastest shower and clothing change in history happened that morning, and you put your hero outfit on and then some track pants and a jumper over the top and grabbed your bag. It was go time. As you had pulled your outfit on, you noticed it was already a little loose around your middle, but it still was sitting snugly over your girls in the front and the cinnamon scrolls in the back, and you smirked to yourself as you grabbed for the dorm room handle. If Katsuki can keep his hands off me in this outfit, then I'll be very surprised, you thought, as you headed out into the hall. You met Kiri and Bakugo in the lobby, and then you all left together and headed to the bus stop to go to Fat Gum's agency. A lot of talking happened on the bus. All of you were so stoked to be heading to the internship, especially Kiri, who was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for today's events. Did you sleep well last night? You asked him. No, I was too excited, he admitted, and you chuckled. What about you, Kat? You asked him. I don't care about Fat Gum. I want to see you in your hero outfit, he said. I've got it on, he replied with a devious smirk. Show me, he demanded. Not now. You'll see it once it's reveal time, you said, feeling very powerful since you held the controls on this one. He clicked his tongue to the inside of his cheek with annoyance and settled back for the rest of the ride, which you knew he would be sooking about, so held his hand for the rest of the trip there. Outside the agency, you and Kiri were nearly passing out with excitement, but Bakugo was very, well, Bakugo. He didn't show any unnecessary emotions. Hi, Kiri said to the lady on the front desk. We're all here for the internship. Ah, yes. Please come with me. Hero Fat Gum is waiting for you, she said as she stepped out from behind the desk and walked off down the hall. You and Kiri shared a look, which you also tried to extend to Bakugo, who was behind you, but he was already looking at your ass as you started to move, so you reached back and slapped him on the arm. Stop it, you chuckled. What? He grunted. You turned back and kept walking, following the lady to the door down the hall, and then stopped behind her. She knocked politely on the door, and once she heard Fat Gum call for her from the other side, she pushed the door open and ushered you all in. Your interns are here, sir, she said. Ah, Yin, Kirishima, and Bakugo. Fat Gum greeted you all politely. It was lovely to have met you the other day, Yin. Same, you said with a big starstruck look in your eyes. Okay, do you have your hero outfits here? If you do, come into the room here and change in the change rooms, and then we'll get to patrolling. I like to walk and talk. I can point out things to look for when you're on patrol, he said. You all nodded and then headed for the room to change, but yours was an easy change since you already had your outfit on under your trackies. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited, you said as you stepped into one of the stalls and the boys took the other ones. Don't come out until I say you can come out. I want to be the first to see your outfit, Bakugo said from the stall next to yours, and you smirked. It was time. Are you ready now? Because I'm ready, you said cheekily from where you were, throwing your jumper off and dropping your trackies down. What? Bakugo asked from the stall beside yours. I'm not ready. You're not ready. I wore my outfit under my clothes today, remember? You chuckled. That's why I'm already ready. I'm going to step out now, so you better be out there in 3. You heard crashing and the sound of someone falling over on the other side of your stall, and you stifled a giggle, imagining Bakugo in a panic trying to get his clothes on. 2, you added to your countdown. Stop, damn it. I'm not ready yet, Bakugo snapped. Kiri was very quiet from his side. He wasn't stressing because he'd already seen your outfit before, so he was super relaxed, quietly going about his changing in peace. Finally, you heard Bakugo throw his store door open and come barreling out. Okay, I'm ready, you're gonna die, he shouted at your closed stall door. I don't want to die, I just want to show you my outfit, you replied with a big grin on your face. You knew he was beyond keen to see you. Slowly you unlocked the stall door and pushed it open and then stepped out. Bakugo's eyes were all over you in a second, and you felt very vulnerable, yet so powerful all in one. You knew you held some kind of special power with your curves on show in this outfit. Take it off, he grunted, after studying you for a good 4 minutes. What? Why? You asked confused. I'm not letting anyone see you in this, he said. Why? You whined. Showing you off too much, he growled, stalking towards you and grabbing you by the shoulders, then spinning you around. What? But it's covering pretty much all of me, you said. Suddenly his hand came down hard on your backside and you jumped. Katsuki, you yelped. They're gonna be staring at this, he barked. At what? Kiri asked as he stepped out. Look, Bakugo grunted, turning you back around so Kiri could see your cakes. Everyone's gonna be looking. They do look good, Kiri said bashfully. Stop, you squealed, covering your backside with your hands but grinning from ear to ear. No one cares, only you boys care. Never, Bakugo grunted. Ew, you replied, scrunching your nose up. Don't swear at me like that, that's gross. He didn't swear, Kiri said with confusion. He just said minute. Oh, I get it now. That was clever, Yin, he said brightly. You turned and walked over, then hugged him. You're so precious, don't ever change, you said with a small chuckle. Well, I'll try not to, Kiri replied, not really following what was going on. You stepped back and then looked down Kiri's front, your eyes finally detailing his outfit. Man's was hella fine. Then you looked at Bakugo. He was hella fine too. You boys need to speak for yourselves. All the girls are going to be looking at you both, you exclaimed. They'll be looking at you too, Bakugo said, crossing his arms across his chest. Yeah, because they're going to want to be me, because I get to be with both of you, you replied, popping a hip out as you placed a hand on it for added sass, catching both boys checking you out. Okay, we need to get going now. We've wasted enough time, you added, taking your hand from your hip and snapping your fingers. Since both boys didn't appear to be any mind frame to follow orders, you took the lead, walking back out to the other room to meet up with Fat Gum. He was ready to go and smiled when you all re-entered. Okay team, let's go, he said, taking the lead and heading you all out into the corridor and then off to the elevator to start your patrol. You were in your boss girl era, walking with your boys and Fat Gum, and noticed all the proud looks from the people on the street, especially the older people. Okay, so when on patrol, you got to keep a good lookout for people who might need help, or people who might be out to cause trouble, Fat Gum said back to you three. You nodded. Do you have any examples of what we might be needing to look out for? Fat Gum asked you all. Suspicious people? Kiri asked, raising his hand to answer the question. Yes, Fat Gum replied. What would make people look suspicious? Kiri hummed, thinking hard. If they look like they're trying to avoid eye contact or hide, you offered. Yes, well done, Yin, Fat Gum praised. Do you have any examples? Well, like, if you're walking towards someone and they suddenly put their head down and walk into a shop nearby or turn down a side alley, you offered. Great examples, Fat Gum praised again. Yes, those are the types to look out for. Sometimes it might be that they're just shy of heroes, or have had bad experiences in the past and they're reacting out of fear, but it's always good to be on your toes and treat every situation like it could turn bad, but treat everyone with kindness, he added. And what about you, Bakugo? Fat Gum asked, looking back over his shoulder as best he could to the young hero walking behind him. If anyone runs, I'll blast him, he replied. First, we need to find out why they're running, he said with a sweat-dropped look on his face. Bakugo grunted his annoyance. You smirked to yourself. Fat Gum has his work cut out for him with Katsuki here, you thought. Now, we've covered what to look out for suspicious people, Fat Gum said. What about people to help? Oh, like that lady, Kiri said, pointing ahead. There was a lady pushing a pram towards the pedestrian crossing, and the little one in her pram had thrown some of the blanket out over the side, the corner of it dragging on the ground. That blanket could get caught up in the wheels of the pram, Kiri said. I'm going to go help. And with that, he left Fat Gum's side and ran ahead to the lady. Ma'am, he called as he caught up beside her. Please, let me help. The blanket has fallen over the side and could get caught up in the wheels. I'll lift it up, he said, pointing to the concern. The lady stopped. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate your help. What's your name? She asked as he crouched down and lifted the blanket up and tucked it back inside the pram. My hero name is Red Riot, ma'am, he said brightly, but I'm still in training. Thank you, Red Riot. I hope you do well on your hero journey, she said politely, before bowing and continuing on towards the crossing. Kiri turned around and beamed at you and you smiled back. Well done, you said to him once you'd caught up. One person saved today. Thank you, he said brightly. I'll save someone, Bakugo grumped, and you knew he was being sooky because you had praised Kiri and not him. I know you will, you said as you turned to him, refraining from patting him on the head like you desperately wanted to. Nice spotting, Fat Gum praised Kiri, and the redhead beamed with pride. You knew what that felt like. There was nothing better than being praised by your hero. Okay, team, let's keep moving, Fat Gum said. The rest of that day went smoothly. You got to help an elderly lady across the road, untangle some dog leads, high-five some kids. It was pretty mundane stuff, but you were so stoked to be there. It was as you were all heading back to the agency that you heard some voices behind you. Is that Yin? A voice asked. Nah, couldn't be. Maybe a sister? The second voice said. At hearing your name, you turned and looked at them, and recognised them immediately as people from your previous school. To be clear, no one from your previous school had been a friend. They'd either been actively against you or actively avoiding helping you and just snickering away in the background. You froze. Oh my god, it is her, the girl of the pair said. Bakugo had heard them say your name and had stopped a second after you did, looking over at them. He had then quickly looked at you and had seen your reaction. He could tell that these were not nice people, judging by the way that you had stiffened up. He desperately wanted to blast them right there and then, but decided against it to see what you would do first before he stepped in. You looked at the two, but you didn't say anything. "Hey," the girl greeted, noting you hadn't said anything yet. "It's been a long time." You still didn't say anything, and she just looked at the guy beside her. Neither of them knew what to do. It wasn't unusual for them to see you be quiet, but the fact that you were making strong eye contact and not backing down or looking away had them uncomfortable. "Why haven't you said anything?" the guy asked you. What's there to say?" you replied. You weren't being sassy or anything, it was a genuine question. You had nothing to say to them. Like, hi?" he replied, getting his nose out of joint immediately by you seemingly being rude to him. "Hi," you said blandly. He didn't know what to say to that, and you turned to go. "Hey," he called out, a little pissed that you weren't giving him any more than that. But suddenly Bakugo was on the scene. "She doesn't want to talk to you extras. Get lost," he growled, stepping right up into the guy's face. And who are you?" he sassed back. "Yeah, her boyfriend?" the girl of the pair asked, intending for this question to embarrass him and you, but that was about to backfire. "Yeah, I am. What of it, idiot?" Bakugo growled, his red eyes flickering from the guys to the girls. Her jaw dropped. Bakugo was hot. She knew it, I know it, your mum knows it, her mum probably knew it too, so this blew her mind. "Hey, is everything okay?" Kiri suddenly asked, running back when he saw that Bakugo was about to start some beef with somebody. "It's fine if they move on," Bakugo snarled, still ready to throw hands. "Who are you?" the girl of the pair asked Kiri, giving him a quick look up and down. "Oh, I'm a hero in training," he said brightly. "We're on patrol at the moment." "And are you and him in the same class?" she asked, pointing to Bakugo. "Yes, we are, and so is Yin here too," Kiri said, turning and gesturing to you. He still hadn't worked out why you were standing a distance off, and so tried to call you over. "You're a hero in training?" the girl asked around Kiri to you, in a voice that said, "What kind of hero would you be? Not a very good one, I bet." He just said so, didn't he?" you replied back to her, keeping your voice even and calm. She snorted. It was then that Kiri started to connect the dots. These people were not friendlies. Bakugo was betraying them and you for a reason, and you were hanging back for more reasons. "Do you know Yin?" he then asked the girl, and she nodded. "Yeah, we went to school together before she cried and ran away," she sassed, completely forgetting that Bakugo was still right there. "Watch your mouth," Bakugo growled, his palm starting to crackle. "Katsuki, it's fine," you said, creating a lightsaber from your palm, detaching it, and then grabbing it and flicking it around you once. "Do you want to see what this can do?" you asked the girl calmly, swiping it back and forth a few times quickly. "If you want to come and see why I'm in the hero course, you're welcome to." The girl shut up, but still looked pissed as. "Okay, I think we should go now, Yin," Kiri said, having had enough of these people. "Wait, you're hot. What's your name?" the girl suddenly asked, grabbing Kiri's arm to stop him. "Oh, I'm flattered," he said with a forced smile. "But I already belong to another," he said as he looked lovingly at you. The girl caught the look and quickly looked at you, then Bakugo, then back to you. "Yep," you smirked at her. "There's enough for me to please both boys," you said as you deactivated your quirk and started walking after Fat Gum. "Come on guys, leave them be." And that was the last look you gave them, while Kiri had to work a little bit more to get Bakugo to step away. He was still out for blood and told them if he ever saw them again, it would be on sight. But that was all said in a very much more Bakugo way, and then he caught up with you. "Friends of yours?" Fat Gum asked you as you caught up to him. No, the opposite, but growth is good. I've moved on from it," you said with a smile as you looked at Bakugo and then Kiri. "I got these two boys by my side, so I don't need anything else." Kiri smiled at you and Bakugo frowned. "I wanted to blast them," he growled. "I know, and you were so good at holding back, but thank you for coming to my rescue. You saved me, my hero," you said gratefully. He smirked. "Yeah, see, I'm the best," he said proudly. You chuckled and nodded. "You really are," you said with a smile. Back to the agency you went. Fat Gum wanted to debrief a little at the end of your shift, so you all sat down at his desk to talk about what you'd learned. It was while he was talking that there was a phone call, and he excused himself for a second to answer it, talking very animatedly to the person on the other end. At the end of the conversation, he put the phone down and looked at you all in turn. "How do you feel about doing a 3-day mission trip?" he asked you all. Obviously, you all agreed to it. Right, we'll be teaming up with some other heroes for this one, but we'll be staying away for the duration. So tomorrow, come with a bag packed for the next 3 days. I'll let your school know that you'll be away for a bit, but don't worry, we'll be safe, he said with a big grin and thumbs up. The butterflies of excitement that was screaming around in a circle in your stomach was something else that next morning. How you even slept the night before was beyond you, since you felt like you hadn't slept at all, yet the adrenaline was keeping you amped. If you've forgotten anything, I probably have it, Kiri said as he dragged his rather large red suitcase over to you, dodging people in the busy train station. What did you pack in there, the kitchen sink? You joked. No, I didn't bring that, Kiri said with a confused and worried look on his face. Should I have bought that? No, you chuckled. I was being silly. Oh, thank goodness, he said with genuine relief, worried that he had promised you that he had everything you needed, and then the first thing that you'd asked him about he didn't have. Where's Kat? You asked, looking up and down the busy corridor. I swear he was on the same bus as us. There are a lot of people on that bus, but I never saw him get on or off. That's true, Kiri replied, looking around as well. There had been a bit of a rush that morning to get to the bus stop, and then to the train station. Fat Gum had told you all to meet him at a certain train station at a certain time, so that had been your driving force. Oh, there he is, Kiri said brightly, when he spotted the spiky blonde in the crowd. Where'd you go? You asked him when he approached you. Get snacks, he grunted. Gotta have snacks on a long trip. Good thinking, you said brightly. Do you know where we're going? Kiri asked. I have zero idea, you shrugged. I'm assuming that if Fat Gum is going to be coming with us on the train, then he'll fill us in. You'd be correct, Fat Gum said from behind you as he approached you all. Oh, good morning, sir, you greeted as you spun around to see him. Good to see you all ready to go, he replied, giving you each a smile. Anyway, let's not stand around, we've got a train to catch, he then added, pointing in the general direction of the train that you all had to get on. You turned and looked and saw that it was a country train that had just pulled up. Oh, so we must be heading out of the city a little bit then? You thought as you picked up the handle on your luggage case and tipped the bag on its side and then rolled it along, following just behind Kiri as he headed for the train. On to the open carriage you all got, finding a seat and settling in. How long are we on this thing for? Bakugo asked as he sat down next to you, with Kiri and Fat Gum sitting across the small aisle from you, all of you facing each other. About 2 hours, I believe, Fat Gum replied. We're headed to the mountains, as it's a search and rescue that's underway. Who are you looking for? You asked. A bunch of kids who got lost. They were supposed to go hiking over the weekend and get back yesterday, but they didn't show up, and they're still not back yet, Fat Gum said. You tried not to pull a face, but what was with you and lost kids? It's not the first time this had happened. Kiri could sense your unease immediately and got your attention. It's okay, he said softly to you. You gave him a small, nervous smile and nodded a little. You hoped he was right. What makes this a little more difficult is there appears to be some kind of fog quirk that's activated in the area, and it's unsure if this fog also contains some kind of disorientation side effect, but anyone who goes into it has a hard time getting out of it, so there's a group of heroes trying to figure out what's going on, Fat Gum added. This seemed to pique Bakugo's interest, and he perked up a little, lifting his head from where he had it slumped into his palm. Finally, something to fight, he said under his breath, but you heard him. We need to assess what's going on first, you said softly to him. I know you want to come out swinging, but we need to be careful. Bakugo clicked his tongue to the inside of his cheek and slumped his chin back down into his palm, but didn't fight you on that. He knew you were right. Do we know any other details? Kiri asked as the train whistle blew and the doors were closed in preparation for departure. Yes, and well done for asking, Fat Gum complimented you. We're looking for 6 kids. What are their ages? You asked. Fat Gum grinned at you. May I ask why you asked for their ages? There's no right or wrong answer, I just want to understand your thought process, he said. I just asked because if they're older, they might be a little more helpful once we find them. Hopefully they won't be too injured and can walk. Or we can ask some questions to find out where they're injured. We can also ask if everyone's accounted for, etc. You said. Smaller kids wouldn't be able to answer questions or might need to be carried. Have you done a search and rescue before? Fat Gum asked you. Unofficially, yes. I helped in a rescue of a small girl. She was 2, I think. You said. I can tell you've done this before, Fat Gum replied with a smile. You already appear to be confident. They are high school students, same age as you 3, he added, between the ages of 15 and 17. Yeah. Not sure about the confidence statement, buddy, and also not super keen on kids our own age, but maybe they might just want to be helped and not make a scene about it or try and be cool to impress us, you said in your mind, refraining from saying that and just giving him a polite smile instead. Do they have any hiking experience? Kiri then asked Fat Gum. Yes, apparently so, and yes, also in the same region, Fat Gum added. Any villains with fog quirks? Bakugo asked, already focusing in on the mysterious fog in the area. Not that we're aware of, but we do have a team looking into it, Fat Gum said. We'll be in the area for 3 days, and then we'll be back home once we rescue these kids. We can do it, Kiri said brightly. Sometimes you gotta go beyond plus ultra. That's us, he replied to him, holding up your hand for a high five. So manly, Kiri replied passionately, high-fiving you back. The rest of the trip up there was spent chatting and eating Bakugo's snacks, and although it was supposed to be a 2-hour trip, it felt more like it was 20 minutes. Train arriving at Doha Station in 2 minutes, the voice said on the overhead speaker. That was quick, you said, getting up to retrieve your bag and get your things together. Fat Gum led the way off first, once the train had come to a stop, and then Kiri, and then you, and lastly Bakugo. At one point you had to stop to wait for people to merge into the exit lane of the station, and you felt Bakugo press up behind you. You'll be sleeping in my bed tonight, he rasped into your right ear, and you felt your cheeks heat up. I don't think that's allowed, you whispered back to him. No one tells me what to do, he replied, bending his head down quickly and giving a quick little bite just below your ear. Your whole body filled with goosebumps, immediately, and you let out a little squeak, which made Kiri turn his head back to look at you. I'm good, you said quickly to him, and then the line started moving again. Out of the station you all walked, and then stood waiting for the taxi that Fat Gum had organised. It was only another 20 minutes to the log cabin at the base of the mountains, and the taxi pulled up in the driveway and stopped. Whoa, there are a lot of people here, Kiri said, smushing his face to the inside of the window and staring out at everyone. This is quite the rescue team, you commented, seeing heroes walking around outside the car. Yes, they've called in a number of heroes because of this fog, as you can see, Fat Gum said, opening his car door and stepping out and then pointing up. You all got out and looked up at the white floating mass that swirled around the mountain ahead. How far is it covering? You asked Fat Gum. It's an extensive coverage, Fat Gum said. They're saying it must be someone who is familiar with their quirk or is experienced, because this output couldn't come from someone who isn't using their quirk to its capacity all the time. But why is there suddenly a fog quirk user in the area? Is it related to the lost teens? You asked. It's very strange. Yes, it is odd. The heroes in charge of the mission seem to think that it's connected, as the fog appeared the same day that the teens set off, shortly after they left, Fat Gum said. You hummed, looking at the softly swirling fog as it was sitting halfway up the mountain. Anyway, come this way, I'll show you to your rooms, Fat Gum said, quickly paying the taxi driver, who had gotten your bags out of the boot of the car and set them down beside the vehicle, before he turned and started walking his way towards the cabins. Hey! He called in greeting to a female hero who was just standing there, looking at the large log cabin. I'm here with my interns. Oh, hey, Fat Gum, the female hero replied, spinning to chat to him. Awesome, your cabin rooms are all set. We're all in this section, she said, gesturing widely to the set of cabins in front of her. Is it girls and boys? You asked, pointing to one side for the girls and the other for the boys. The hero chuckled. No, it's whoever is assigned to whichever room, she chuckled. This is the real world out here, girlie, not high school, she added with a playful wink. Come, I'll show you to your rooms. You all nodded and fell in step behind her, dragging your bags over the stony and grassy patch ground. Okay, Fat Gum, I think this is yours, she said, after you'd all managed to drag your bags up the log steps there. Well, you didn't have to fight the stairs. Kiri and his manly left arm carried your bag up, much to Bakugo's annoyance, since he had been a second too slow in offering, so he just followed behind with his own bag. Thank you, Fat Gum replied with a polite smile to the hero and stepped into his room. Okay, crew, get settled and then meet back in front of my room in 15 minutes, okay? You all replied with an okay and continued to follow the hero down to the next room. These 3 rooms are all yours, so you can pick which ones you want, the hero said with a smile, pointing to the next 3 rooms that were side by side. You looked at Kiri, then Bakugo, wondering what to do. You in the middle, Bakugo grunted, pointing to the room that was going to be between his intended room and Kiri's. You shrugged. Okay, you said with a smile, and headed in through the open door. The other 2 boys sorted themselves out and picked a room either side of yours and placed their things down. Oh, this is nice, you thought as you rolled your luggage up to the end of the queen-size bed there and stopped it so you could look around. The room was spacious enough, with a bedside table either side of the bed and a small writing desk in one corner next to a closet, then also a small ensuite that had a toilet, basin and shower. Nice, you thought, looking around, walking into the ensuite to take a better look. You stepped out of the ensuite and found that Kiri was standing in the middle of your room. "Oh," he said with a smile. "Did you come in to see me?" No, he said, turning and pointing to a door in the wall of your room that was open. "I came through here." "What, are the rooms connected?" you asked, suddenly turning when you heard a door open behind you and Bakugo stepped through. "Oh," you said with surprise. "Wait, these rooms are connected?" Bakugo seemed surprised initially when he stepped through the door and into your room, but then a mischievous smirk broke out on his face. "I know where I'm sleeping tonight," he uttered. "Me too," Kiri added in brightly, and you chuckled. "Okay, my bed is technically big enough for all three of us, but don't say anything about the doors being open, okay?" you warned. "If we don't let them know that we can get access to each other, we'll be fine." Both boys nodded. "Okay, we should go back to Fat Gum now anyway. I think he wants to get some type of plan underway," you said. "There's a lot of hero people walking around out there, so they must want to start getting more serious about the search." "I hope we find them," Kiri said hopefully. "Yeah, me too," you said. "It's just this fog that we have to deal with." With that, both boys went back to their own rooms and closed the adjoining doors, and then exited their rooms from the front doors of their room, and you all walked back to Fat Gum's dorm and knocked. He opened his door with great joy and smiled at you all. "Okay, let's go. I messaged the person in charge and they want to debrief you all before we start. We're supposed to do a small check this afternoon and then get into it more tomorrow," Fat Gum said as he stepped out of the room and led you all off down to the main centre. The place was alive with small teams of heroes, all chatting about what to do and what had already been done, and you caught small snippets of conversation as you passed people. "Yeah, they checked that side last night. The fog is thickest there. Had to go back and rescue some heroes because they found where the fog's coming from." "Who's tracking the heroes?" "What time's our unit starting the rescue effort tomorrow?" You followed the back of Bakugo through the crowds and stopped when you got to a desk with someone that was handing out name tags. "Here you go," Fat Gum said after talking to the person there and getting your name tags to give to you all. "You're officially part of the rescue team now." You smiled as you put the badge on, feeling like you were actually a fully fledged hero now. You were then ushered into a side room with some official-looking men and policemen and debriefed on the situation. "There have been a few areas on this mountain that have been searched with no success. We are aware the persistent fog is slowing these efforts down, but we are unable to locate the location of the Quirk wielder that is emitting the fog, so until we do that, efforts will move slowly," the man in charge said. "In the meantime, we have now equipped all heroes with trackers, earpieces and lights, so that we can have all eyes on deck." Good thinking, you thought as you accepted an earpiece, a tracking beacon and a light from him. He got you all set up, and then you were added into the computer and your trackers activated and checked. "We would like for you to search through the side of the mountain here," another planner said to you and the boys, laying out a map and circling it for you to see. "Fat Gum will be staying on the fringe and talking with you the whole time. If you find anything, please let us know." It was starting to get exciting now. You were actually going to help find some kids. After finishing up with the debriefing, you all headed back outside with Fat Gum holding the map. "Okay, crew, how would you like to do this?" he asked you all. You looked up at your boys. Maybe spread out and do like some kind of sweep of the area, maybe only go the distance so we can still call to each other," you said. "If we can hear each other through the fog, then we can definitely hear if someone else is between us, in case we miss seeing them." "That's a good idea," Kiri said. Bakugo just remained quiet. With that plan in mind, you all set yourselves up, spaced out along the forest edge, and then stepped into the swirling white and grey fog. It was only about 2 steps in before you found yourself completely surrounded by fog, and it felt dense and a little damp. Cat, can you hear me?" you called out into the bush. But it felt like you were calling into a pillow. Your voice hardly travelled anywhere, and you could barely see the trees and plants in front of you. Only in the earpiece," Kiri replied. "Wait, really?" you asked in a normal voice. "I swear you're not even that far from me." Suddenly something touched you and you jumped violently. "It's me," Bakugo said, and you heard him speak beside you, but also into the earpiece. "Where did you come from?" you asked with surprise. "This fog is so thick, I didn't see you until I was right next to you," he said. You thought, this is why it's so hard to find these kids. This is going to be near impossible. They can't see us unless we're touching them, and they can't hear us either. You then spoke up. Okay, wait. Step back, but hold my hand, you said to Bakugo, which he did, and as he stepped back, his whole form completely disappeared into the white fog, with only his fingers being visible holding your hand. Wow, this is strange, you mused out loud. Can you hear me? You asked him. Only in the earpiece, he said into your ear. Wow, so you can't hear me even though we are literally touching hands, you said. Yeah, he grunted. Okay, this is not going to work, you said with a shake of your head, pulling on Bakugo's hand to pull him into you again. We need a better strategy. Wait, E, where are you? I'm here, he said, but you couldn't hear him through the fog, only in the earpiece. Great. You thought when you realised that he could still literally be within eyesight if there had been no fog, but now there was no way of getting to him. Fat Gum? You asked into the earpiece as you pulled on Bakugo's hand and pulled him into you again. He was only too happy to step in close and wrapped one arm casually around you. Yep, Fat Gum asked. Could you please direct Bakugo and I towards Kirishima's tracker so we can all stay together? We need to formulate a plan here. Yes, of course. He's at your 2 o'clock, Yin. About 10 steps, Fat Gum said, watching your trackers on his screen. Man, that's so bad. 10 steps is so close, and yet we can't hear him or see him, you said to Bakugo, still in his embrace. We need to kill this damn fog, Bakugo grunted, as you turned and kept a hold of his hand and then started walking off at your 2 o'clock into the fog. Yeah, look, I'm only an intern, but finding this quirk wielder, if it is a quirk that's causing this, I think should be first and foremost. There's no way we can find anyone in this fog, and if we do, it's going to be a fluke, you said, knowing that Fat Gum was listening to your conversation. They said the fog was thickest on the other side, right? Bakugo asked, having overheard the same thing that you had heard earlier. I think so, he replied, taking a few more steps to where you thought would be your 2 o'clock. Then that's where the wielder will be, Bakugo deduced. I mean, that'd make sense, he replied thoughtfully. Fat Gum, how am I going? Are we close to Kirishima? He should be just on your right, Yin, he said. I'm looking, but I can't see you, Yin, Kiri said into the earpiece. Turn around there, Kirishima. She should be right behind you, Fat Gum said. You started to reach out, and then your hand hit something, and Kiri screeched into the earpiece. Oh, I found you, you said with a chuckle, realising that you had touched his back, which had startled him. Oh, I'm so sorry. They gave me a fright. I wasn't expecting to be touched without seeing who touched me, Kiri said as he turned around and faced you. You were now able to see him and hear him in the fog, but you were standing very close. This is ridiculous, you said with a shake of your head. I'm calling it. It's a futile mission. My quirk can't really help in this situation. Why don't we head back out of this fog and have a better think about this? You offered, grabbing a hold of Kiri's hand so that you were now holding all hands. Fat Gum, can you lead us out of here? Which way do we go to get to you? Fat Gum gave you directions and off you all walked, still holding hands so you didn't get lost. But this fog was definitely different. It was going to be impossible to do a rescue mission in it. After about 5 minutes of walking, you all finally stepped out of the fog and walked back over to Fat Gum, who was standing there waiting for you. Fat Gum, we need to come up with a better plan. I know we're only interns, but can we find out what else is being done for this rescue mission? You asked. I don't know who we will talk to, but I'll see if I can find out more about what's going on, Fat Gum said. I do agree with you, Yin. It does seem counterproductive to fight through this fog. It would be best to get it cleared first. You smiled. It was nice knowing that someone agreed with you. Fat Gum then directed you to head back to your rooms while he spoke to some people. He was keen for you and your boys to show your smarts, so he wanted to help as much as possible. Rendezvous in my room, you whispered to your boys once you'd handed the earpieces back and were out of earshot of Fat Gum. I'm in, Kiri replied in a hushed voice. Yeah, Bakugo replied with his usual grunt and smirk, and you grinned. Okay, let me change into some comfy clothes and then knock 3 times on the shared doors, and I'll let you in, you said. Don't forget to lock your main doors so Fat Gum can't come walking into your rooms. Roger, Kiri said with a grin. Already knew that, Bakugo grunted. See you in a few minutes. As you got to your rooms, you all separated and entered, hurriedly unzipping suitcases and getting changed before the rendezvous time. No surprises that it was Bakugo who was bashing on your adjacent door first, and you chuckled as you got up and tiptoed over to open it for him. Hey, you don't need to bash the door in. I was But your sentence was cut short by his mouth crashing against yours, and his arms reaching under your ass to lift you up against himself. You squealed with surprise as you were lifted up and carried back to your bed, giggling as he dropped you down onto the mattress and crawled over you. "Easy," you giggled, turning your head to the side as he kissed you down your neck and across the exposed parts of your chest. With a gentle sigh of delight, you scrunched your fingertips into his spiky hair and allowed your eyes to close softly, letting him do what he wanted to do with your body. "Are you ready, Yin?" you heard Kiri ask gently from his door, and you opened your eyes. You can come in," you called. I can't get up at the moment. I'm pinned down." "Are you okay?" he asked as he opened the door, and then froze when he saw Bakugo over you, kissing you all over your neck, his crimson eyes locking with Kiri's like an alpha lion staring down the challenger who was coming to take his prey. "I'm sorry," you said with a little embarrassment when you saw the look on Kiri's face, but the blush across his cheeks had you wondering if he was getting a little kick out of this. Come over. Don't mind him," you added, basically letting Bakugo go unnoticed as you watched Kiri walk over to you and get up onto your bed. The redhead's eyes were watching what Bakugo was doing to you, so you called his name to get him to look at you. "Hey, it's okay. Give me a kiss, E," you said with a little smile, coaxing him to come down and kiss you. Bakugo slid down your body a little more and tugged your shirt up, placing a few hot kisses across your belly, which made you giggle a little, your little giggle vibrating Kiri's lips as they connected with yours. "Did you want to try and kiss a little deeper?" you asked Kiri as he hovered over your head, his head sideways to yours. I don't want to hurt you," he said worriedly, his bright eyes staring down into yours. "You won't. It'll be okay, I promise," you said, sitting up a little and leaning back on your elbows so you could maneuver your face a little better if need be. Bakugo was still kissing your tummy with his hands around your hips, fingertips sinking into your backside a little, when Kiri leaned in for the kiss. You started with that semi-opened mouth kiss that you and he had been practicing, but you both went for a little tongue at the same time, and the second that your tongues touched, it was like a fire had been lit in your core, and your body sparked to life. "Whoa," you gasped internally, as Kiri leaned into the kiss a little more, his tongue expertly gliding against yours. He seemed to be really into the kiss, as were you, and you lay back down again while he followed, both of you kissing deeply while Bakugo continued to entertain himself with your lower half. It was when your blonde positioned himself between your thighs and pushed against you, then came up to kiss your neck while Kiri was still kissing your mouth, that you had to pump those brakes. "Whoa, whoa," you panted, breaking from Kiri's kiss and pulling away from your boys as best you could, despite being sandwiched under Bakugo. "Oh, what is it? I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Kiri asked with alarm. No, not at all. That was, well," you panted. I'm concerned that was going to escalate real quick if we kept going." Bakugo smirked and slipped his hand down the front of your thigh, and then dragged it to the middle and started to slide it up the inside, which only made that ache in your core worse. "No, don't do that," you said with a little chuckle. You knew that he knew exactly what was going on. It was just throwing fuel on the fire, that cheeky devil. What was going to escalate?" Kiri asked. Stuff," you said evasively. Sometimes when you start kissing, it feels really good, and you want to do more than kiss," you said. Cuddle?" he asked with a big toothy smile. "Yeah, with no clothes on," Bakugo added with a smirk. Wouldn't that be... Oh, Kiri said with a bright blush suddenly steamrolling across his cheeks. Man's finally got it. Yeah, so you get it now, right? That's what I was feeling with that kiss, and I get the same thing with you too, Kat. You boys are dangerous, you said with a chuckle. Let's just cool it for a second, yeah? Come and cuddle now, you offered, sliding backwards up the bed and beckoning your boys to follow. They both did so, and you gave them each a kiss on the forehead as they settled in, each beside you. This fog is annoying, hey? How do you think we should tackle it? Because I have a bit of a plan, but I don't know if I'll be able to execute it, you mused, changing subjects to ease the sexual tension in the air. What's your plan, Yin? Kiri asked with great interest as he nuzzled into your neck and then gave you a quick kiss there. Well, it would involve getting Hawks in, if he isn't here already, you said as you kissed Kiri on the lips and then turned and gave Bakugo a kiss too. But I don't know if he'd even listen to what I had to say. Who am I after all, right? But didn't you speak to him at the gym? He might remember you. I think he would listen to what you had to say, Kiri offered encouragingly, snuggling his head against your shoulder. If he doesn't listen to you, I'll blast him, Bakugo added in, pulling you closer to him so he could wrap an arm around under you. Thanks, guys, you sighed happily. I guess I'll just have to talk to Fat Gum about it. He's really nice. I think he might let me try and talk to the people higher up if it will advance this search. What was your idea with Hawks? Kiri asked, curious to see what you had in mind. Well, it all depends on what they're doing to find the Quirk wielder. I just thought that Hawks might have the upper hand with his feathers. I've seen him use them to lift people off the ground, and I think he said he can feel through them too, you mused. That means he'd be able to see through this fog, right? Good point, Kiri replied, lifting his head to look at you. Well, let's give it a shot. Yeah, you replied, giving your boys one more kiss each. I don't know how much longer before Fat Gum comes looking for us, but we should head back to our rooms. Well, you guys should head back. It's been about 20 minutes. I don't think that it'll take that long before he comes back. Screw him, Bakugo grunted, kissing you firmly on the neck. I know you don't want to go, but if we get caught, it'll be the end of us snuggling together, you said firmly. I want to call Mum too and let her know what's going on, as well as check in with Ori, my trainer. She's set an assignment for me since I can't train with her for a bit. What's the assignment? Kiri asked excitedly. I can't tell you, you said mischievously. It's a new skill I'm working on, and it's super draining, but it'll really help me in the long run. Aw, Kiri pouted dejectedly. Can you tell us soon? Yeah, once I've perfected it, he said with a smile. It'll be super handy once I get it under control. I already know what it is, Bakugo said with a smirk as he sat up and got off the bed. Wait, you do? No you don't. How could you know? You asked with surprise. Don't look down on me, he replied shortly when you challenged him. I know you laces. I can tell when something's different. Bro, what is it? Tell me what it is, Kiri asked excitedly to Bakugo. Not saying dumb here. If Yin doesn't want me to tell, I won't tell, Bakugo replied. Bro, come on, Kiri cajoled as he hopped off the bed too and started following Bakugo. Where are you going dumb here? Go to your room, Bakugo snapped. I just wanted to hang out a bit, that's all, Kiri said with a little sad look on his face. Let him chill with you, Kat. It's fine if you two are in the same room. They just freak out if you're in here with me, you said as you rolled over and grabbed your phone off the side desk. Fine, Bakugo snapped, and Kiri brightened. Go in, the spiky blonde added, gesturing vaguely through his open door. Thanks, bro, Kiri said as he stepped through. I'm just going to use your bathroom, yeah? Yeah, whatever, Bakugo said, watching through his door as Kiri walked off into the ensuite and closed the door behind him. Oi, Bakugo then grunted at you, making you look up from your phone, since you'd started messaging your mum already. You hummed. Don't sustain it for too long. Your hands start to shake when you've been holding it for more than 15 minutes, he said lowly. Wait, you know? You asked with surprise, putting your phone down on the bed. Yes, dumbass, I told you I knew. You glow a little too. There's also a little heat, but it's not enough for everyone to be able to pick up on it, he said. But you've been using it today, on and off. Yeah, I have. Wow, I'm really impressed, you said with awe. Okay, but please don't say anything. I'm trying to be able to have it activated pretty much consistently. Ori has me sensing electrical currents off it, and I'm kind of getting there, but it's really hard, you admitted. Bakugo smirked, and then went to head through the door, since he heard the toilet flush and the tap run in the ensuite on his side, indicating that Kiri was finishing up in there. You won't get ahead of me. I won't let you beat me, he said with a smirk, and you grinned. Bring it on, you said, and then you poked your tongue out. He stepped through his door and then closed it behind him, and you heard him and Kiri talking before you picked your phone back up to focus on it. You had messaged your mum to tell her that you were free to chat, and no sooner had she seen the message your phone rang. Hey Mum, you greeted brightly. Oh my sweet, she said from the other end of the line, and you brightened when you heard she wasn't out of breath and seemed to have a lighter cadence to her voice. How are you, Mum? You asked, rolling onto your back on your bed. Oh my honey, this place is so lovely and everyone here is so nice, she said with a happy sigh. That's great, Mum, you said with a smile. What have you been up to? What have you done this morning? You asked eagerly. Well, she said, pausing to think. We had breakfast in the hall and this lovely lady came to talk about her experience in a toxic marriage and how she got out of it. It was really interesting. I ended up talking with her afterwards, she said. Oh, that would have been good to hear a story turn from bad to positive, you said, not wanting to hint at anything or probe too much. Oh, it was. And then I had hydrotherapy. Oh, I do love the pool. It's lovely and warm and the instructor is so very nice, she added. We were doing leg exercises, lots of walking in the water and lifting the knees up. Oh, that's good, Mum, you said excitedly. Is it hard to walk in the water? Oh, only a little, but I know that if you were there, you'd be absolutely amazing at it, so I don't want to let you down. Oh, and then, you'll never guess, I got to have a massage afterwards and a facial, she said excitedly. Oh, look at you living the high life, you said with a chuckle. I'm so glad you got to do all of that. Have you started seeing the psychologist yet? Or is she waiting for me to finish my internship to come with you? You asked. I see her tomorrow, she replied. We're going to have a few sessions first before you come. Then she wants you to join. That's fine, you said. How's the food been? I know you were a little worried about the selection. No, it's been okay. It's not what I'm used to, but I really do feel much better on this food. And you know what's funny? One of the other ladies here snuck in a Coke, and honey, when I tell you I was a gas giant, goodness! You burst out laughing. Mum, you giggled. I'm sorry, but oh my goodness, I felt horrible. Won't be drinking that again in a hurry. And cough! Boy, did it make me cough. I was like a whoopee cushion, she said. You burst out laughing again. I haven't heard you joke like that in so long, Mum, you said, smiling into the phone. And I haven't heard you laugh like that in years, my sweet girl. You have a laugh that could cure depression, she replied lovingly. Thanks, Mum, you said again. I'm so happy you're there. I think this is going to be really good for you, and for both of us, you added. I think so too, my lovely. And how are you going on your rescue mission? Have you found them yet, you clever girl? She asked eagerly. Not quite, you sweat dropped. But I do have a plan, I think. I just have to run it by Fat Gum. Oh, he will listen to you. He has to. He's such a sweetheart, and you're amazing. What a power team, she gushed. And my two boys, Mum, Kirishima and Bakugo, you added. Oh, your lovely boys, how could I forget them? She said with a chuckle. Hey, also, I know this was ages ago, but when I mentioned Bakugo to you when we were going to have the dinner together, you seemed to have remembered him. What was it about him that you remembered? You asked curiously. Well, she said thoughtfully, I was concerned that he might not be a nice boy. I remember him yelling at you when you dropped your skirt on the day we were getting your uniform, but by the way he was standing back and looking at you, it was almost like he was too shy to come close. Really? You asked with surprise. And the other times I've met him, it's been the same. Now, I don't want to cause any problems here, but I think he might like you. But I know that you have Kirishima, the darling, and I don't want friends to be fighting over you, you beautiful girl. See, I told you you'd have all the boys all over you, she gushed. You chuckled nervously, unsure if now was the right time to say something or not. Maybe it would be better to tell Mum in person. Well, I think they're both nice boys, you said quickly. I know you like Kirishima, but what if, and this is just a hypothetical question, Mum, but what if Bakugo were to ask me out? What would you say? Has he asked you out? She asked with surprise. No, neither of them have. We're all just friends, but what would you say? You asked her. Is there a way you could have both of them? She asked with a chuckle. Then there wouldn't be any fights or falling out of friends. But that's impossible, she corrected herself. You just pick the right boy for you, my lovely, and that will be good enough for me. Thanks, Mum, you said, smiling into the phone. I'll tell her later, you thought. You chatted a little more to her before saying your goodbyes, and then you rang Ori. Hey, she greeted you. Hey, Ori, are you okay to chat now? I'm on a little break and I wanted to check in, you said. Yep, can chat. How you going? She asked. Well, it's kind of hard, you admitted. I can hold it for 15 minutes, but that's max. It's a start, she said matter-of-factly. Are you focusing or are you just meh? No, I promise. I'm really doing my best. I have to deactivate because I get the shakes, but you can hook me up when we get back. I'm running red line, promise, you said honestly. You better be, she said, but you could hear a bit of cheekiness in her voice. I want no less than 20 minutes when you come back, you hear? I got it. Don't you worry. You won't have to throw me back in the box, you said with a smirk. Good. Are you making sure to breathe nice and deep? She asked. Yeah, you replied. It's hard to remember to do that. Well, that's what's going to help you, so do it, she said firmly. Okay, you said with a nod of your head. And if you can, shift it around your body. Don't sustain your whole body at once. If you move it around, you can practice keeping it activated for longer. You'll get the whole body in time, she said. Right, okay, I'll try that. Thanks, Ori, he said. Good, and don't be slacking on your squats and keep those muscles burning, she added. Ugh, you groaned. No groaning or I'll kick your ass next time I see you, she warned. Yep, got it, you chuckled. Okay, see ya. Bye, girl, she said, and then hung up. You smiled up at the ceiling as you lay there. Life had changed so dramatically in the last few months, but you felt good. This was all good. Now I just got to sort out Mum and Dad, and then we might be okay from here, you thought, before getting up to go to the toilet. Over in Bakugo's room, there was a little more of an intense conversation going on. Hey, bro? Kiri asked Bakugo nervously as he lay on his bed. Bakugo was doing some stretches on the floor, but Kiri could see him from where he was laying. Bakugo grunted. I'm just thinking, when we get older, if we're all still together, how do you feel about, all of us, he fumbled, getting more and more nervous as he tried to get out what he wanted to say. What? Bakugo grunted, getting down on the floor and doing some push-ups. If we all slept in the same bed, and if we, Kiri fumbled. Bakugo did 2 more push-ups and then stopped and looked up at Kiri. Got it on? He asked pointedly. Yeah, Kiri blushed. We're all in this together, right? Bakugo said as he dropped back down on the ground and then pushed back up again. Of course we'd do that together. So you're okay with us all together? Kiri asked. Yeah, why? I don't want you and Yin to be getting it on without me there, damn it, he grunted, still doing push-ups. What if I wanted to, with you, Kiri said softly and bashfully, looking away and scratching his cheek nervously. Bakugo didn't say anything, just did a few more push-ups while looking at the floor, and then got up off the floor and walked over to the bedside. Bro, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... Kiri panicked, backpedaling quickly as Bakugo grabbed for the front of his shirt and pulled him in. Don't think you're the only one with those thoughts, Bakugo said, his eyes flicking to Kiri's lips, then back to his eyes, before shoving the redhead back onto the bed and turning to walk away. What do you mean, bro? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Kiri asked with confusion. Bakugo started to say, turning around to his red-headed friend, but there was a knock at the door then, and his attention was diverted. Yeah, he called. Bakugo, we need you all back at the main centre. I've got some good news, the voice of Fat Gum said through the door. Oh, Kiri added. That's great. I'm in here too, Fat Gum. I'll text Yin and let her know it's go time, he said brightly, pulling his phone from his pocket. Great! Come to the main hall when you're ready, Fat Gum said. I'll be waiting out the front for you. I hope this is where Yin gets to say her plan, Kiri said excitedly to himself out loud as he messaged you to come to the front door. Let's go rescue some kids. 5 minutes later, you, Kiri and Bakugo were walking towards the main hall where the heroes were all milling around, some getting ready to go searching, some coming back empty-handed. Whoa, you thought as you watched them around you. How many people do we have here and we still can't make any headway? You took the lead in front of your boys and walked to the main steps, then up them, smiling at Fat Gum as he stepped out from the crowd and waved at you. Over here, he called. It's busy. It really is, you commented once you'd gotten to him. Come with me. I've managed to get us a hearing with the team who are overseeing this mission, he said. I've told them you're all heroes in training at UA. The man in charge was pleased to hear that you were interested in talking to him about the mission. Well, that's good, you said, feeling a little lighter. You'd been low-key worried that they would scoff at you for even thinking that you were good enough to come up with some ideas. Fat Gum led you all down the hall a bit and into one of the adjacent rooms where some official-looking people in uniforms were all standing around with charts and papers and all kinds of things on desks. Your eyes glossed over everything before settling on Fat Gum as he spoke to one of the men. Mr. Mite, here are my 3 interns, Yin Lin, Kirishima Eijirou, and Bakugo Katsuki. Yin here is wanting to know a little bit more about the rescue effort, and if there's a possibility that she could make some inquiries and suggestions, Fat Gum said proudly. I back these 3. They've got good heads on their shoulders, he added with a nod. I see, Mr. Mite said, with a somewhat reserved smile, extending his hand to you. Well, Miss Yin, let's hear what you have to say, he added, before taking his hand back and crossing his arms across his chest. You felt the whole room quieten and suddenly got stage fright. This was a massive deal. You're about to make a suggestion to a full-on adult, the one in charge of this mission. Sir, if I may ask, have there been any efforts to remove the fog or find the thing responsible for the fog? You asked tentatively, not wanting to jump to any conclusions as to whether it was fog being caused by a quirk or not. Yes, Yin. Efforts have been made, but unfortunately have failed, Mr. Mite replied rather stiffly. Do you have any suggestions for us? Well, first may I ask which quirks have been used to combat the fog? You asked gingerly again, keeping your eyes on Mr. Mite. Yes, We have used wind quirks to blow the fog away, but that only made the fog worse, and that also added to our suspicions of it being caused by a quirk. Regular fog caused by natural means does not fight back against wind quirks, he commented. We have also tried those with topographic quirks to read the lay of the land and try and locate the fog quirk user, but the fog is so thick that they can't get a good reading. I see, he said thoughtfully. I was wondering, and I suppose you've already tried, but is there a chance that the winged hero Hawks could attempt to locate the fog quirk wielder? Mr. Mite opened and then closed his mouth, and then opened it again and looked at one of his offsiders. Have we tried Hawks? He asked. No, sir, I don't think we have, the guy replied. Why haven't we? Mr. Mite asked. Is he on another mission? No, sir, not that we're aware of, the guy replied with a sweat-dropped look on his face. Call him, please, Mr. Mite then said in a rather stern voice, and you could tell that he was annoyed that he hadn't thought of this sooner. Get him on screen, please, he then added, as he turned around and the screen behind him jumped to life while the call went out. The FaceTime rang 3 times, and then Hawks picked up, smiling into the camera from his office, you presumed. Good afternoon, Hawks. My apologies for calling so late in the afternoon, Mr. Mite said apologetically. You're going to cut into my dinner time there, Mr. Mite, Hawks said with a smirk. You'll be buying my next round of chicken if this one goes cold on me. But of course, Mr. Mite said with a small bow. Hey, Hawks then said brightly. It's you. Mr. Mite seemed confused for a second and Hawks grinned. I know the hero behind you, he said to Mr. Mite. I got to talk with her at Quirk. Mr. Mite looked over his shoulder at you, and you looked at him. Surely Hawks wasn't meaning you. Yep, Hawks said when he could see Mr. Mite looking at you. That's her. She's our new upcoming star. Oh, what? You said with surprise and then started to chuckle. No, that's not me, you added with a shake of your head. Sure it is, Hawks replied with a lopsided grin. So what's the call for? It was Yin, right? Light quirk wielder, from the origin of Quirk's lineage. Did you need me for something? Damn, man, he really had to do you like that in front of everyone, huh? As you would have expected, a lot of raised eyebrows and whispers shot through the officials standing around in the room, and even Mr. Mite looked alarmed. My apologies, Yin, he said softly to you. No, it's fine, please, he said with embarrassment. Anyway, what's up, Yin? Hawks asked candidly, like he hadn't just upturned you and shook out all your pockets. Hawks, I was wondering if we could borrow you for a bit. We're looking for someone, and I thought maybe... You started to say. Sure thing. Do you need me in 2 seconds or 3? 2 might be pushing it a bit, but I'll do it if you say, he said, picking up his phone and standing up from the chair. Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your afternoon. You started to apologise. 2 it is then. You're up the mountain way, right? He then asked. Yeah, we are. I'll find you. See you soon, he said, then gave you the peace sign and a big grin and hung up, leaving the rest of your room in stunned silence. I've never seen Hawks drop everything so quickly to help before, one of the officials said, and you felt the heat of embarrassment rush to your face, looking down at the floor for comfort. Wow, you did great, Yin, Kiri said as he stepped up beside you and placed a hand on your shoulder. So he's actually coming, Bakugo commented as he stepped up on your other side, crossing his arms across his chest with a smirk on his lips. I'm shocked, you said honestly, looking across to him. I thought it would be way harder to pitch my idea. Miss Yin, Mr. Mite addressed you, after having spoken to Fat Gum. It appears that Hawks is on good terms with you. We would like for you to orchestrate this next part of the mission. Is there anything you need from us? What? No, I don't think so, he replied, then looked at each of your boys to see if they had anything to add, but both were just standing there looking at you. Very well, he said with a nod. Hawks should be here soon. We'll wait for your and his directions. Someone said my name? Hawk said as he strolled in through the open door. So this is where the party's at. Hi Hawks, you said in a soft voice, your heart beating out of your chest as the jovial hero strolled over with his hands in pockets and wings tucked behind him. It's true that you had met him before and had spoken to him before, but you always got starstruck when you were in his presence. He stopped in front of you and looked down with a lopsided grin on his face, taking one hand from his pocket to shake your hand. Pleasure, he said, extending his hand to yours. Likewise, he replied in an awestruck voice, slowly extending your hand back for the shake. So what's going on here? You want me to head out right now? He asked, jerking one thumb over his shoulder. I guess. I thought maybe you might be able to locate the person with your feathers. We're not really certain who we're looking for, but all the signs are pointing towards a quirk wielder, he said. Villain? Hawks asked. Could be, he replied. Oh, wait. Hang on a second, what if it's not a villain? Your eyes then searched for Mr. Mite among the bystanders. Mr. Mite, is there a chance we could get a list of missing persons from the last few days, preferably with fog quirks? Ah, I see, Hawk said softly, rubbing his chin with his hand. Good thinking. You heard him and grinned at him. He appeared to be on the same wavelength as you. So you're thinking they're connected? Someone with a grudge? Hawks commented to you. You nodded, your nod to Hawks getting interrupted by Mr. Mite calling out to you. Yes, we'll look into it now, Yin, Mr. Mite said, quickly turning to the other officials to get it seen to. You thanked him and then continued your conversation with Hawks. Yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot. The fog's been out there constantly, so if it's a quirk, then the person has been out there the whole time too, so they would be missing, unless they had told people that they were going to be away for a few days, you mused. Then it would be premeditated. Let's bank on the Wilder not being as clever as you are, Hawk said thoughtfully. We'll check through the fog first, and if I can't find anyone, then we'll check the surrounding areas. Fog quirks are usually encompassing quirks, quirks that are used around the user. They're not usually distance. Not with this size either. I've had a quick look and it's quite a circumference out there. Wow, he really does his homework, doesn't he? As expected of the number 2 hero, you thought as you looked from him to your boys. Both appeared to be a little discombobulated by Hawks' presence and were just standing there like stunned mullets. Oh, Hawks, these are my 2 classmates too, he said quickly, deciding to make a super quick introduction before anything else happened. Pleasure, Hawks said, extending his hand to Kiri first, then Bakugo. Both boys mumbled something back before Hawks turned back to you. Okay, should we get out there then? Any ideas on where I should start? He asked you, turning to the door and waiting for you to fall in step with him. I did overhear that the fog was thickest over the other side of the mountain. Either the fog wielder will be there, or if this person's trying to conceal the missing kids or make it harder for them to get out, then that's where they will be, the kids that is. Either way, we need to find someone, you said, walking out the door with Hawks, while Fat Gum, Kiri, Bakugo and some of the other officials walked behind you both. You chatted lightly as you walked to the edge of the forest, and then Hawks stopped. Okay, I'm going to send in a fair number of feathers so I won't be able to fly. Otherwise I'd fly over and send feathers out, he commented, launching a flurry of red feathers off into the dense fog. How are you going to be able to feel each feather? You asked him, amazed that he would be able to read the feedback from each feather as they were flying around out there. Easy, he commented calmly, sending off a few more. My feathers are used to feeling for humans. Trees and such are a lot firmer, so I've got to find the squishy human things. That's really amazing, he said honestly. Not amazing as your progress with Ori. I may have peeped at your sheets, Hawks then said nonchalantly. You could feel that familiar rush of heat to your cheeks and looked down at the ground. Oh, I don't know if I'm doing that well. Ori doesn't seem to be impressed, you replied. Yeah, she's a hard trainer, but she means well. You're doing amazing, don't doubt yourself, he said calmly. To him it was just the honest truth, as he saw it, but to you he had just handed you a gold-plated compliment and you held it close to your chest. Well, thank you, you said bashfully. And you know what else needs praising? He then added. What's that? You asked with a confused look on your face. Me, because I just found someone that doesn't want to be found, he said, keeping his emotions to a minimum. Wait, what? You found someone? Already? Is it the fog quirk wielder? You asked. Judging by the fact that he's trying to wall himself in with the fog quirk is a fairly strong indicator that I've found the person you're looking for, Hawks said. Just then one of the officials ran up to you and Hawks, slightly out of breath from the effort. Yin, Hawks, we found a young male who went missing a few days ago. He has a fog quirk and he attends the same school as those who went hiking, he said. Yeah, that's our guy, Hawks commented. What do you think, Yin? He then asked you. Oh, I think you're very right there, Hawks, he replied with a cheeky smirk. How about you bring him in so we can talk to him? Yeah, sounds good to me. Let me just airlift him. And up we go, Hawks said, a sudden flurry of feathers returning to him at speed, with one of them flying a very unhappy teenager with it. The police that had been waiting a little way back from you and Hawks jumped in then and grabbed the kid, forcing him to the ground and placing Quirk-cancelling handcuffs on him. I didn't do nothing, the kid yelled. Let me go! Save it for later, one of the policemen said as he stepped back and wrestled the kid to his feet. No sooner had the handcuffs been placed on the teen that the fog started to slowly dissipate, some of it being swept away by the wind, other parts of it just melting as the afternoon sun's rays hit it. Yeah, it's all yours now, Yin, Hawk said as he turned to go. Wait, thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate it, he said with a bow to him. No trouble at all, Yin. I'll let you take it from here. I prefer to lay low. Plus I want to go home, eat chicken, and play with my boy. Good luck, he said, adding a salute before taking to the skies. Wow, you actually worked with hawks, Kiri said in awe as he stepped up beside you. I didn't like how close he was staying next to you, Bakugo grumped, shoving his hands into his pockets. Thanks, E. And Cat, I only have eyes for you and this other cutie here, he said, jerking her head towards Kiri, who blushed shyly at your comment. What a star! Fat Gum said as he walked over and held his hand up for a high five from you. Nice work, Yin. Yin, Mr. Mite called to you. What do you wish to do now that the quirk wielder has been apprehended? Would you like to speak with him? I would, but we need to find these kids first. It's been a few days now and they haven't been found. We need to search for them and find them before sundown, you said, looking up to the sky and looking around to see where the sun was out. We have about 2 hours left of daylight, Mr. Mite said. Then it will become a lot harder to see. That's no problem for me, you said, as you easily made a ball of light in your hand and floated it. I can send out about 4 of these now and sustain them for about 20 minutes to a half hour. Well, that's very handy, Mr. Mite said with a nod. Okay, so the search is now in urgency, he asked you. Yes, all hands on deck. Get the heroes into groups like they were doing before and each pick an area. It shouldn't be too hard to find them now, I hope, you said, gingerly, not wanting to jinx yourself. Done. I'll organise the others. Will you and your team here, he then looked at Kiri and Bakugo, be searching as well? Yes, you nodded. Due to my light quirk, I was thinking of searching the caves, you said. I did see there were maybe 2 or 3 on the map. Very well, that makes sense, Mr. Mite said. Go ahead and choose which caves and then we'll get started. You and your boys, with Fat Gum watching on, walked over to the table that had been set up with a map laid out on it and looked it over, talking amongst yourselves as to which caves to pick. You picked 2 that were closest, then notified those in charge, got earpieces and trackers in, and then you 3 set off with your own map, heading for the cave number 1. Do you think we'll find them? Kiri asked as he followed behind you, lifting branches and leaves out of the way so that they wouldn't catch on your hoodie. I hope we're the ones to find them. That would be really good for the image of UA. What a way to represent the school, you said with a chuckle as you pushed a branch out of the way and held it up for Kiri to go under. He went to hold it, but Bakugo was right behind him and grabbed it and held it for him. Just walk, dumbhair, Bakugo said. I'll get the branches, he added, waiting for Kiri to go ahead, and then walking under it himself before letting it go. It didn't take long to get to the first cave, and you stopped for a second to let the other 2 come up beside you. Okay, here it is, you said, packing a map away in your pocket. I have the light, so I'll go first. Cat, you can't use your quirk, so you're just going to have to rely on your strength if we need you. He grunted in reply, and you turned to Kiri. E, you be the second muscle man, you added. Got it, he replied, doing a bicep curl and showing off his guns. You grinned. Very nice, you said. Then you turned back to the cave. Okay, crew, let's go. The cave was decently sized, and you sent out 1 large light ball and had it hovering just ahead of you, illuminating the cave well enough for you to all see a decent way in. Hello? Anyone here? You called, your echo asking back the same question to you, but aside from that, no other reply came back. Maybe they're not in here, Kiri asked you. If they were here, they would have heard that. Maybe not. If they're unconscious or badly hurt, you replied. We should give the cave a good check to make sure. I'd hate to overlook them, you added. Onwards you trudged, looking as far ahead as you could, but there still didn't appear to be any sign of life. After walking for about 10 minutes, you came to the end of the cave. You walked up and placed your hand on the cool rock wall at the back of the cave. Yeah, nope, this one's empty. We can say with confidence that we were able to check the entirety of this cave and no one was here, you said. Yeah, Bakugo grunted. Your quirk's going to time out soon though. We need to head back. I'll be okay. I'll just make the light a little smaller, you said, taking the lead again on the return trip to the mouth of the cave. The sun was rapidly setting now as you crossed the threshold of the open cave mouth, and you had a moment where you thought that maybe you should call it off for the night, but that thought was only fleeting, and then you were renewed with urgency and pushed on. Okay, we need to head to the second cave. It's higher up. That way, you said, orienting your map to see where you were headed. You're so good at this, Yin, Kiri gushed, following a step behind you as you turned and started heading off into the bush again. I'm not really, but knowing you guys are here with me definitely helps, you said with a smile back to him. He grinned at you, and then you looked past him to Bakugo. You're being pretty quiet, you said back to him. Are you okay? Yeah, just saving energy. Won't have to carry your dumbass back to base because you overdo your quirk, he said to you. I'm okay, you said with a grin. I'll be fine. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not worrying, I'm preparing, he replied. Well, thank you for your concern, he said with another smile. That's so manly, Kiri gushed. You're so amazing, bro. No, Bakugo replied with a smirk. I'm the best. You smiled to yourself and kept pushing on. It was never a dull moment with these two. Another 20 minutes of walking and you pushed a branch back and stepped under it, looking up to a waterfall that was spilling from a cave ahead. The waterfall was falling from about the height of the average one-story house. Now, you said as you looked around, gotta get up there. Hold on to me, Bakugo suddenly said as he approached you and grabbed you around the waist. You quickly did so, and he placed one hand back behind himself and detonated his quirk, sending you both up to the ledge that jutted out just beside the waterfall. Oh, that was good thinking, he said to him as you landed there and let him go. But what about E? Your other man was standing down at the bottom, looking up, and Bakugo turned and jumped off the ledge, using his quirk once more to counteract the fall as he dropped right beside the redhead. The pair just looked at each other for a second before Bakugo spoke. Hold on to me, dumbhair, he said, averting his eyes and looking off to his left as Kiri gingerly stepped towards him and slowly wrapped his arms around the blonde's waist. Both boys were in a bit of a flustered state as they prepared for the launch, and then Bakugo threw one hand back and detonated his quirk, sending both boys up the side of the waterfall and landing right next to you. You grabbed onto both of them to steady them, but they had pretty sure footing and didn't need the extra help. That was so manly, Kiri said, letting Bakugo go and scratching the back of his head a little awkwardly. He was now a bit self-conscious when close to the blonde, especially after the chat that they had had in his room earlier. Don't fall over, dumbhair, Bakugo then said, giving Kiri a small bop on the side of his bicep with his closed fist as he stepped past him and over to you. Okay, let's go. You nodded and turned to the cave behind you, its mouth hanging open, much larger than the first one that you'd walked into. Mind the water, you said to your boys, stepping over some rocks to get to the start of the cave and trying not to get your feet wet. This cave had a fairly decent supply of water running through it, and although it wasn't a wide stream, it was enough to wet right up to the ankles, and even a little deeper in some parts. This would be somewhere I would hide, you commented to Bakugo, who was right behind you with Kiri bringing up the rear. There's water here, so you could wash wounds at the very least. Now having stepped a fair way into the cave, you threw another ball of light up and let it hover ahead, making it big enough to be able to see well in front of you. There's still a bit of fog here, you said, seeing small puffs of it hanging around. I can't hear anyone ahead, Bakugo commented. True, but this could be a deep cave, you said, stopping for a second to listen. Should I call out? Maybe wait till we're further in, Kiri said from the back, and you nodded and stepped across the stream to walk on the other side. Fat Gum? You asked into the earpiece. We're in cave 2, can you still hear us? Yes, got eyes and ears on you, he replied. No one has found them yet, keep looking. Will do. Over, you replied, before focusing on what you were doing. You all went in single file then, occasionally stopping to listen, but all was very quiet. How long have we been walking? You asked, feeling your arms and body starting to ache. I hope my quirk isn't running out, you thought. About 20 minutes, Kiri said from the back, checking his watch. You hummed. Don't overdo it, Bakugo said softly from behind you. I'll be okay, you said back to him with a smile. If worse comes to worse, we might just have to stand in the dark for a minute or two while I rest. Are you okay, Yin? Kiri asked from the back, having heard your reply to Bakugo. Yep, I'm okay, you said, stepping across the stream once more, as it was wider on the other side now. You kept going, arms burning more and more. I'm just gonna make my light a little smaller, just a bit, you said, consciously dimming it down and shrinking its size. It relieved your symptoms a little bit, but not by much, and you wondered if you'd need to stop after all. You were just about to say something to Bakugo when you saw something up ahead and brightened your light a little more to see what it was. It appeared to be an animal lying on its side on the floor of the cave. Wait, there's an animal here, you said, slowly approaching it. As you got closer, you could see some of the animal's face had been eaten, as well as most of its belly area had been ripped open. But although it was badly mauled, you could tell it was a little weasel of some kind. Looks like a fresh kill, Bakugo said as he stepped up beside you to take a better look. Oh, poor thing, Kiri added, also stepping up on your other side to take a look. What do you think killed it? You asked, looking up and around the cave. A small animal, Bakugo said. You hummed, looking back down at the unfortunate creature. Okay, should probably keep an eye out then, you added, stepping over the deceased weasel and continuing on. It was only a few more steps in, though, before you heard a small screeching sound and you stopped. "What's that?" you whispered to Bakugo. He looked ahead, trying to locate where the sound was coming from. You pushed your light brighter and floated it further ahead to illuminate as far into the cave as you could, while you and the boys hung back a bit, in the distance, and you could make out tiny glowing eyes near the roof of the ceiling. "Bats?" you asked Bakugo. "Yeah," he nodded. "Not sure what type, though." "Is there a concern?" you asked. Suddenly your earpiece crackled, and Fat Gum's voice came through the piece. "Do be careful, Yin. There have been bats used for experiments and injected with quirk matter that turns them into flesh and blood-eating animals," he said. "If these are the ones that got released, that would explain the kill from before. Be careful." Guys?" Kiri asked, stepping up and promptly tripping on a rock and falling into you. "Ah!" you yelped, trying to get your feet under you as you tripped forwards, your yell upsetting the bats and sending them flying everywhere. There was a flurry of activity as bats flew at you, Kiri, and Bakugo, smashing into you three and clinging to your clothes and hair. "Ouch!" Kiri yelped as one bat bit into his forehead, dangling from his spiky red hair. "Die!" Bakugo yelled, ripping 2 bats off his arms and throwing them at the cave wall. "These are the biting ones then," you yelled, trying desperately to swipe the bats off you. "Ah!" you screeched again, when another one bit through your shirt and got you on the side. All 3 of you were very preoccupied getting the bats off yourselves for a bit there, and you forgot to keep your quirk activated, and all of a sudden you were all shrouded in darkness. "Stay close," Bakugo called to you, grabbing for your arm and pulling you in so he could smack bats off you as best he could. "E, you okay?" you called to Kiri, who you could still hear fighting bats off him. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm okay. They're going away now that there's no light," he said. "I think they need the light." "Well, that's not good," you said, feeling yourself over now that Bakugo had gotten all the bats off you. "How are we supposed to keep going in the dark?" "E, dumbass, use your quirk," Bakugo snapped at the redhead in the dark. "You stay up front and tank, and I'll protect Yin, since I can't use my quirk in here. Yin, do you need more time before you can use your light again?" Yeah, maybe just a little," you said, massaging your arms. "My arms are aching, but they'll be okay in a bit." You flicked your hands around and massaged your arms until they calmed down a bit, and then you prepared to activate again. "They're still around. I can hear them," Bakugo said, and you nodded in the dark. "Yeah, I think they're just waiting for the light again." "Are you all okay?" Fat Gum's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Yeah, we're okay. A few bites, but okay. E, you okay?" you asked your redhead in the dark. "Yeah, I'm okay," he replied. "Cat?" you asked your other man. "Yeah, good," he replied back. "Okay, I'm ready with the quirk when you're all ready," you said, shaking your arms out one last time. "Ready," Kiri added. "Bring it," Bakugo said. So you threw up a ball of light that illuminated the cave, and as you suspected, the bats were all still there waiting for you, but this time you were ready for them. Kiri activated his quirk and hardened his body so they couldn't bite him, and Bakugo jumped in front of you while you made a smaller lightsaber and started smacking bats from the back. All that training with Ori, with her lobbing projectile targets from a ball cannon at you, had come in handy after all, and you connected with most of the small bloodthirsty creatures that managed to slip past Bakugo. In no time you had most of them subdued, or had scared them away enough, and you were left standing there panting heavily. "Is that it?" you asked, sides heaving as you asked the question. "Yeah," Bakugo replied, his own sides heaving. "I think so," Kiri said as he deactivated. "Should we keep going?" "I think so," you said. "Let's try and clear this cave as quickly as possible. It's probably getting quite dark outside by now." "Roger," Kiri said with a salute. If they're not here, we have to hope that someone else has found them by now." "Yeah, I hope you're right," he replied. "Which reminds me, Fat Gum?" you then asked into the earpiece. "Can you still hear us? The earpiece was crackling just a second ago." "Faintly, Yin," he replied. "Are you all okay?" "Yeah, just, sorted the bats out, as you probably heard. But aside from that, okay. We're going to head in deeper into the cave, so I'm not sure if we'll be able to contact you." "We still have good tracking signal on you," Fat Gum said, "so all good. Press the emergency button on the tracker if you need backup." "Okay, we'll do. We should be fine though," he replied, giving your boys a smile each. With that check-in done, you all kept on. Your arms were starting to burn again, but you figured you could hold out a little longer. It wasn't going to be too much longer before you reached the back of the cave, right? As you continued on, Kiri stopped up just ahead, What is it? You asked him, when he stopped and picked something up out of the stream. He held up a sock, and you looked at it. That looks fairly recent, right? You said. What would a sock be doing here? Good question, Kiri said, and then looked further on into the cave, beyond where the light was able to reach. I think they might be in here. You all fell silent for a second. I'll call out, Kiri said. Hello? He then called, cupping his hands to his mouth. Anyone here? His voice echoed around the cave for a good 3 seconds, all the echoes reverberating and bouncing off each other until his voice became indistinguishable. Still no reply, you said, but no sooner had you said that, you heard a faint return call. Hey! The voice echoed, and you looked at Kiri and then Bakugo. It's them. Is it them? You asked with excitement, taking the lead and moving at a much faster pace. Facum! You called into the earpiece. Someone's here! Someone's here! But all you got from the other end of the line was crackling and static. Damn it, we must be out of range, you thought. Onwards you moved at a quicker pace, your arms shaking and burning while sweat dripped down your forearms. Your quirk had well and truly reached its maximum, but you were so keen to get to these kids. Hey! You called into the cave again. Are you okay? Help! The voice replied back. We're coming, it's okay. We're coming to get you, you called again. Are you all okay? No, please help. The voice called again, and again you reassured them that you were on your way, and they didn't have to worry anymore. It was while you were almost running that you finally spotted some movement up ahead, and relief washed over you when you saw a bunch of kids sitting on the cave floor beside the stream. We're here, you called as you approached the small group. Hey, it's okay, you guys are safe now, you said as you slowed and walked over, pushing out more light so you could see everyone. They squinted in the bright light and you apologised. I'm sorry, shield your eyes, I just need to see everyone, you said, quickly looking over the group and doing a quick head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you counted to yourself, doing a quick triage of who needed help first. Oh, Kiri said as he stepped around you and walked over to a guy sitting on the ground, blood pouring from his leg. What happened? I got attacked by those bats, he said sadly. I only got it on my leg though. I think Damon got it on his face. Kiri looked to where the first boy had pointed to his friend, and yep, poor Damon had copped a bite or two to the forehead, same as Kiri. I got bit there too, Kiri said with a toothy grin, pointing to his forehead, trying to build some rapport, but these poor kids were so weak they didn't see the funny side at all. Okay, you said to the girl, who had gotten up and was now staying next to you. Let's all get out of here. What's your name? I'm Bree, she said, and this is Hannah, and then there's Damon, Alex, Trick, and Matt. She pointed out all of her fellow friends, and you nodded. Are you okay to walk out of here with us, Bree? You asked her, noting that she appeared to be one of the stronger ones since she was standing. Yeah, I'm G. Hannah, can you walk? She then asked her friend. Probably, Hannah replied, getting gingerly to her feet, her legs wobbling a bit. Come over here, Hannah, and hold on to me, you offered, so she wobbled her way over to you, and you wrapped an arm around her waist and placed her arm across your shoulder. Bakugo, Kiri, can you please help the boys? Get up, Bakugo snapped at Matt, who was sitting with his head hung low. Don't be mean, you snapped to your man. Help him up gently, please. Fine, Bakugo grunted, extending his hand out to Matt, only to be ignored by the curly-haired teen. Kiri, could you help, please? You asked your redhead kindly. Of course, he said, and then walked over and crouched down next to Matt and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, it's gonna be okay. We'll get you out of here, he said. Matt shook his head. Let me just die here. My parents are gonna kill me anyway, he mumbled. It's not your fault, dude, Trick said. Shut up, bro. Yes, it is. I was supposed to look after you all, and I got us all lost in this fog, Matt snapped. The fog was caused by a quirk, you said gently. It wasn't an ordinary fog. How did you get up here anyway? We were following the stream, Bree said to you. The fog set in, so we started to follow the stream, hoping it would get us off this mountain, but we got confused and then realised that we were in a cave, and then bats and stuff, and Alex's leg and Damon's head, and I just want to go home, she said, sniffing hard by this point, as her emotions took a wild downturn. You guys have done so well, you said kindly to her. Seriously, you've done a great job. Huh, Matt scoffed. Great job. Just getting lost in the fog and ending up in a cave. Yeah, super great. Dude, the fog was messy AF. How are we supposed to find our way out? She said it was a quirk too, Trick replied to Matt, pointing at you. Wait, Damon with the bloodied head said, getting to his feet with the help of Kiri. Fog quirk? Yeah, you said, feeling like Damon probably needed more medical attention than you first realised, since you'd been talking about this fog quirk for a while now, and he'd only just cottoned on. Doesn't Jackson have a fog quirk? He asked, looking at Matt, who was still sitting on the floor of the cave with his head down, refusing to look at anyone. You looked from Damon to Matt, and then back to Damon. Matt? Damon asked. Maybe, I don't know, Matt replied. Yeah, he does, Damon then said pointedly, when Matt refused to engage. Whatever, let's just get out of here, I guess, Matt said, pulling himself to his feet and staggering a little. Bakugo stepped in front of him at the last second, and Matt couldn't stop in time, his body colliding with the sturdy blonde heavily. You know Jackson, don't you? Bakugo growled. Yeah, he's in our class. What of it, man? You're so friggin' boring. Let's just get out of here, Matt snapped. You set this up, didn't you? Bakugo snarled, grabbing Matt by the front of his shirt and lifting him up. Bakugo, put him down. We need to get out of here first, you said to Bakugo, feeling like your man was onto something but not wanting to start beef right now. Yeah, listen to your girlfriend, Matt commented to Bakugo with a smirk. She is my girlfriend. I'm going to beat your ass when we get outside, Bakugo snarled. Why would you have set this up, Matt? This isn't funny, Damon said, sounding very upset. Wait, is that what he was talking about, Jackson? He wanted to come, and you told him no, didn't you? I heard you in the locker room, Alex piped in, balancing on one leg to keep his weight off his injured one. Oh, geez, the drama's flowing now, he thought with an internal grimace. Okay, listen, Jackson has been apprehended and it sounds like the police want to talk to you all too. If you know anything about this and would like to share, you added. But for now, let's get moving. Bakugo, you keep eyes on Matt, please, and the rest of you stay. Yun? Kiri asked, jumping up and running to you and catching you just as you passed out, holding you and Hannah both as your body went limp, and the light ball that had been floating strong flickered and then imploded in on itself, leaving the cave in darkness. Great, Alex mumbled. She okay? Bakugo called, still with his fist wrapped in Matt's shirt lest he try and escape in the darkness. Yeah, it's okay, bro. She just overdid her quirk. She's very sweaty, but she's okay. She's breathing, Kiri said. Get some water on her. Lie her flat, Bakugo instructed. I'm sorry, Bree? Is it okay if you help Hannah and lean her against me this side? I just need to attend to Yin, Kiri said to the able-bodied Bree. Oh, you're a kind hero, she said sweetly in the dark. What's your name? My hero name is Red Riot, he replied to her as he felt around in the dark for the stream and then dipped his hand in the water and then felt around for your face and neck to rub some cool water onto you. That's a really cool name. I like that name. How old are you? Are we the same age? She asked, peppering him with questions while he tended to you and she helped Hannah. You've taken extra, Bakugo grunted in the dark, seeing that she was doing a line for the redhead. Oh, Bree said with embarrassment in the darkness, then tried to cover her embarrassment by throwing out a compliment. Oh, I bet she's really amazing and a beautiful person, she said, her compliment sounding somewhat forced. Who says it's a she? Bakugo growled back, and poor Kiri inhaled so sharply he swallowed some spit the wrong way and started to cough violently. Oh, are you okay? Bree asked, patting Kiri on the back. I'm sorry. It just took me by surprise. He started to say, but your stirring in his arms drew his attention, and he felt around for your hand to hold it. Yun, are you okay? He asked through coughing. You said in a groggy voice. Sorry, How many times do I have to tell you not to overdo it? Bakugo snapped from the dark. Lie there until your arms aren't burning anymore. How do you know they're burning? You asked. You told me, dumbass, he replied. That's not a nice name to call your girlfriend, Hannah piped up. Shut up. She knows she's my dumbass, no one else's. Bakugo snapped in the dark. I'll be okay, you said, slowly sitting up. You can tell Ori you used your ball for 40 minutes, Bakugo then added. She should be happy with that. Wow, that's a record, I think, you said, testing out your quirk and throwing up a dim, small ball, just enough to take the edge off the darkness. Although no one actually made an audible sigh of relief, you could certainly feel it, and you gingerly got to your feet with Kiri's help. Are you going to be okay? He asked you softly. Yeah, you nodded. I'll be okay. You didn't want to say anything to him, but you knew you were on the red line, as Ori called it, arms burning, body aching, feeling slightly nauseated and sweaty as hell. You got Hannah back up and directed Bree to follow you, with Trick, Damon and Alex being assisted by Kiri, and with Bakugo specialing Matt. It was slow going because of Damon and Alex and Hannah, and you checked your earpiece every now and again to see if you could contact out, but it was still just static. Still out of range, you thought as you trudged along. At one point, Bakugo came up beside you and put his head close to your ear. I'm going up front. Bats, he reminded you. Okay, I should be okay to make more light then. I can help fight them off, you said. He just nodded as he dragged Matt past you and walked on ahead of your dim light. How you going back there? You asked back to Kiri and the three boys. Yeah, we're okay, Alex called to you. Hannah, how you doing? You asked the weak girl hanging from your side. Yep, I'm okay, she replied. Okay, we're coming up to the bat soon, so I might need to put you down so I can fight, but Kiri will be there for you. Red Riot, you said. Okay, but will you be okay to fight? You passed out before, she said. Yeah, I'll be fine. I just overdid my quirk, but that's okay, you said with a smile, faintly looking at her in the dark. That's so cool, she said softly back to you. You're all so cool. I just gotta get it done, you said. I'm here to help people, that's it. Just then you heard faint squeaking and the flapping of wings up ahead, and you looked up towards Bakugo. Are they there? You called out. A few, he called back. Do you need me? You called again. No, I got this, he replied, and you smirked to yourself. Even if he doesn't got it, he'd still do to take the pressure off me, and I think he might use Matt as a human shield. Oh man, what are you doing that? Don't push me up front, Matt called out, and you sweat dropped. Red Right, you might need to get up there. Bakugo's about to use Matt as a... Get it off me! You heard Matt screech, and you groaned. Yeah, you need to go, you said to your man. Save Matt. We need him to testify. Okay, got it, Kiri said as he let Alex and Damon sit down. Trick, look after them. I'll be back. God, it's so hard to deal with these boys, you chuckled out loud. You could hear Matt screaming, Bakugo telling him to shut up, and Kiri trying to de-escalate the situation, but couldn't quite see them up ahead in the dark. What a nightmare, Bree said softly. It'll be okay, Red Riot will sort them out. He's the dependable one. Not that the blonde hero Bakugo isn't. I know he's my boyfriend, but he's a little bit of a wild card. If you need him though, he'll have your back 100%, you said. That's so sweet though, he's good looking too, so that's all you really need, Bree said. Yeah, that's true, you shrugged with a smile. It wasn't long till both boys came back into view, with a bloodied up Matt, blood pouring from a wound above his right eye, same as Damon's. Karma, Damon uttered, and Matt gave him a death glare, but dared not say anything. He couldn't do much anyway. Bakugo still had a grip on the back of his collar. Okay, let's go, you said, taking the lead with the girls and letting your two boys pick up the others in the rear. As you got past the bats, you heard your earpiece crackle, and you spoke into it. Fatgum, are you there? You asked into it, the piece lighting up as you spoke. I can hear you vaguely, Yin, he replied. We have them. Repeat, we have them. Bree, Hannah, Damon, Alex, Trick and Matt. We found them, you said excitedly, repeating it many times so that the message would be received. Suck a dick, Matt. She said your name last. Damon teased maliciously. Hey, shut up, dickface. No one cares. Matt grumped back. Well done, Yin. We'll have the emergency services and heroes waiting for you at the mouth of the cave. I have your location. Over. Fatgum replied into the earpiece, and you heaved a sigh of relief. It was almost over. Why did Matt do this? I don't understand, Hannah whispered to Bree. I don't know why he didn't just let Jackson come. I thought they were friends, Bree asked back. Maybe Alex knows? I'll ask him later, Hannah said, and Bree nodded. Well, I'm not about to ask gossip-type questions, but I'd also like to know what was going on there because that's really weird, you thought, focusing on the ground as you continued to walk. You tried to push a little more light into the glowing orb that was floating ahead, but the pressure it was putting on your body was immense, so you couldn't do it. Just gotta hold out a little longer, you thought as you looked up to see if you could see the mouth of the cave, but it was still a way to go. 1 foot in front of the other, you dragged Hannah, calling encouragingly back to the others too as they followed behind. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, you could vaguely see the outline of the cave mouth ahead and could see the light flashing around outside. We're here! Bree shouted from behind you, almost giving you a fright with the shrill sound in her voice, her high-pitched cry echoing through the cave walls. Well done! The voice of someone rang out from the mouth of the cave. Oh, thank God the others are here too, you thought, trying to gather your voice to call back to them, but your tongue had glued itself to the roof of your mouth and wouldn't budge. The dim, glowing ball that had been steadfastly leading the way for you started to flicker, and you started to panic. No, don't pass out again. You can do it, Yin, just a little further. You can get these kids to the others and you can sit down. Don't quit. Don't you dare quit, you yelled at yourself. Your arms aching and stinging harder, but they'd been stinging for such a long time now that you had become numb to them and kept pushing. Take arsehole! You heard Bakugo shout from behind you. Crap, no, Just then, Bakugo's strong arms grabbed you and Hannah and lifted you up. Don't you dare quit. You're not a quitter. Eyes up, Yin. Damn it! He growled into your ear. Your eyelids that had begun to sink forced their way open again, and you lifted yourself up on your feet and took the final 5 steps to the mouth of the cave and passed Hannah over into the waiting arms of one of the heroes. Safe. You managed to get out, and then promptly passed out in Bakugo's arms. It was a good 10 minutes later when you came to, and your eyes flew open in a panic. The kids! Where? You gasped, your head whipping from side to side, quickly taking in the internal ambulance decor before your brain caught up. Oh, I passed out, you then said, looking to your left again and seeing Bakugo sitting next to your stretcher bed, a death glare in his eyes. Told you not to overdo it, damn it, he snapped at you. I didn't have a choice, we're on a mission. You were all relying on me to provide light, you defended yourself. But wait, you also told me to keep going and not quit, didn't you? That was you helping me at the end, wasn't it? You asked him. Yeah, because you'd come so far. I wasn't going to let all your hard work go in vain, he replied curtly. Stop telling me to push myself and then yell at me when I do. It doesn't make any sense, you replied. I'm sick of it. I'm just trying to be a hero. You're already a hero, he replied loudly. Then I don't know what to do. How am I supposed to be an even better hero? You replied in exasperation. Get stronger. That's what you need to do. Stop doubting yourself and level up. Strong heroes don't pass out. Next time you won't pass out, he snapped. You stopped and looked at him. I think you just nailed it, you said in awe. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, see? He smirked, leaning back in the chair and crossing his arms across his chest. I'm the best. What did I say though? You had a light bulb moment. I'm not telling. I need to think on it a bit. You do need an attitude check though, you replied with a playful eye roll. Just then, Fat Gum's round head popped through the side door of the ambulance. Oh, Yin, you're okay. How are you feeling? He asked. I'm okay, I promise, you replied quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare anyone. You did a mighty fine job, he said with a grin. In fact, the TV crew are here to report on the matter, and they've been asking for you. Your name's been put forward as the front runner for this mission. Care to say a few words? Me? You said incredulously. Yes, he said. Come, let me help you out. Okay, you said, gingerly swinging your legs off the side of the ambulance stretcher bed and standing up. Bakugo stepped in beside you immediately and held your arm, and you gave him a smile. Thanks, I'm okay, you don't need to help, you said softly. I'm not trying to help you, he snapped, not wanting to look soft in front of Fat Gum. Did you need a ride? Fat Gum asked. I have the fat taxi ready to go. Oh, you said with thinly veiled excitement. Can I? Of course, he replied with a chuckle. In you get. He stepped back off the step of the ambulance, and you stepped into him. Bakugo letting you go as you sank right into his middle and settled in up to your neck, and then wriggled around so that you were looking out from his middle and not up to the sky. Ah! You screeched internally with excitement. This is so comfy, it's like being inside a squishmallow. That's so soft. How are you in there, Yin? Fat Gum asked from above you. Just fine, Bakugo replied, seeing the biggest grin on your face and knowing that you were in heaven. I've never been better, actually, you said, complete with giant grin on your face. Okay then, hang on tight, off we go, he said, turning and then jogging his way back towards where there was a crowd of people standing around, as well as floodlights, vans, the lot. Make way, coming through, Fat Gum called as he slowed and kept walking forwards, but at a pace that people could move out of the way in time. Finally, you made it to the centre of the crowd, where there was a lady dressed in a fitted tailor suit and a mic in hand, and a guy standing beside her with a camera on his shoulder, and Fat Gum stopped in front of them. Here she is, the star, he announced, and you just grinned at them, only a head poking out from his deliciously marshmallow middle. Are you Yin? The lady asked, fixing her hair. That's me, he replied. Could we have a few words? She asked, turning to her cameraman and nodding. Could you tell us about the mission? Well, you said, still a little head at this point. I'm gonna be straight up and honest, this was not me. We all helped here. We were all involved in this mission, you said, looking out at the crowd of heroes. In there you spotted Kiri, as well as some of the other heroes that you recognised, and suddenly realised how big this was. Somehow, you had become number one in this and you froze for a second. How did you know the fog, that was such a hindrance to this mission, was caused by a quirk? And how did you come up with the plan to combat it so quickly? She then asked you, holding the mic closer to your lips so that you'd be able to be heard nice and clear. No, that wasn't me, I promise. It was already hinted that it was a quirk, but I just thought that fighting the quirk was going to drain resources quicker, and it would be easier to find the fog quirk wielder faster and then look for the lost teens, you said honestly. And so how did you combat the fog quirk and find the wielder? She then asked. I called in Hawks, you replied with a smile. He's the one you should be praising. He found the wielder in a very short space of time, and then once the fog started to lift, it was anyone's game. But the point here was to find the teens. I'm glad they're found, and I hope they've been reunited with their families. Are they okay? You then asked, dropping out of interviewee mode to ask important questions to Fat Gum. They're okay, Fat Gum said. The girls wanted to talk to you, though. Can I talk to them? You asked him, then turned your attention back to the lady interviewing you. Thank you for your time. We all did this together. We're all important. A hero is anyone who's willing to go above and beyond to help. That's a fact, you said with a smile, as Fat Gum squished his mellow middle together and you popped out of his middle, flicking over and somehow landing perfectly on your feet in front of him, between him and the interviewer. Suddenly the lady gasped and cameras started clicking away in the background. What? You asked her. Oh, you are beautiful, she said in awe. Sorry, what was your name again? You said, suddenly feeling shy. I need to check on the teens now. Sorry, no more questions. But she wasn't backing down, and suddenly Fat Gum was between you and her and telling you to run, which you did, while he kept the lady and camera crew back. What the heck was that all about? You asked in surprise to Kiri, who had made his way over to you and was helping to shield you as you made your way through the crowd of heroes and out the other side, looking back over your shoulder to make sure you weren't being followed. Well, I'm not just saying this because I'm your boyfriend, but you're glowing right now. Like, you look so beautiful, and your clothes are... You looked down. They were just your usual track pants and jumper, nothing exciting at all. They really make your figure look good, he said shyly. What? You asked with surprise, so surprised that you laughed a bit. I've just come back from a mission I've passed out on, and then got blood all over my clothes, and you're telling me that they're taking pictures of me because I look good? I don't think so, but thank you, you said with a smile, walking with him as he took you over to where the teens were being treated. You could see many parents milling around, an ambulance, police, and some of the teens. Hey, Hannah called to you when she saw you, and Kiri walking over. I was worried, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, you replied with a smile. Are you guys okay? Are your parents here? Yeah, that's Mum and Dad, she said, pointing to her parents who were talking to the police. Okay, good. Did you ever work out what was going on? You asked curiously. I did hear you guys talking about how Matt could have been involved with Jackson with the whole Quirk thing, you said. Yeah, actually, Hannah said with a little embarrassment. I asked Alex, and he told me that Matt has a crush on me, and then Jackson also has a crush on me, and was going to make a move this weekend, but then Matt told him he couldn't come, because he didn't want him to make a move, so Jackson got angry. We think that's what happened. That's what I've told the police anyway. It's a bit embarrassing that it's me that caused the, whole problem, she said sadly. Hey, you didn't cause this, you said sympathetically. This all happened without you knowing, okay? Don't blame yourself. And everyone's okay now, yeah? Thanks, she said with a look of relief on her face. It just sounded like she needed someone to remind her of this, someone to comfort her. Hey, you said gently, when you could see her relief melting into a more emotional look. Do you need a hug? She nodded silently, quickly sucking her bottom lip between her teeth and stepping into you as you wrapped your arms around her in a very warm hug. She broke down then and cried softly into your oversized hoodie. You couldn't hear her crying, but you could feel her breathing coming in shaky breaths and felt her clinging to you like you were the last person on earth who could save her. This isn't your fault, you reminded her. What Matt and Jackson did was wrong, and it's not fair that they acted selfishly. She nodded into you, but couldn't speak, and you just held her while she came to terms with her emotions. At one point, Kiri stepped a little in front of you to get your attention, and mouthed if you needed help, but you shook your head at him, and mouthed that you were okay, and he nodded and stepped away a little. You chatted to her a little more, just quietly, and then Kiri waited for you, occasionally talking to an officer when they came over. Finally, she had composed herself enough to pull back and wiped her eyes on her sleeve. "I'm sorry," she sniffed. "I'm just really tired, I guess." "No, you don't have to make any excuses. You've been through a lot. It's completely fine and understandable," he said kindly. "But you'll feel so much better once you get home and have some proper food and a shower and get into your nice warm bed. Do you know what you're going to have for dinner? Have you asked your mum and dad yet?" you asked, trying to lighten the conversation before she went back to everyone. Yeah," she said with a small smile. "We're going to go to the waffle place near home." "Wait, is that the one across from the 7-Eleven with a giant tree out the front?" you asked. "I know there are only 3 waffle places between here and where I live." "Yeah, that's the one," she said with surprise. "Wait, you go there too?" "Yeah, I do. Well, I did. I haven't been in a while, but my mum loves it," you said, suddenly feeling a longing to see your mum again. "It's so good," she said brightly. "I love the strawberry delight with the vanilla cream and unicorn sprinkles." "Oh, that's a good one. I love the choc double choc." And it was at that point that she chimed in as well to help finish the name of the waffle dish. "Choc choc chip with the choc drizzle?" "Hey," you chuckled. "Yeah, that's the one." Hannah laughed. Just then her mum called her name. "Oh," she said, quickly looking back at her mum and then turning to you. "I better go, but thank you. You're a cool hero. I'll remember you, Yin," she said, before giving you a shy smile and then turning and running back to her mum and dad. You gave her a small wave when she looked back at you upon reaching her parents, and she smiled a little and waved back. "Wow," Kiri said. "You really do connect with people, don't you?" "It's all thanks to you and Kat," you replied. "I wasn't like this at the beginning, remember?" "I do remember you being more quiet, but you've always had a warmth to you," he said kindly, his eyes shining in the dark as he looked lovingly at you. "Yin," one of the officers called to you, and you looked over at him. "May I have a word with you? You've been labelled as the front runner for this mission. I'm going to need to talk to you about some things, and also ask if you'd like to come when we interview the fog quirk wielder that was apprehended under your guidance." "Guidance?" you asked with surprise. "It was Hawks. I don't know why I've suddenly been put in the spotlight." "Hawks told us that you were the brains behind this mission, and rarely is Hawks wrong," he said with a smile. "God damn that Hawks, he's thrown me under the bus," you thought with an internal shake of your head. Well, I guess we did find the kids, but can my fellow heroes Kirishima and Bakugo attend as well? We were all together during the rescue mission. It would be best to get the point of view from all 3 that were present," you said wisely. "Good thinking," the officer said, then turned to Kiri. "Are you Bakugo?" he asked. "Oh, no sir, I'm Kirishima. I'll go and find Bakugo though. I'll be back soon," he said before racing off to go and find the 3rd leg of your 3-legged relationship chair. The next 3 hours were a whirlwind of activity. Fat Gum went with you and the boys to the local station where they had Matt, Jackson, Alex and Damon held for questioning. The boys had all been separated so they couldn't match stories, and only Damon and Alex were allowed to leave once they'd given their witness, which they were more than happy to stay back and give. He and Alex had been patched up on site back at the forest, and respective parents were waiting for them in their cars out the side of the police station. While in the police department, the breaking news of the 6 lost teens being found was across every news station in Japan, and your interview and picture had been used as the cover picture for the piece. At first you didn't even recognise yourself, and were about to ask Kiri who that gorgeous girl on screen was, then realised it was you. You were indeed glowing. Your eyes were bright, your skin was slightly illuminated, and could we take a second to talk about how your figure looked in those trackies? God damn, you were built to slay. Just the way your hoodie had bunched its way up a little accented how much of an hourglass figure you had accumulated over your time in training with your boys, and with Ori, but it was the way your thang be thangin' in those loose tracky pants. Damn. Wow, I do actually look good, you thought with a surprise, watching the interview and seeing the part where Fat Gum popped you out of his middle. It was like you had been possessed by a stunt woman, the way you flipped, landed and then just popped a hip out like a baddie. No wonder the cameras went crazy. You had to laugh when your immediate next shot after you'd started to get uncomfortable was Fat Gum stepping in the way and Bakugo blocking some of the other guys. You could see your man's mouth moving, but couldn't hear what he was saying, but knowing him well you could already hear the death threats flowing from his mouth like violent poetry. Well, how chaotic, you chuckled to your boys as you looked across to them. Cat, what did you say to that guy? Not saying, because she's going to beep it out again, Bakugo grunted. Beep what out? You asked. Nothing, he grunted, clearly annoyed by being bleeped out in the chapter beforehand regarding Mineta. The inspector then came out and introduced himself to you and the boys, and thanked you for coming down to the station. We've spoken to the boys, and they all appear to be quite cooperative. Well, mostly. But this is a serious matter, so once the offenders were made aware of the possible consequences of their actions, they were much more likely to cooperate with us, he said. Would you like to talk with any of the boys? We have all the information we need. We would just like to get statements from you three about the state of their health that you found the teens in, and any other information that you can give us about things you heard them talk about, or things that they may have told you that would benefit this case. Yeah, of course, he replied. I don't particularly need to talk with any of them, but we can leave our statements. I did talk to one of the girls that we rescued, and I can tell you what she told us. That would be wonderful, the inspector said with a nod, and then gestured for you and the boys to come through to the adjacent room. After giving your statements and answering questions, you were then allowed to go. It's been a long day, Fat Gum said once you were all back together again in the taxi. We can stay in the cabins in the mountains for the night, if you'd like, or we could pack up and head back to home. But we wouldn't get in until early hours of the morning. Nah, let's stay, you said, feigning extra tiredness. You're right, Fat Gum. It has been a really long day. Yeah, I'm tired too, Kiri added in. You weren't sure if he had remembered the adjoining rooms, or if he was just actually tired, but either way, it was enough to convince Fat Gum that you all needed the rest. Okay, we'll stay in the mountains and then head back into town tomorrow, Fat Gum said, trying to be helpful. And you almost felt bad that you were wanting to stay for other reasons than just being tired. It was a short ride back to the cabins in the mountains. Most of the heroes had gone back home by then, but there were still a few lights on in some of the rooms. It really would be a nice place to stay for an extra night, you thought as the taxi pulled up and you all got out. I'd probably like to come back here for some rest and relaxation, especially when I'm a hero one day and needed a bit of a getaway. Once everyone was out of the taxi, you all headed to your respective rooms, wishing each other a good night before entering and closing the doors behind you. You knew it would only be a matter of time before your boys would want to come into your room, so you quickly grabbed your spare clothes and dashed into the ensuite. You had only just stripped your clothes off and gotten into the shower when you heard a knock at your ensuite door. You paused, mid-hair underflow of water wash, and pulled the shower curtain back to look at the door. Hello? You asked the closed door. It's locked. You heard Bakugo call from the other side of the door, and you laughed as he jangled the doorknob. Yeah, because I'm in the shower, you perv. I'll be out in a second, you chuckled. Not fair, he called back, and you laughed again. While you were still in there though, Kiri was knocking at your adjacent door, and Bakugo went to open it. Oh, hey bro, Kiri said bashfully, not expecting the blonde to be in your room already. Come in, she's in the shower, Bakugo grunted, opening the door wider for Kiri to enter. Is she? Oh, okay, Kiri replied, slipping past Bakugo and walking over to your bed and then sitting down on it. It was obvious that he was nervous with it just being him and Bakugo, and he looked down at his fidgeting fingers before looking at Bakugo and then off to his left, unsure of what to do or say. Oi, Bakugo said to him, seeing his restlessness. Stop fidgeting. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just nervous, that's all, Kiri replied, quickly dropping his gaze. Why? Bakugo asked. Because I don't know where I stand with you. I, kinda said some things a little too honestly, and now I don't think that you like me, and he mumbled, still looking down into his lap. Because he was looking down, he didn't see Bakugo starting to walk over, and only just looked up at the last second as Bakugo grabbed his shirt and shoved him backwards onto the bed, and then crawled over the top of him. You've made it known how you feel about me. What's there to be nervous about? The blonde said, hovering over the redhead and caging him to the bed. Well, I don't know how you feel about me, Kiri replied, his big red eyes begging up into Bakugo's ones. I think I have a crush on you. A manly crush? Kiri admitted. I know, Bakugo replied. So, how do you feel about me? Kiri asked, his poor heartbeat picking up the pace so quickly it was almost hurting to breathe. Next time we're all making out, Bakugo said lowly. If it's dark, I won't care who it is I'm kissing. Kiri's eyes grew wider, and the pink blush across his cheeks deepened. He was happy with that response. That was enough for him to understand where he stood with the blonde. Okay, bro, he replied, his toothy grin of relief spreading across his face quickly. They remained like that for a little longer, and then they both heard the water of the ensuite shut off and knew it wouldn't be long before you'd come out. I haven't showered yet, Kiri suddenly said as Bakugo got off him. It's not very manly of me. I was just so excited to get in here. I haven't either, Bakugo said. I just came straight in, as soon as we got into our rooms. Kiri chuckled. Just then you called out. You could hear both your boys on the other side of the door, in your room. Hey, you both there? You asked. Yeah, we are, Kiri called back. I'm sorry, I haven't showered, Yin. That's okay, I just felt gross so I wanted to shower, and I wanted to check on my wounds too, but they're all covered, so I think they're okay. How are you feeling? You asked him, hurriedly drying yourself and throwing your clothes on before walking out, noting that he had a bandage over the wound that he had sustained on his forehead. You had noticed it beforehand, and had been meaning to ask him how he was, but there had been so much going on you'd forgotten to do so. And Kat, how are you? Did you get bitten anywhere? You asked your blonde, who was standing beside the bed. No, just scratches, he said. You were lucky. You went in hard twice too, you said with surprise, toweling your hair dry. Nothing can touch him. He's amazing, Kiri gushed, and you caught the way he was looking at Bakugo. You knew Kiri really admired the blonde, but there seemed to be something more in that look, and you thought you'd question him about it a little later. Okay, you said, finally drying your hair well enough for it not to be dripping everywhere, and then turned back to the ensuite to hang your towel. Cuddles? It's been a long day and I need cuddles. I'm always down for cuddles, Kiri said brightly, quickly crawling over the bed to get to a good spot, while Bakugo walked around and got on the bed too. I'm coming for the middle spot, you said with glee, crawling up onto the bed and crawling across Kiri's lap to get between him and Bakugo. You were received with loving arms and quickly got under the covers and settled in with your two boys either side. There was a little kissing, but mostly cuddles, and the second Bakugo got up and turned out the light, you were fast asleep. She must have been really tired, Kiri whispered over you to Bakugo. She did use her quirk a lot today, after all. Yeah, Bakugo replied as he settled back down beside you. Kiri tried to settle in, but his forehead was aching a little from where he had been bitten by the bat. And although it hadn't bothered him during the day, it was now starting to ache a little more, and especially since now there was nothing to distract him, it was becoming quite obvious. He grunted softly, lifting his hand to his forehead to hold it against the bandage there. What is it? Bakugo whispered from your other side. My head hurts, where I got bitten, but I'll be okay, Kiri said. Put pressure on it, Bakugo replied. Kiri did so, but it was still throbbing, and he lay there quietly for a bit, just trying to suck it up. Better? Bakugo asked in the dark. Not really, Kiri said sadly. It just aches whether I've got pressure on it or not. You're not doing it right. Come here. Bakugo grunted, and Kiri slowly got up and got off the bed and then walked around to Bakugo's side. Luckily, you rolled towards Kiri's empty side at that point, and it opened up space for Kiri to get in bed beside Bakugo, which he did so eagerly. Bakugo felt around a little bit to find Kiri in the dark, and the redhead took his hand. Here, Kiri said, gently raising Bakugo's hand to his forehead and placing it gently down on his covered wound. You need to put pressure with your whole hand, Bakugo said softly, applying an even pressure over the area. The warmth of Bakugo's hand penetrated the bandage, and Kiri relaxed, his whole body settling under the blonde's touch. Thank you, Pro. This does feel much better, Kiri said, his body suddenly feeling the pull of sleep. Bakugo was about to say something in return, but could feel Kiri falling asleep, so didn't speak, just let the redhead drift off gently. These two idiots, Bakugo thought with a smirk in the dark. What would they do without me? And it wasn't much longer after that he too drifted off to sleep, his hand still putting pressure on Kiri's forehead. It was early the next morning that you stirred and popped an eye open to see where you were, and noticed Kiri wasn't beside you. Oh, is he okay? You thought as you sat up a little and looked behind you to find Bakugo. Your curious gaze met both your boyfriends, snuggled up behind you, and you noted that Bakugo had his arm over Kiri. You didn't know how it had come to be that they were sleeping side by side with you on the end, but you thought it was really cute that they were getting along more now. I wonder if E does have feelings for Kat, you thought as you gently got out of bed and went to the toilet. And if that's the case, what would Kat say to that? You disappeared off into the ensuite, and then came back as quietly as you could, but getting back into bed silently proved to be quite difficult, and Kiri stirred as you hopped back in. Oh, sorry, you whispered. He gave you a groggy smile and opened one arm out for you to come in for a cuddle, which you did eagerly, snuggling into his warmth. What time is it? He rasped in a whisper. I don't know, but the sun isn't quite up yet. It is morning, though, you whispered back. Oh, I should probably go back to my room then, he replied, and went to move, but then remembered Bakugo behind him. Oh, he said softly. I came over to his side last night. because my head hurt, and he helped me. He's really kind, he said to you. That's actually really sweet, you whispered back. Do you like Kat more than just a friend? You knew it was out of the blue, but you didn't know when you would next get a chance to ask him, and his eyes shot open. Well, I guess I do like him a lot, and if he were to give me a hug and, stuff, I wouldn't mind, Kiri replied. Is that bad? Is that allowed? He then asked, worried that it would upset you, since he had originally come into this relationship for you. No, it's not bad, he said with a smile. I like that you two are getting along. Oh, he said with a relieved smile. That's good. Just then Bakugo stirred and lifted his arm off Kiri, then opened his eyes and saw you both awake. Why are you awake? Go back to sleep, he grunted. Sorry, Kat, it's almost morning, so we should probably split, he said sadly. But this has been really nice to be all together. Yeah, he grunted, before yawning and stretching. Oh, we can do more dates and stuff when we get back to the dorms, Kiri offered. That'll be fun. Yeah, it's not the end of the world, he said with a small giggle as Kiri climbed over you to get off the bed, giving you a little kiss on the lips as he clambered over you. Bakugo too leaned across and gave you a kiss before getting out of bed and wandering back to his room, both boys disappearing into their rooms before daybreak. Well, I guess it's back to normal again now, you thought, as you lay there for a bit before getting your phone to message your mum. Once day had actually broken, you all got up and prepared to head back to UA. The news story had been running again, and your mum rang you when she saw the news broadcast. Oh, my sweet, you look absolutely fabulous up there. You really are a star, she gushed. When are you coming to see me? I have some extra exciting news to share. I was going to come later this afternoon if that's okay, like around 6 p.m. We're heading back to the school now, but I don't have anything else on tonight, you said into the phone, giving each of your boys a smile, as well as Fat Gum a smile, as you all sat on the train heading back into town. Oh, that would be wonderful, my lovely. I'll wait till I see you then before I tell you my news, your mum said from the other end. Okay, Mum, I'll see you then, you said with another smile to your boys and mentor. Love you, Mum. Bye. Your mum said her goodbyes, and then you hung up the phone and smiled at them all. Sorry, that was Mum, as you heard, you said with a little chuckle. I've been meaning to ask, how's she doing? Kiri asked you. She's in the health retreat now, right? Yeah, you replied. She's doing really well, and everyone's really lovely to her there. I'm happy she's in a good place. Was your mother not in a good place? Fat Gum asked curiously. My apologies for prying, but I do care about her well-being, even if I don't know her. Oh, it's fine, he said quickly. You did actually meet her once, but I don't expect you to remember meeting her. It was ages ago. She's a big fan of yours, actually, he added. Oh, well, if there's anything I can do to help, he offered. You just say the word and I'll do it. That's really kind. Thank you so much. I might take you up on that offer. I feel like somehow you might be able to give her a little morale boost, you said with a smile. So she's been unwell? He asked. Yeah, it's a very long story of which I only know parts of, you said with a small sigh. But she fell very ill just before I started interning with you. Her physical health was on the line, but it appears that she's getting back on her feet now. I'm very glad to hear it, he said with a smile. Send her my regards, and tell her I'm rooting for her. Oh, I definitely will do that, he said with a smile. She will love that. Thank you, Fat Gum. The conversation continued on a little until you arrived at the station near the school, and then you all got off with you, Bakugo and Kiri sticking together to sign off from Fat Gum for the day. Okay, he said, placing his hands on his hips. Go home and have some rest for the rest of the day. You've earned it. It was supposed to be a 3-day mission, but you completed it in 1 afternoon. And then we've come back early, so take this as a reward for a job well done, and I'll see you tomorrow at the office for another day of patrolling. Thank you, you all said, and he grinned. Keep up the great work, he replied, turning away and waving as he walked off down the street. What a crazy experience, you said to your boys, and you all turned and started dragging your bags towards the bus stop that would take you to the gates of Heights Alliance. What are you going to do this afternoon, Yin? Kiri asked you as you walked side by side. Well, I have a little bit of time before I go to see Mum, so I should probably go and check in with Ori. I haven't told her yet that I used my quirk for about 40 minutes continuously, you said, looking from Kiri to Bakugo to tell him. He smirked. Like I said, that'll impress her, he replied. You smiled to yourself. How far you had come. It was a great feeling. Once back at Heights Alliance, you three entered the quiet dorms and walked to the elevator to go to your rooms. I wonder how the rest of the class is doing, you asked out loud. You hadn't heard from any of them about their intern experiences, but you figured you'd hear all about it when they got back. After a quick goodbye to the boys, you went to your room to change and get your gym stuff and head out again. Hey, you greeted one of the heroes as they walked out of the gym while you were entering, grabbing your keycard, ready to swipe as you walked to the gate. Good afternoon, Yin, the hero greeted you brightly. Well done on that rescue, that was a wonderful effort. Oh, you said with surprise. Thank you, it was a team effort though. You're a humble hero, he said with a smile. Glad to have you on the team. Thank you, he replied with a grin, stepping past him to enter the gym. You walked through the corridor and down the end, passing more heroes on the way as you made your way down to the back where Ori usually trained. Good work, Yin, a female hero said as she passed you. Hey, I saw you on the news the other day, another hero said. You did great in that rescue. Oh, you're so kind, but we all did it, it wasn't just me, you tried to say. More and more people came to praise you or just thank you for a job well done, and it was starting to get a little overwhelming until Ori stepped in. Okay, she said firmly as she pushed a few people aside. If you train as hard as Yin does, then maybe one day you'll get on her level. Let's go, people, back to work now, or I'll report you to your trainers, she said, and you chuckled as people dispersed. Thanks, Ori. You're the last person I was expecting to come to my rescue there, you said with a chuckle. And what's that supposed to mean? She asked with an eyebrow raise of defiant surprise. No, I mean, you don't usually come to my rescue. You let me fight through it myself. I'm just being honest, you said. She stood there for a second looking at you. Yeah, okay, fair. She finally relinquished, and you grinned. But I've done super well. You'll be proud of me, you said as you followed her back to the training mats. Will I? She asked dubiously. I don't know. Did you give it your all? I'd like to think I did, you said, thinking back to when you were pushing yourself so hard that you passed out. Come here, she said, and you immediately got suspicious. You're not hiding one of those zap rods on you, are you? You asked suspiciously. I've fallen for that one before. No, I'm not, she said. I want to read your quirk output over the last 2 days. Wait, what? You asked with surprise as you followed her over to a machine that was like a cylinder that you stepped up into. You can do that? Yes, she replied with confusion. Why are you surprised by this? This isn't a new thing. Well, it is to me, you said in awe as you got up into the cylinder once she beckoned you to do so. Any last words? She asked cheekily with a lopsided smirk. This is like a lie detector of sorts. If you tell me that you went all out and you actually haven't gone all out, I'll know. To my knowledge, I went beyond plus ultra. Cross my heart, you said honestly, and she nodded. You appeared to be very confident of this fact. Okay, I'm going to close the door and the scanner will swipe up your body, she dictated. It'll take about 5 minutes and then I'll let you out and we can see what the cylinder orb says. Okay, you said, blowing your cheeks out a little with mild worry. Ori closed the door and locked it down, and then walked over to a panel on the side of the cylinder and pressed a few buttons, then gave you a thumbs up. You nodded, and she pressed start, and the machine started to buzz and rumble a little bit. The floor you were standing on lit up red, and a scan line started slowly moving up your body, starting from your ankles and slowly climbing up. It felt quite eerie having this red line slowly creeping towards your head, and you closed your eyes as it slowly passed over them and then headed up to your hairline and beyond. Once it had completed its scan, it beeped, and Ori turned it off, then opened the door for you to get out while the report was being collated. Well, moment of truth, Yin, she said as she walked back over and picked up the paper in the catchment area of the machine. You watched her face for her reaction as her eyes scanned down the paper. She kept her face neutral, giving absolutely nothing away, and then handed the paper to you for you to look it over. You took it from her, still watching her face and trying to decipher what the results were without looking at them for yourself. Slowly you looked down at the paper and read down the sheet. It had a timeline with times in hours and minutes, and you could see some massive spikes as well as some sustained lines, and looked up at Ori. What exactly am I looking at here? You asked her, having never read anything like this before. The upshot of it is, you only had 10 minutes, she said, and your face fell. 10 minutes? 10 minutes of me sustaining my quirk? You thought with a discouraged sigh. 10 minutes of that time outside of sleep where you weren't sustaining your quirk, she said. Yin, you had your quirk in a suspended active state for almost the whole time you were out there. The 10 minutes where you weren't was probably you passing out, she said. I can see 2 spikes and then blanks afterwards, so I'm assuming you'd fallen unconscious? Wow, yeah, I did pass out twice, you said with a sweat-dropped look on your face. Wow, so you can read it that well? Of course, she said, stepping over to you to point out some things on the paper. Okay, see how this line is hovering a little above the 3 quirk hertz line? This line tells you your output, and this line at the bottom here tells you how many minutes you held it for. See? There are only 2 times where you completely bombed, but aside from that, you're able to sustain at 3 quirk hits, which isn't much, but it's definitely a start. Are you sustaining now? She then asked you. I think I am. I've been trying to do it constantly, you replied. You're glowing a little, so I can tell you are, she said, and it reminded you of Bakugo. These two are very perceptive, you thought. Now here, she said, pointing to another section of the paper. You held your quirk at 40 quirk hurts for 45 minutes. What were you doing here? Oh, that must have been in cave number 2, where we found the kids, you said. There's a little dip here where we were fighting bats and my quirk timed out for a second, but I think this one, where it's at 60 quirk hurts, is where I made a lightsaber and was whacking bats with it. Ori smirked. Ball cannon, she said. Yes! Oh my god, yes, exactly like that. Actually, I do remember thinking that it was like that. You chuckled. Okay, and then I just had a light ball hovering for light, but then passed out and then came to. But look, I could only sustain the light of 5 quirk hurts the next time. Overall, you used your quirks so much more than you probably thought you did, she said. I don't give compliments, I state facts. And the fact is, you did amazing. Now keep training and get stronger. A hero is anyone who's willing to go beyond and help, right? She smirked at you. Yeah, it is, you said, giving her a direct look in the eye, full of confidence. You saw the news? Yeah, I saw the news, she replied. And although your reason for being a hero hasn't changed, your conviction has. And I feel like you know yourself now. You're getting to understand yourself. And you're well on the way to becoming an amazing hero. Thanks, Ori, he said with a genuine smile. I'm not here to compliment, I'm here to state facts, she said matter-of-factly. And the fact of the matter is, we've stood around talking enough. It's time to train. Did you keep up the squats? Hey, what's that over there? He said playfully, trying to divert her attention. I'm not falling for that, Yin. Answer the question. Did you do your squats like I told you? Because I did tell you I'd kick your ass if you didn't. I walked and... You tried to say defensively. Suddenly, Ori disappeared from in front of you and appeared behind you. Prepare for a whooping, she hissed in your ear. Fight or flight kicked in and you spun around while making a ball of light and threw it straight into her belly, with her only narrowly missing being hit as you jumped back a few times. I'm not taking any chances with you, you called to her. This is life or death. You better start on those squats, she called. 1. You quickly set yourself up and started squatting while she counted, and then she walked over. Listen, she said while she intermittently called out numbers for your squats. 4. I've been thinking. 5. About? 6. Your quirk. 7, she said. What about it? You asked. 8. 9. 10. Keep going, she said, then switched to just talking. Random question, but what's your parents' quirks? Dad has the light quirk. I got it from him, you said. And your mum? She asked. I don't actually know. Mum only ever said her quirk was love, and to be honest, I didn't really care for my quirk because I hated it, so I didn't really pay attention to anything quirk related, you admitted. Well, you might want to ask your mum about her quirk, Ori said, because I think she may have boosted your quirk. If she said her quirk was love, then either she's covering for something else or she's got some kind of enhancement quirk and she's given it to you. It would explain a lot if that were the case, because kids your age don't have the power that you have without some kind of intervention. You could feel your thighs and glutes burning now, but the burn faded into insignificance as your mind started going through the archives of your brain. I'll ask her, you finally said. I'm seeing her tonight, so I'll quiz her on it, but you do make a good point. Okay, good. Don't lag on those squats. Come on now, warm-up's almost done, and then we're going to go in with weights, she said, clapping her hands to get you to pick up the pace. Oh, I forgot what training with Ori was like, you wailed internally. After doing a quick 45-minute workout with her, you then raced back home to shower and change, and then head off to see your mum. It had been ages since you saw her last. Well, it felt like ages, since so much had happened in that time that you'd been away from her, and you were excited to catch up on how she was doing. She had only been in the health retreat for 3 days now, but it seemed that she had improved dramatically in that short time frame. You remembered it by what had happened in your intern so far. You had done 1 day of patrol, and the next day was mission day, and then it was now the day after that you'd gotten back, so it was coming to the end of day 3, and you had already heard an improvement in her voice just on the phone. So what was she going to look like in person? You caught the bus to the retreat and got off at the stop and then headed down the road towards the place. You could feel the calm coming from the softly swaying trees that were all planted out the front of the place, and you sighed with a smile as you entered the premises. This place was beautiful. You smiled at a few of the residents there as you passed them in the gardens, walking your way up to the building's entrance. Once inside, you walked to your mum's room. Mum? You asked as you knocked on the door and turned the handle. Who is that? Is that my beautiful baby? She gushed, and your face lit up when you heard her voice. Hi, Mum, you said brightly as you opened the door, and then your jaw nearly hit the floor. Your mum looked amazing. She had life in her eyes, she was smiling, and best of all, she was walking. Mum, you said in awe as she walked slowly over to you. Mum, you look amazing. Oh, my honey bun, I feel so good, she said excitedly. And guess what my news is? What is it? You asked excitedly. I have lost 4 kilos, she said ecstatically. What? Already? You said with surprise. But you've only been here 3 days. Oh yes, they explained it all to me. You see, I had been living off unhealthy food and it was just causing so much inflammation in my body that my body was retaining water and such. But I'm eating very well here, and let me tell you what I had for breakfast. Yeah, tell me, Mum, what did you eat? You asked as you hugged her again and then led her over to a small table and chairs for you both to sit down and chat. So, I had scrambled eggs with roasted tomatoes and avocado on the side, she said. Wow, you replied. That sounds super yummy. Well done eating avocado. Yes, I'm used to having avocado with lots and lots of sour cream in it, but on its own it's okay, she said with a chuckle. And what's for lunch? You asked. Oh, we're having chicken burritos with sweet potato fries on the side, she said excitedly. Mum, that's so good. I'm so happy, you said with a loved up smile. And how have all the other therapies been here? Oh, very good, she said. I quite like hydrotherapy. Exercising isn't all that bad. You chuckled, thinking back to the very first time that Kiri had introduced you to working out. It's so daunting when you first start, but I can't believe you've already lost 4 kilos. That's really amazing, you said. They're keeping an eye on me, but I do trust them. They definitely know what they're doing here, she said with a smile. And your counselling sessions have been good? You asked her. Oh yes, very good. The therapist asked me to let her know when you got here today because she wants to schedule you in, she said. Oh, yes please, you said. Did you want to call her now? Let's get that sorted before I forget about it. Yes, let's, she said, picking up the phone on the table there to make the call. Your mum spoke briefly with the therapist on the phone and then gave you a smile as she hung up. Done, she said brightly. She said she'd stop by my room in a half an hour to see you. Oh, good, you said with a smile. Is she nice? Oh, the nicest, your mum said. She listens to what I have to say. How wonderful to actually have someone to listen to you. I know, right? It's so good when you actually get support, you added, thinking of both your boys. Oh, Mum, also, I have a question. What is your quirk? You've always said it was love, and I know that to be true, but what exactly does it do? Oh, she said, suddenly acting a little uneasy about the question. Well, basically, it's an enhancement quirk. It's quite a specific one, but as the person develops their quirk, its power grows exponentially. Ah, you said out loud. So Ori was right, you thought internally. So how does it work? You then asked. Oh, honey, she said, fidgeting around in her seat. It doesn't really matter, does it? Are you okay, Mum? Did you not want to tell me? You asked, feeling like she wasn't really wanting to go into it. Well, she said sadly, looking down to her lap. It's not a very nice story, I'm afraid, and I don't want you to think of me differently. Mum, you said sadly, I love you. It doesn't matter what you've done. You're still my mum, and I will always love you. Oh, my love, maybe not after you hear this story, she said sadly. Please tell me, you asked. I feel like I need to know about this because I think this relates to me. She looked up at you with a surprised look on her face. How did you know? She asked with surprise. I didn't know. It's my trainer, Ori. She thought that maybe I'd been gifted an enhancement quirk, and she thought it might have come from you. Oh, well, she's very smart now, isn't she? Your mum said with surprise. Well, I think I need to explain the story then. Please, you begged. Well, my love, it started when I met your father. He became very interested in me when I told him about my quirk. I did not think much of it at the time, but I had told him that whoever I married would get it, believing that I would be deeply in love with the one I married. And when we got married, I thought it worked. He had praised me, telling me he felt stronger and felt his quirk was enhanced. I was very happy. We were in love. And then I had you. You were, and you still are, perfect. My heart had never been so full. You were my life. I wanted you to have the world, so one night I was sitting up late feeding you and I felt compelled to place my hand on your forehead. In that instant I felt my quirk activate and you started to glow a little. At first I was worried that I'd harmed you and I cried out in fear. Your dad heard and came out to see what had happened. She paused then to collect herself before going on. He saw you glowing just before it ended. He stood there for the longest time and then he started shouting at me, she recalled painfully, hanging her head as she remembered. He knew straight away that I'd given my quirk to you. He told me that he'd never felt so betrayed. He just kept yelling, but I didn't know what was going on. I'm still not sure what happened. He claims I gave my quirk to him and then stole it back and gave it to you, but maybe I never gave it to him in the first place. I really don't know, she sighed. But in any case, it's me. I'm the reason that there's been so much upset in this family. He has told me that over and over, that I'm worthless. I had one job to do as his wife and I failed. Mum, you said softly, reaching across the table to hold her hand as she lifted it up from under the table for you to hold. Mum, there's no fault here. You gave your quirk to the one you loved. I know I might sound biased because it's me who ended up with it, but that's your decision, who you give it to. And a real father, I'd like to think, would be pleased to have his quirk given to the only child of the family, the one that's carrying on the legacy. Yes, but then after that he held a grudge and started to become very mean, she said sadly. I've spoken with the therapist about it and we're working through it, but please don't hate me for not giving your father my whole love. Tears welled in her eyes, and you got up from the table and then walked around to her and gave her the biggest hug. She was still cuddly Mum. She still felt like comfort, and it drew you in. Once again you were that 4-year-old sitting on her lap in the chair out the back, eating ice cream and catching dandelion fluff as it floated by. I love you, Mum, you said softly with love, and she started to cry. Oh, I will always love you, my sweet, sweet girl, she said back, sniffing hard to control her emotions. I'm so sorry this has all happened. No, don't you dare apologise, you said firmly, hugging her harder. This all had to happen for us to get to where we are at today. I'm stronger, happier and healthier, and look at you. You're getting to your feet and you're thriving, and we're doing this together, you said firmly. You gave her one last hug and then walked back around to the seat and sat down again. Speaking of getting stronger and doing things together, you said, getting ready to approach a tender topic, has Dad contacted you? No, not once, she said sadly. I think it's time I let go, she added, another round of tears coming on fast. You got up to hug her again, just as there was a knock on the door, and you told her to wait there and you'd get it. You opened the door to a kindly lady with soft grey hair, and she smiled at you. Hi, my name's Chiro, the lady said in a soft, calm voice. I'm the resident psychologist. Oh, yes, please come in. My name's Yin. I'm the daughter, you said, extending your hand to shake hers. Oh, lovely. Lovely to meet you. Is it okay if I come in? She asked, and you nodded enthusiastically and opened the door for her to step in. Oh, good afternoon, Miss Lynn. How are you today? She asked, noting your mum had been in tears and was trying to wipe her eyes. I'm sorry, you apologised as you walked back over to join the pair. We were having a bit of a heart-to-heart just before you came in. Oh, quite all right, she said as she pulled up a chair to the table and sat down and then placed a calming hand on your mum's hand. Are you okay, love? Do you want to talk about it? She asked your mum while you came back over and sat down as well. Oh, Chiro, I was just sharing with my darling girl here my thoughts. We touched on this yesterday, she said to the therapist. Is this about your husband? Chiro asked. Your mum nodded. Yes, it's hard to make a decision though, she admitted. But I do understand that when I leave here I can't go back to that house with him being there. I'll be straight back to square one and I feel so good here. I don't want to go back to how I was before. And you don't have to, Mum. I want you to be well and happy. We can get you an apartment near UA, you offered. And, Mum, we could find you a job, something that you'd like to do. Your mum gave you a small smile. Oh, honey, it's a lot to think about, she said, and you nodded. I know, I'm sorry, you said quickly. Take your time, Mum, but just know you have me. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, Oh, isn't she wonderful? Your mum gushed to Charo, who still had her hand on your mum's. Oh, she is wonderful, Charo replied. She's much like you are. Oh, she's much more wonderful than I am, your mum gushed. And I'll let you two talk. Charo, you came to talk to my sweet yin? Yes, she said with a warm smile at you as she removed her hand from your mum's. I've had 2 sessions with your mum, and we've already covered a lot, but I think it would be good for me to talk to you as well, to get an understanding of what life was like growing up. Yeah, that's fair enough, you said. Did you want to talk now? Yes, let's all chat, Charo said kindly. And so for the next hour, you and your mum talked to Charo about life growing up in the family. So many things were pointed out for you, and you felt like even though you just had 1 session, you already learned a lot about yourself and about what had happened to you as a child that made you the way you were today. Wow, that was eye-opening, you said to your mum after Charo had left. She really is good at her job, your mum said, stifling a yawn. Oh, my honey, it's been a very big day. I should get into bed. They've told me I need to get good sleep, so I'm aiming for 8 hours of sleep each night, she said proudly. Go you said encouragingly. I should do the same. I've got interning again tomorrow. Oh, how exciting! With Fat Gum and your boys? Your mum asked, getting up from the table and walking around a bit to stretch her legs. Yes, Fat Gum says hi too, by the way, and he's rooting for you, you said, relaying the message from your mentor. Oh, he's a darling. You tell him tomorrow that I thank him very much, she said, looking down at her top. What is it? You asked. Oh, honey, I wish I'd bought more clothes. I did message your father to ask him if he wouldn't mind bringing me some from home, but he's ignored all my calls and texts, she said sadly. You got riled immediately. Stuff him. I'll get them for you, you said. Tomorrow night I'll have all your clothes here. Oh, honey, I don't want to put you out or anything, your mum said with a worried look on her face. I already know how much you're doing each day with school and interning and going to your special training and... No, Mum, you're important to me and I want to help you. This is not a problem at all, and plus, I want to talk to Dad and ask why he hasn't been here for you, you said pointedly. Oh, please, don't worry about him and I, she tutted nervously. I don't want you to get involved in... No, I'm part of this family. He's letting me down too, so I'm going to talk to him. But don't worry, I'm a strong girl now. I'm not going to run to my room and cry, you said. She still looked unsure, but she could also see your determination and relinquished. Oh, well, please be careful and come straight here afterwards, okay? She said. I'll be looking forward to seeing you again. Same, Mum, you said with a smile as you walked over to give her one last hug. I'll call you when I'm leaving there tomorrow. Okay, my lovely, she said, holding you tightly in her arms. I love you always. I love you too, Mum, you replied as you let her go. You go and sleep and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, my sweet. Text me when you get to your room. I want to make sure you're okay, she said, watching you walk to the door. You smiled back over your shoulder at her. Promise, you said, before giving her one last wave and then leaving. As soon as you were out in the hallway, you pulled your phone out to text your boys to let them know that you were coming back to the dorms, but on screen you saw that you already had 2 missed calls from Aizawa, a missed call from each of your boys with messages galore asking if you could call back ASAP. Yikes, what's happened? You wondered, quickly calling Aizawa. Yin, he greeted as soon as you picked up your phone. Hi sir, I'm so sorry. I've had my phone on silent and I've just been with Mum. Is everything okay? You asked worriedly. Everything is fine. But we have news channels and hero magazines bombarding us with calls and messages, begging to get exclusives with you, he said. Ever since the news story about the rescue ran, they've managed to track you down to here and have been non-stop in their efforts to talk to you. Oh, I'm so sorry, you said sadly, as you left the health retreat building and stepped out into the cool night air. I had no idea it was going to be like this. This is the world of heroes, he replied. It's best to get used to it. Some heroes become heavy celebrities, and it only takes one instance for someone to be suddenly thrust into the spotlight. Yeah, like now, with me, you thought as you walked down to the bus stop. I'm so sorry. Could you just tell them to go away? You asked. We have asked, but as you expect, they're not taking no for an answer, he replied. We can apply more pressure and threaten them with legal action, but I'm afraid that they'll start pestering you with stalking and such outside of school grounds. We don't really want any negative imagery to get out there. Well, if I do one story with them, do you think that they'll get over it quicker? You asked, raising your hand up as you neared the bus stop to signal the bus that you wanted to get on. Yes, I do think so. Would you be willing to have one exclusive with one of them? He asked. I guess so. You replied as you got on the bus, paid, and then sat down in one of the seats there. How many of them have contacted you? We have Hero Nation, Glam Hero, Today News, Exclusive, Girl Nation, all wanting to have either an exclusive or an interview. He said, do any of these interest you? Oh, wow, you said with surprise, recognizing all the names. I lived and breathed Girl Nation, the magazine, when I was in school. I really liked what they stood for. And wow, exclusive. They only have the best of the best in their magazines. Well, now you have the opportunity to be in one of them. He replied, have a think about it, and we can discuss tomorrow before you head into Fat Gum's agency for the day. I'll let him know what's going on. Thank you, sir, he said politely. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. No apology necessary, he replied. How's your mum doing? She's doing well, he said brightly. I'm so proud of her. I'm sure she's proud of you too, Yin. I've been meaning to congratulate you on your job well done on the rescue. It was a joint effort, you said, feeling like you had said the line so many times over it was wearing a track on your tongue where the words were coming out. We all helped in some way or other. That's a good attitude to have, he replied. In any case, well done, and all the best with the rest of your internship. Thank you, sir. I'll talk to you tomorrow, he said, adding in pleasantries before saying goodbye. You pulled your phone down from your ear and then messaged both your boys, telling them about what was happening and that you were a prized item at the moment. When you got back to the dorms 20 minutes later, you were swamped by your classmates, all of who had come back from their intern locations for the day and were bedding down for a good night's sleep before the next day. You're a star! Mina squealed as she hugged you. I screamed when I saw you on the TV. I was most excited, Momo added in. I couldn't believe you were actually on the news. How exciting and much deserved. Thanks, guys, but I feel so bad. It was all of us that helped in saving the kids, and I don't like that it's just been showcased as me being the one who did it. If it weren't for Bakugo and Kiri with me, I don't think that I would have even gotten out of the cave. I passed out twice from Quirk exhaustion. Oh, you're so amazing, Yin, Yorika gushed. How did you manage to get through that? You chatted with the girls for a little longer, and then after ample time had passed, you left to chat with your boys, telling them to meet in Kiri's room so you could be alone for a bit. Why are we meeting in here? Kiri asked as he opened the door for you. Because I feel like everyone's going to come to my room to look for me, so I want to hide in here, you said, stepping in and giving him a hug. Oh, that's fine, no problem, he replied with a giant grin, hugging you back. Just then, Bakugo stepped in through the open door and closed it behind him. Don't go hugging with the door open. People could see, he said as he stepped in and stepped over for a hug of his own. Sorry, bro, Kiri said quickly, letting you go so you could go and hug your other boyfriend. Whatever. I just don't want people seeing. Bakugo grunted as his strong arms engulfed you, and he bent his head down to kiss your neck. You cuddled him closer and then let him go. Hey, I kind of need some help from both of you, you said as you fiddled with your hands nervously. Anything, Kiri replied brightly. What is it? Bakugo asked. Well, I went to see Mum just now, and she needs clothes from home, you said, hoping that they would just catch on. Naturally, Bakugo caught on immediately. If he's there, I'm going to kill him, he said bluntly. I don't know if we necessarily need to kill him, but I would like you to be with me when I go there just in case I need some support, you said. Wait, what's happening? What's going on? Kiri asked, completely missing the whole crux of the conversation. I need to go and get clothes for Mum tomorrow, and Dad might be home. I don't want to be there with him on my own, especially after what Mum told me. I'm really mad at him for being so selfish and cruel to his own wife. What did he say to her? Kiri asked with concern. He then told them about what you and your mum had talked about, including everything about her quirk, leaving nothing out of the conversation. I knew it, Bakugo grunted when you revealed that she had an enhancement quirk that would be gifted to the one that she loved. Did you though? You asked cheekily. Like, not even I knew, and I'm the daughter. I didn't know about the quirk, but it makes sense, he replied, and you nodded. Yeah, well, in any case, I think Mum is looking to get a divorce, but she just can't jump that hurdle yet, you said with a sigh. I know I'm less involved, but I think it's a good idea. It's her and I to the very end anyway. Stuff Dad, he can die in a hole for all I care. I'll help him into the grave faster. Bakugo growled. I have no doubts, but please don't actually kill him, otherwise you'll have to go to jail, and I don't want that, you said, reaching out to give him another hug. But thank you for being in my corner. I'm in your corner too, Kiri added in, feeling a little left out of the conversation since he wasn't as emotionally invested as much as Bakugo was in your father's demise. Oh, I know, Squishy, come here. You can help me carry boxes and stuff, okay? You offered, finishing your hug with Bakugo so you could step over and give your redhead a hug too. He grinned as you reached up and wrapped your arms around his neck. Okay, so after internship tomorrow we'll go back to my house, yes? You asked your redhead. Yup, he said with a giant toothy grin. Okay, awesome, you smiled. And you, Cat? I'll be there, he said with a malicious smirk on his face. I'm worried now, you chuckled. That next morning you got up early to talk to Aizawa about the interviews and told him you had decided to go with Girl Nation. Will you be contacting them? You asked him as you sat in the office talking to him. Yes, when would you like me to tender the interview? He asked. You hummed. Maybe in 2 days' time. That'll be closer to the end of my internship with Fat Gum, so I hopefully won't have too much on, you said, thinking hard. Very well, I'll email them back, he said with a nod. I'd do it today, but I got a bit of a job to do this afternoon for Mum, so I can't. And then I also have training with Ori tomorrow, you said. It's a little tricky to try and fit everything in. Do you need assistance with your job for your mum this afternoon? He asked you, feeling like you were bringing it up for a reason. Well, I just have to go back home to get clothes for her, but I'm concerned about how confronting Dad is going to go, you said honestly. He hasn't really been helpful through all of this. I have a car. Would that be beneficial for transportation? Aizawa asked you. Your mind reminded you of the potential dilemma of trying to get your mum's clothes from the house to the retreat, and you internally grimaced at the thought of trying to navigate buses with bags and whatnot, so jumped at his offer. Actually, sir, that would be really helpful, if you wouldn't mind. I've got Bakugo and Kiri coming with me to help, but neither of them have got their license. I understand, he replied. I'll come to Fat Gum's agency this afternoon, when you finish up your shift, and I'll drive you to your house and then to where your mum is. Is that okay? He asked. That would be really amazing, you said honestly with gratitude flowing forth. Thank you so much. No trouble, he replied. Now, you must head on to your internship and I'll see you this afternoon and update you on Girl Nation. Thank you so much, sir, he said as he got up and bowed. I'll see you this afternoon. That day interning was fun. You and Bakugo teamed up to patrol a street by yourselves, feeling hella cute in your hero outfit and giggling anytime Bakugo had to stare someone down for staring at your assets. I told you that hero outfit's distracting, he growled after having to bark at a bystander for staring at your curves. There's only been 3 instances, you said with an eye roll. 2 old guys and 1 teen, but the second you looked at him he nearly evaporated, you chuckled. Plus, it's really nice to get some attention. Even though I still got rolls, they don't appear to be an issue. They are the issue, Bakugo grumped, because everyone's looking at you. Those rolls are in the right places and everyone knows it. Speak for yourself, you said as you suddenly nudged his arm and jerked your head to the side where there were 2 girls whispering to each other and looking at him. Oh my god, he's so hot. Go and ask for his number, one girl whispered to the other. No you, the other hissed. Neither of you extras are getting anything, Bakugo suddenly barked as you passed them, and you nearly died. Don't be so mean, you wailed softly. The poor things. Bakugo didn't care though. The only person he cared about was you. With patrol day done, you and your boys changed into your normal street clothes and then thanked Fat Gum for another day. I'll see you tomorrow, he said brightly. Good work again today. Thank you, you all replied, and then headed for the office door to walk out into the hallway and then outside. So, are we catching the bus to your place? Kiri asked you as you walked side by side. No, actually I got us some wheels, you said with a smirk. Oh, who is it? He asked. Yin, Aizawa's voice called to you as you and the boys stepped out of Fat Gum's agency. Aizawa-sensei is going to drive us there, you said with a grin as you waved back at him. Oh man, I haven't finished my homework and it was due this morning, Kiri wailed softly. You smiled and shook your head, heading down the stairs as Kiri fell in behind you and Bakugo stepped up beside you. Bags in the back, Aizawa said, jerking his head towards the boot of the car. You all nodded and headed to the boot, with Kiri still trying to shield himself behind you. Kirishima, Aizawa called when he could see Kiri was trying to avoid being seen. I expect your homework to be emailed to me by the end of class today. Otherwise you'll get a 0 on your paper. Kiri cringed and popped his head out from behind you. Yes, sir, he said meekly, metaphorically tucking his tail between his legs as he sheepishly lifted his bag and then took yours and placed them both in the boot of the car, then walked around to the back door to get in. Both boys got in the back seat, while you got in the front passenger side and buckled yourself in. Do you know the way, or should I just put it in the navigator? Aizawa asked you. It's okay, I know the way, you said confidently. Aizawa nodded and started the car, and then pulled away from the curb and you were off. Conversation was light and pleasant as you drove, but underneath you were getting more and more nervous, wondering if this was such a good idea after all. Do I just ignore him altogether and get the stuff and then go? What if he tells me to give a message to Mum and it's not nice? You wondered, thinking about how it would go seeing your dad after such a long time. Yin, Aizawa asked. Left or right up here? Oh, I'm sorry, left please, you said quickly, realising that you had disappeared off into your mind for a bit there and had missed giving directions. You felt a hand come around the side of your chair and looked down to see Bakugo's hand there and reached down to hold it for a second while he looked like he was scratching his shin or something in the back seat. He just wanted you to know that he was there and that it was all going to be okay. You tried to breathe a little easier, but the closer you were getting to home, the harder it was becoming to breathe. Finally, you rounded the corner to your street and pointed your house out up ahead. Mixed feelings is what you had upon seeing your place, and Aizawa pulled up out the front and turned the car off. I'll wait here, but don't hesitate to call if you need me, he said. Aizawa was a smart man. He could see you were starting to feel the pressure. He didn't know what the situation was, but just judging by how stiff you were, it had the potential to be not a good situation. You nodded and thanked him, and then you and your boys got out of the car, the three of you heading to the front door of your place, you in front and your scary dogs behind you either side of you. You took a deep breath in as you rang the doorbell and waited. You still had a key, but wanted to see if your dad would come to the door first before you went barging in. You heard movement inside, and then the door opened and your dad was standing there in front of you. He looked different, almost like a stranger. It's not like anything had changed in his physical appearance, but you had detached yourself from him so long ago that you barely felt any other emotion towards him except for disdain and mild rage. Hey, you said stiffly. I'm here to get clothes for Mum. He grunted, stepping back. Okay. Not even a hi, how are you, I missed you and I love you, you thought as you stepped past him into the house, your rage boiling up inside you. You hadn't looked back at that point, just expecting that he would let your boys in too, but when you heard his next line, you turned around. Hey, who do you think you are? You heard your dad ask with sass, so you turned to see what was going on. Your dad had his arm out barring the way for Bakugo, and wouldn't let your blonde through. Oh, that was the wrong move, Dad, you thought, as Bakugo grabbed his wrist and threw his arm away with so much force it looked like his arm had been projectiled. Don't touch me, Bakugo growled as he stepped past your dad. Kiri too went to follow suit and your dad tried to stop him as well. Dad, they're with me, you said sharply. They're here to help me carry stuff. Still can't carry anything on your own, your dad bit back at you, and Kiri turned to face him. She can carry more than you, guaranteed, he said darkly, and the look of surprise on your face surprised even you. Oh, that was a pointed line, E? You thought, not realising that Kiri was just as upset and riled as you and Bakugo, but in his own way. Your dad shut up and Kiri walked past, following you and Bakugo into your parents' room and over to the dresser. Okay, we're going to need a box or bag or something, you said, trying to stay focused on the task at hand and not let your anger towards your dad get the better of you. How about that bag up there? Kiri asked, pointing to a large gym bag up on top of the wardrobe. Yep, that's perfect, you replied, and Bakugo, being the tallest, reached up and got it down for you. Thanks, he said with a smile as he passed it to you. You can't use that, your dad said from the doorway. That's mine. I will be using it, you said firmly, without looking at him, as you unzipped it and then opened the wardrobe door and started getting clothes out for your mum. Should I just take them all? You asked Bakugo softly, and he nodded. Yeah, clean it out. She's not coming back here, he said, and you nodded. None of this had been confirmed, but just with that one interaction with your dad, you knew that both you and Bakugo never wanted her to step foot in this place ever again. This love-barren, toxic house. You wanted your dad to be alone in here by himself, rotting in his own stench. You managed to strip the wardrobe of her clothes far quicker than you thought possible, and then zipped the bag up and slung it over one shoulder. Okay, you said as you turned for the door, seeing your dad blocking the doorway. That's the clothes done, but there are some other things that I'd like to take to her as well. Just tell me what you need, and you'll get it, Bakugo said as he stepped up onto your left, staring your dad down. We're here to help you, Yin. Nothing's going to stop you from getting everything that you want for your mum, Kiri added as he stepped up on your right. Thanks, boys, he said as he glared at your dad. Mum deserves every good thing. Your dad scowled. You don't need to take everything. She's coming back here anyway, he said. Oh no, she's not, you scoffed. There's no way I'm letting her come back here, to this hellhole. You watch your mouth, your dad threatened. Or what, bastard? Bakugo growled, his palms crackling menacingly. You glanced at Kiri to see his reaction, and he had started to harden in places, his face looking very serious, but otherwise that he had a relatively neutral expression on his face, and you knew he was doing his all to hold himself together. Okay boys, let's go. I want to get Mum's favourite cushions from the lounge and some stuff from the kitchen too, you said, feeling much more confident now that both boys were in low-key fight mode. Bakugo stepped forwards first and your dad took a step back, still wanting to fight, as you could tell, but he was very intimidated by your blonde man. Bakugo was about the same height as your dad and absolutely ripped. It was easy to see that if these two went toe-to-toe, it would be Bakugo who would be the victor, easily. Kiri too was a unit and could have easily taken your dad down with one punch, and you knew your dad knew this. Thankfully, you all walked out of the bedroom and into the hallway without a hitch, but you kept an eye on Bakugo, worried that he was going to take a swing at your dad at the last second, but he didn't. He was being very controlled and you appreciated that. What do you want to get first, Yin? Kiri asked you in a determined voice. He was quite annoyed now and wanted to get your mum everything she needed, then get out of this place before he lost control. Your dad was now well and truly in his firing line. Okay, I want to get Mum her favourite dishes, her favourite mug, a few other things that she loves, then get the cushions from the lounge, and then that should be it for now. Hopefully that'll be everything for a while because I don't really want to come back here too often for obvious reasons, you said in a low voice so that your dad couldn't hear you. What did you mean by that you said before? Your dad suddenly asked, entering the kitchen behind Bakugo. What did I say before? You asked him as you looked back at him. About your mother not coming back here, he asked. Yeah, that's exactly it. I don't want her coming back here. She's not coming back here, you said, no longer trying to veil your anger. You don't get to say that, he said. Yes, I do, you shot back. Quite frankly, you're a terrible person and I don't want her near you anymore. You do not talk to me like that, your dad started to say. Excuse me, but you do not care one bit about Mum or me. You've been ignoring Mum and you haven't even tried to contact me. So because of that, you don't get to tell me what to do. You are a terrible person. Your dad's face darkened and he took a step towards you, but Bakugo was right there and his arm shot out to block your father. Your dad, still absolutely livid that he would have the gall to speak to him that way, grabbed Bakugo's arm in an attempt to remove it, but ended up being thrown against the wall instead. Katsuki, don't injure him, but please keep him away while we get the stuff, you called to your blonde. I'm going to throw him through the wall, Bakugo yelled. Don't, but just keep him away, you said as you grabbed for the cupboard doors and threw them open, grabbing out all of the things that your mum would want, while Kiri grabbed for a picnic basket off the top shelf and plonked it down beside you for you to pack your things. Your dad had pulled himself off the wall now and took a weak swing at Bakugo, which Bakugo easily dodged and threw an explosion at your dad's side, making him topple to his left. Don't kill him, you shouted at Bakugo. I'm not, but he's going to pray for death, Bakugo yelled back. Hurry, E, can you get some dish towels? I want to pack them in around the plates. They're in the bottom drawer there, you directed your other man, trying to finish up quickly so you could get out of there. Bakugo and your dad were still fighting, and you had to ignore them to get everything done, and once you'd gotten it all that you needed from the kitchen, you turned to Kiri. E, can you please help Katsuki? I need to get past to go to the lounge, you said to your redhead. Roger, Kiri said, and then he turned and ran over to where the other two males were grappling. He raced in and grabbed your dad around his waist, and then activated his quirk to harden himself against any attack from your dad. Let go of me! This is assault! Your dad screamed, his yell being followed by a particularly loud explosion from Bakugo. Just as you ducked past the three with gym bag over one shoulder and picnic basket slung over one arm, Aizawa came bursting in through the front door and saw you running, with scuffle happening behind you. Get down! He shouted at you, while activating his quirk and throwing his scarf out. You ducked to the side and kept heading for the lounge as he raced past you, and you heard more crashing as you ran into the lounge and grabbed for the lounge cushions and then turned around. You could hear Bakugo shouting about how he wanted to murder your dad, and Kiri trying to explain that your father had the intention of harming you, while the dad was shouting about not wanting to be tied up in his own home, so you assumed that Aizawa had apprehended him at that point. Yin! Bakugo shouted. I'm here, I'm okay, you called, rounding the corner of the lounge to head back into the hallway, but was met by Bakugo and Kiri coming to get you. Has Aizawa got Dad? You asked Bakugo, who got to you first, grabbing you into a hug. Yeah, it's okay now. Kiri said from behind Bakugo, and you looked past them to see Aizawa with his scarf wrapped around your dad, his arms sandwiched to his sides as he continued to yell. Your mum is useless! You're both useless! Spineless! Worthless! I never want to see either of you again! He shouted at you. Don't bother about telling her that she's not coming back here, because I'm filing for a divorce! You're both dead to me! He raged. This hurt. You had been staying strong, but this hurt, and tears sprung into your eyes. You don't get to say any of that! You screamed at him. We're so much better without you! Bakugo grabbed you tighter then, and Kiri came up beside you to take the picnic basket to lighten your load. Yun, Bakugo, Kirishima, please go to the car. I'll be out soon, Aizawa said, his face showing signs of anger that you'd never seen before. Still upset and crying, you let Bakugo take you out of the house while Kiri did his best to comfort you with words, telling you that you had done a good job and that you were right, your dad didn't deserve you or your mum, and you thanked him for his kind words, but you were still really worked up and couldn't stop crying. The boys took your bags from you and put them in the boot of the car while you got into the front passenger seat and cried even harder. How are you going to be able to tell your mum about what happened? You were still crying when Aizawa got into the car and tried your best to settle down so you didn't look silly or weak, wiping your eyes rapidly and sniffing to stop your nose from running. He didn't say anything at first, just got in, started the car, and then pulled away from the curb. Yin, if you could give me the name of the place your mum's staying at, I'll put it in the navigator, he said in a gentle voice. Oh, sorry. It's, the health retreat in Kobu, you said, still sniffing. He nodded and quickly put it in the navigator so that you wouldn't have to talk, and then he settled back to follow the directions given to him by the lady on the screen. I'm sorry that you had to witness that, you said softly to Aizawa. He shook his head. Nothing I haven't seen before, unfortunately, but I'll have a talk to Bakugo and Kirishima, he said, glancing up in the rearview mirror to the two boys. Bakugo scowled and looked away, and Kiri dropped his head and tucked his hands between his thighs. They were just trying to help me. Dad was getting aggressive, you said. I did tell them not to harm him, but it's hard to do that when the other person isn't abiding by the same rules. Aizawa nodded. Yin, when you get to your mother, expect that she will have already heard from your father, as he was on the phone the minute that I let him go. I did tell him that if he ever contacted you again, he'd have me to answer to. He added, I could tell someone like him would not ever contact you with something good to say. You nodded sadly. Yeah, that's him, you replied, looking down into your lap. You sighed and looked out the window. I guess that went about as well as you were expecting it to go. It wasn't long until you got to the health retreat, and Aizawa pulled up in the visitor parking spot and you all got out. Will you be okay from here? Aizawa asked you as he passed you the gym bag from the boot, and Kiri took the picnic basket. Yeah, you said. Bakugo and Kiri are coming with me, so it should be okay. Aizawa nodded. If you need anything, call me. I'm not working tonight, he said before closing the now empty boot. Thank you so much, sir, you said with a bow. I really appreciate the help today. It would have been a lot harder without you. No need for thanks, he replied modestly, and then turned away. Be back by curfew, he then said before walking around, getting into his car and reversing out of the parking spot. You looked at your boys. I don't know what state Mum's gonna be in, you said, but if you feel like her and I need to be alone, just step out into the hallway and I'll try and be out to talk to you as soon as I can. It's okay, Yin. Don't worry, Kiri said kindly, placing an arm around your shoulders. We'll be okay. You just make sure Mum is okay. You nodded. Okay, let's just hope things go okay, you said with a sigh, and then turned and headed for the stairs to go into the place. Your mind was so preoccupied as you walked the hall to your mum's room that you didn't even remember the walk there, so much so that it surprised you when you were already standing in front of her door. Mum? You asked as you knocked on the door and then pushed the door open. You could hear crying and your heart broke. Maybe just stay out here for a bit, you cautioned your boys. I'll be a minute, and I'll let her know that you're here. They both nodded, and you stepped in alone, handing the gym bag to Bakugo, who took it eagerly. You closed the door behind you as you entered, and made your way quickly over to your mum, running into her arms and bursting into tears along with her. Outside the room, your boys could hear you both talking and crying, and Kiri let out a sigh. I wish I could protect her from this, he said softly. Well, we can't. And I wanted to smash the dad's face in. I could have snapped him like a twig, Bakugo said angrily. You were so amazing back there, Kiri gushed. So manly and powerful. I was in awe, he said. Bakugo looked at him. Yeah, well, your quirk has gotten stronger. You're like a damn rock, unmovable, he replied. Kiri's eyes lit up at Bakugo's compliment, and the blonde suddenly felt embarrassed about being so honest. Shut up, don't look at me like that, he snapped. I'm not soft. I know you're not, but thank you, bro. I'm really happy, he said, with flowers floating around his brightened form. You're welcome, Bakugo mumbled with a blush on his cheeks. They could hear that you had settled a little inside, and Bakugo turned to Kiri. We should take Yin out on another date. Something to cheer her up, he said. Yeah, Kiri said enthusiastically. Let's talk it over with her, once this has settled a little bit. Yeah, Bakugo replied. Just then the door opened and you wiped your eyes. Come in. I told Mum that you were here with her things, you said as you opened the door wider. Oh, hello boys, your mum said in a wobbly voice, with a wobbly smile, her eyes red and puffy. Hello, Mrs. Lin, Kiri greeted her politely. I'm so sorry about all of this. Please pardon the intrusion. Oh, honey, you're not intruding. Come here, your mum said, toddling over to give him a big hug. He disappeared into her form as soon as she wrapped her arms around him, and you couldn't help but liken it to when you'd got to ride in the fat taxi. Oh, and you too, your mum then said, looking at Bakugo as he put the gym bag down by the bed. Come here and let me give you a hug. Bakugo froze, and your mum had to let Kiri go and walk over to him. You stifled a little giggle as your mum grabbed him into a hug, and you wondered if he had ever been hugged before, as he seemed so stiff in her arms. The way he had frozen up had you wondering if this is what was running through his mind. What is this? What is this? It's warm and comfortable, but I don't know if I like it. Maybe I do. What's this called? You imagined, and you had to look away so he wouldn't see you laughing a little. Finally she let him go, and he just stood there, confused. Please have a seat, your mum offered. I'm afraid I don't have anything to offer you here, but we can talk. Yeah, you said encouragingly. Let's tell Mum about the internship. Oh, Mum, I completely forgot to relay your message to Fat Gun before. I'm so sorry. Oh, honey, there's been a lot going on. It's completely fine. You see him again tomorrow, don't you? She said. Yeah, I do. I'll remember to say it tomorrow. I'll get my boys to remind me, you said with a smile at them as they sat down at the table there. I'll remind you, Kiri said brightly, and your mum beamed. Oh, of course you will, you sweet boy, your mum tutted. Yeah, you remind her, and I'll protect her from the boys staring at her in a hero outfit, Bakugo said lowly, leaning back in his chair. Oh, your mum chuckled, then gushed. I bet everyone wants to have a good look at my beautiful girl. No one looks at my girl like that, though. Only I'm allowed to, Bakugo replied, and you froze. Oh, crap, oh no, you thought as you looked from him to your mum. She had definitely heard what he'd said. Oh, well, I'm glad you think of her as a close friend, she said, almost baiting him. Mum, I know now's probably not the best time to reveal this, but, you paused and looked at both your boys. We're all actually in a relationship. I'm dating both Katsuki and E, you said, gesturing to each of your boys as you said their names. They're both my boyfriends. It's unconventional, I know, but it's just how it's happened to be, and we're all okay with it, you said with a slight grimace, making a face in advance of what your mum was going to say. She just blinked at you, and you weren't sure how to take her silence as she stood there for a second, motionless. Oh, I see. Now, I knew both boys wanted you, you beautiful girl, she said after taking it in for a second. I know it might take a little bit of time to get used to the idea, you said to her, giving her a chance to speak her mind in case she was holding back on your account. Honey, you have two very sweet boys here who want to look after you and will cherish you. That's all I could ask for, your mum said with a soft smile as she reached over and pulled you in for a hug. Now you two make sure to treat my baby like a queen, yes? She added, stepping firmly into mother role. I know I'm not much of a threat, but don't you dare make her cry or I'll come for you. Oh, you don't have to worry at all, Mrs. Lin. Katsuki and I think Yin is amazing. We really care about her and cherish every moment with her. Right, bro? Kiri asked, wanting Bakugo to back him up. Yeah, not usually one for sharing, but we're an awesome trio. Nothing can break us apart, Bakugo agreed with a smirk. They do treat me well, Mum. If only you'd seen them earlier when I was getting your clothes, you said. They were so good. I'll tell you about it later, but first can I show you what we got for you? I know you said you wanted clothes, but I also grabbed a few other things that I thought you might like. Oh, well, of course, your mum said, still a little mind blown by your sudden poly relationship reveal. Okay, so, he said excitedly, all of your clothes are in the gym bag there. You pointed to the gym bag by her bed. And then you looked around, trying to locate the picnic basket, then spotted it beside Kiri. That one. Check in there, Mum. Your mum saw you pointing to the picnic basket and stepped over to pick it up, but Kiri had already lifted it up and placed it on the table for her. Oh, thank you, sweetheart, she said sweetly as she reached for the lid and then pulled it open and then gasped when she saw what was inside. Oh my goodness, oh, my favourite mug. Oh, and you also bought my casserole dish. Oh, honey, she said with love, turning to you and grabbing you into a loving hug as tears welled in her eyes again. I wanted you to have them, and I also bought your favourite cushion too, you said, looking around. Oh no, where's the cushion? You asked. Oh, I'm sorry, Yin, Kiri said sadly. I think we forgot it in the back of Aizawa's car. Oh, that's okay, I can get it tomorrow and bring it here. That's no problem, you said with a small smile. Sorry, Mum, I was hoping you could have it tonight. Oh, honey, as long as I have you, I have nothing else that I want or need, she said, hugging you again. You smiled tearfully and hugged her back. This was the beginning of a new era. Later that night, you left with your boys and headed down to the bus stop to go back to the dorms. You filled them in on the happenings and told them that your dad had indeed called your mum and had told her he wanted a divorce. This was all so surreal for you too, and at that point you just felt very emotionally numb. It's hard for Mum. She didn't want to have to do that, so it was a difficult decision, but it's been decided for her. It's still hard, you said sadly as you looked down into your lap, the bus bouncing you a little. I guess it came at a good time because she's still in the health retreat, so I can talk to the psychologist about it while she's there. I know it's not as simple as just talking about it and you'll suddenly feel better, but I hope it helps, you said, still just kind of talking and not really worrying if either of the boys were listening or not. Kiri reached for your hand and squeezed it, and Bakugo placed his arm around your shoulders and pulled you into his side and then kissed the side of your head. She has you. It's all she needs. It's what she said, right? So be there for her, he said in his comforting, gruff voice. You nodded. I will, you replied. It's always been me and Mum, and I'm not about to change that. He nodded, and you turned your head to look at Kiri. Come in here, you said, reaching your arm around him to pull him into your side so you were all leaning against Bakugo up against the window of the bus. Stop squishing me, he grunted. Stacks on Katsuki, he said with a smile. I can come and sit on your lap, bro, if you want, Kiri offered, and Bakugo blushed. No, he barked. Stay in your seat, dumb hair. He's just embarrassed, you placated Kiri quickly. He doesn't mean that. Bakugo clicked his tongue to the inside of his mouth, but didn't say anything else, and you smirked to yourself. He's so hooked he can't even deny it, you thought. It was hard to sleep that night. All you could think about was your dad's angry face and your mum's crying face. Your emotions were all over the place, so you got up to go to Kiri's room. You just needed cuddles. Knocking softly on his door yielded no reply, and you worried that he was asleep already, and you didn't want to disturb him. I'll go and get a cuddle from Kat then, you thought, as you tiptoed quietly to your other man's door. As you approached it, you could hear two voices inside his room and knocked on the door curiously. There was dead silence from inside, and then Bakugo's door unlocked and opened. Yun, he said with a bit of surprise in his voice. Hey, sorry to intrude, he said, trying to look past him into the room, but it was dark, so you couldn't see anyone. Is that you, Yin? Kiri's voice asked from behind Bakugo as he came up behind him. Come in. E, he said with surprise. I wasn't expecting you to be here. Oh, he said sheepishly. We were, talking. Oh, you said slyly. Well, do you mind if I come in? Sure, Kiri said brightly. I mean, if it's okay, bro. Yeah, Bakugo grunted. Come in. Anything in particular you were talking about? You asked slyly as you walked into the dark room. No, Bakugo grunted. No, Kiri replied, obviously going off what Bakugo had just said. Yeah, totally normal to be discussing absolutely nothing in the dark in a room together, you said slyly. But it's none of my business, I guess. Just wanted to add that I approve, so there's no need to be shy. Not being shy. Not shy about it, Bakugo said, the room falling into complete darkness as he closed the bedroom door completely. Of course you're not, you chuckled, giggling more as you were grabbed into a hug from behind and lifted up, knowing it was Bakugo who was doing it. He knew the layout of his room, and you were placed down on the bed and rolled over, finding that Kiri had made his way onto the bed now too, and the kissing ensued. It was dark, so you couldn't see who was who, but there was a point there at which you heard kissing, but you weren't involved in it, and you grinned in the darkness. I'll have to quiz E on this later, you thought, as you caught another pair of lips against your own. After having a good make-out session in the dark, you settled down, sandwiched between your two boys again, with Bakugo behind you and Kiri in front, but with Bakugo's hand across you and resting on Kiri's hip, all of you lying in a line. I just needed a cuddle. But this ended up being so much better, you yawned. Any time, Yin, Kiri said gently from in front of you. If I fall asleep here, could one of you please wake me early so I can go back to my own room before Aizawa catches us? You asked, yawning again. Yeah, Bakugo grunted. And that's the last thing you remember, finally falling asleep peacefully between your boys. It was very early the next morning that Kiri woke you and lifted you up in his arms, grunting softly as he adjusted you, and then carried you bridal style to Bakugo's door. Thanks, bro, he whispered as Bakugo opened the door for him, and there was a pause and a small kiss noise before he left with you in arms, carrying you down the hall back to your room before going back to his. You vaguely remembered him carrying you over to your bed and putting you down gently, and covering you with your blankets, before checking your alarm and kissing you on the forehead, and then sneaking out, and thankfully, you got another 2 hours of sleep before you had to get up. When your alarm went off, that 2 hours later, you dragged yourself out of bed to start the day. You had had a good sleep once you'd fallen asleep, but the overall length of sleep hadn't been that great, so you were feeling a little bit drained. Just gotta get through today, and then I can get a bit of sleep tonight, you thought, as you pulled your hero outfit on and then grabbed your bag and headed out the door. It was patrolling again that day, and this time you were with Kiri. You were happy you had a chance to be somewhat alone with him because you were bursting at the seams to ask him about Bakugo. There was definitely some advancements going on in their little world, and you were curious to ask him. The first segment of the patrol went well, a few people to help with minor things, so it wasn't too bad, and then the second segment was pretty boring, just wandering the streets but keeping an eye out. It was in this second segment you casually dropped your question. Hey, you said as you walked side by side with Kiri. Last night before I got to Katsuki's room, you said, leaving a sentence hanging to give him some room to speak. Oh, he said with a blush and a scratch to the back of his head. I know you said you approve of it, and nothing's official yet, but I think Katsuki likes me back. That's great, you replied. No, honestly, I'm really happy that you two have connected like this. Did you have a chance to talk to him about your feelings? A little, Kiri replied shyly. I had already told him that I was kind of into him when we were at the mountains, but we just had more of a chance to get closer this time, I guess. We weren't really talking about relationships before you came, but I did get a chance to hold his hand. You did? You asked with surprise. He let you hold his hand? Yeah, well, it was dark. He had told me he didn't want the lights on, so I was sitting on his bed, and I felt his hand nearby, so I reached out for it, and was admiring how big his hands were, and then he let me hold it. But then when you came in, and we were all kissing, I did kiss him, I think. It was dark. I wasn't really sure, but I think they were his lips. And then he did kiss me again when I was leaving with you in my arms, I think. I was pretty tired, he mused. So he hasn't told you he likes you back yet, like expressively? You asked. No, he says stuff that makes me think that he likes me back, but hasn't actually said it straight out, Kiri said. You hummed. Do you remember when you owed me one favour at the gym when we were doing pull-ups? You asked. He thought for a second. Wow, yes, I do remember. You have a very good memory, Yin, he said. Okay, my favour is, I want you to, if you want to, ask Bakugo to be your boyfriend, he said with a smile. If you two got together, that would make me really happy. Then we could all be happy. You really want that? He asked. Yeah, definitely. We all need to be in on this, he said with a smile. If you want me to do it, then I will, because I'd like that too. But what if he says no? Kiri said with a worried look on his face. You chuckled. He's kind of given you hints that he likes you. He's held your hand and kissed you and put his hand on you. I'm pretty sure he'll say yes, but he won't say it easily, you warned. He'll say it in the most Bakugo way possible. Kiri chuckled. Yeah, he will, but okay, I'll ask him to be my boyfriend soon, he said with a passionate look on his face. That's the manly thing to do. You chuckled. And I'll be there too, rooting for you, you added. because that's the manly thing to do too. Kiri chuckled, and you both fist bumped and then continued on your rounds. Later that day, after completing your patrol, you headed back to Heights Alliance. I'm just going to get the cushion from Aizawa and head to Mum's to check up on her and give her the cushion, you said to your boys. Oh, good luck, Kiri said. I really need to keep up with my homework. I almost got failed on that last one since I handed it in so late, he said with a sweat-dropped look on his face. Dumbass, Bakugo grunted. I'll make you do it. Come to my room with your homework. Thank you, Katsuki, he said sweetly to him. I appreciate you helping. He looked proud, and you gave Kiri a sly wink, knowing this would be good bonding time between them. After finishing up that conversation, you went to your room, changed, and then headed to the staff room, hoping to catch Aizawa there to get the cushion from his car. Oh, you said with surprise, when you knocked on the slightly ajar office door and peeked in. Everyone was there. Aizawa, Present Mike, and Midnight were all having a chat, and you almost felt like you were intruding on something you shouldn't have been, the way they all looked up and paused when they saw you at the door. I'm sorry, excuse me, sir, you said, addressing Aizawa. Yesterday we accidentally left Mum's cushion in your boot. Would it be okay if I came and got it and took it to her today? Come on in, Yin, Midnight said kindly. No need to stay at the door. Oh, thank you, you said, sliding the door open a little wider to step in. How's interning with Fat Gum going? She asked you as you walked over. Oh, very well. I've been on patrol with both Kirishima and Bakugo as well, and I think we all have the hang of it by now, he said proudly. Ah, she said with a small smirk. So things with you and Bakugo are going well then? Yes, you replied curiously. Oh, I only mention it because of the incident with you and him before, but I'm glad you're on good terms, she said with a knowing smile. Yeah, we've always been on good terms. He didn't mean to harm me. That was an accident, but it's been the catalyst for a number of good things for me, so I'm grateful actually, you said with a smile. Good to hear, she said. And Bakugo and Kirishima have been getting along? Oh, yes, very well, you said with a small smirk, but then you hid it. I don't know why they wouldn't be. Oh, just asking, she replied, pushing her glasses up on her nose a little. That's all. You gave her a little bit of a suspicious look, and then Aizawa interjected. Right, well, now that you've completely derailed the conversation, Nimiri, yes, Yin, I'll come with you now and open the car so you can get the cushion. I haven't even looked in the boot since yesterday, so I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner, he said, turning and walking to his desk to get his car keys, and then heading out the door with you in tow. What was that all about? Present Mike asked Midnight as soon as you and Aizawa had disappeared. What? She asked innocently. That was an interrogation on line 1, he said with an exaggerated hand movement. Oh, come now. You can't tell me there's nothing going on with her and Bakugo, but now I'm suspicious that Kirishima is involved as well, she said, checking her nails as she spoke. What? What makes you say that? Present Mike yelped. And are you saying that there's more than just a friendly camaraderie going on between these three? That's exactly what I'm saying, she replied with a glint in her eye, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Down at the car, you were successfully retrieving the cushion and thanking Aizawa at the same time. Oh, good, it's here, he said as you lifted it out of the boot. Thank you, sir. I'll be going now. He nodded. Be safe, Yin, he said before closing his boot, and you parted ways. You headed for the school gates and then off down the road towards the bus stop to head to the retreat. You had just stopped at the shelter there when you heard a familiar voice call your name. Yin, good to see you again! You looked to your left and saw Fat Gum waving at you. Oh, hi, Fat Gum. What brings you to this side of town? You asked with a smile. I was visiting a friend, he said. Are you heading somewhere? Yes, I'm going to see my mum, actually. I have her favourite cushion, so I was going to drop it to her, you said, pointing to the cushion tucked under your arm. Oh, would you like me to accompany you? I would like to keep you safe, and I'd also like to give some words of cheer to your mother, too, he said with a grin. Really? That would be so amazing. She could really do with some cheering up right now. She got some sad news yesterday, and I don't know how else to bring a smile to her face, so if she could meet you again, that would be awesome, you said, talking non-stop now. I was also meant to pass on her thanks to your first message to her, but I kept forgetting to do that. At least if you came to see her, she could thank you in person. It's no trouble at all, he said, placing hands on hips and grinning. This is a hero's duty. I'm happy to come along. That's really good of you, you said with another smile. I really appreciate it. No problem, he said, putting his hand up to request the bus to stop for you both. Legend has it that you are still thinking about how on earth he fit in that bus that night, heading to your mum's retreat, but somehow he managed to squeeze in and then pop out once you got to the stop, and then you were walking the hallway to her room. Oh, this is going to be so awesome, you gushed internally as you stopped at her door and knocked. Just wait for a second, I'll see if she's ready, you said to him. Mum? You called as you opened the door. You in here? Yin, honey, is that you? She called back. Come in, sweets, I'm just in the bathroom. Oh, how embarrassing, you thought, turning to Fat Gum. Just give us 2 minutes and then knock on the door, okay? You whispered as you slipped inside the room, leaving him outside. Got it, he whispered back with a thumbs up. You slipped inside and waited for your mum to come out of the bathroom, and then you exchanged pleasantries and handed her her cushion. It was while she was thanking you that there was a knock on the door. Oh, I wonder who that is. You might want to get the door, Mum, you said mischievously. Oh? She asked, looking at you and catching the look in your eye. What are you up to, my cheeky girl? You have a look in your eye. Go and answer the door, Mum, you encouraged her. She slowly walked to the door and opened it and nearly fell over. Oh, mercy, she gasped. Heavens! Fat Gum! Oh! Good evening, Mrs. Lynn. Do excuse me. I thought I'd drop by to greet you, as well as to encourage you and tell you have a wonderful daughter, he said, giving her a very wide smile. Your poor mum was speechless and couldn't do much more than just grasp her chest and make small sounds of disbelief. Surprise, Mum, you said brightly. Oh, my honey bun, did you organise this? She gasped, turning to look at you. Oh, well, it was a little impromptu, but Fat Gum offered to come with me tonight to see you, you said. Come in, Fat Gum, come and have a seat. He nodded and politely stepped in. Your poor mum was still speechless and just stood there staring. Once Fat Gum was seated, you sat down as well and invited your mum to do so too. She was very tongue-tied at the beginning, but after you started talking about different things with Fat Gum, she started to relax and ask questions or add things in by herself. Oh, I really appreciate you coming in, she said to him. My husband just filed for divorce yesterday, so it's been a little bit rough. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that, Fat Gum said sadly. I know I don't know you very well, but you are a very lovely person and you deserve the best in life. Your heart had never been so full. Hearing him say that and seeing the look on your mum's face, it's like he had given her a new lease on life, and you liked that his comment had boosted her. You all chatted about different things, mostly food, and it appeared that her and Fat Gum had a lot of similar favourites, bonding over the Waffle House and the different types of waffles that could be bought there. My favourite food is takoyaki, Fat Gum said, his face lighting up as he mentioned it. Oh, your mum replied. I have tried it before, but it was ages ago. I didn't find it very appealing, though. That's because you haven't had the best takoyaki in town, he replied emphatically. I know a place that does amazing takoyaki. I'll take you there sometime. You did your best to hold a neutral face, but boy, was this the darn best thing that could have happened that night. Yes, and you could tell by the look on your mum's face that she too was feeling the same. Oh my, would you really? She asked hopefully. I would very much enjoy that, she said with a bashful smile. You grinned to yourself as you watched them continue to talk. Oh, I really hope they get to know each other well. It'd be awesome if they became friends, or more, you thought. Another hour passed and you glanced at the time on your phone and then realised your curfew was coming up fast. Oh, you said with surprise, your noise interrupting your mum and Fat Gum's next topic of conversation. I'm so sorry, I better get going back to the dorms. Curfew's coming up and I don't want to get in trouble. Plus I have a huge day tomorrow. I've got the interview with Girl Nation. Ah, Fat Gum said. Yes, you do. Aizawa emailed me about it. We can't have our superstar being deprived on her big day, he said as he stood up. Your mum too followed suit and thanked Fat Gum for coming to see her. It's been my pleasure, he said brightly. I do so enjoy your company. I'll come again to visit. Oh, I would love that, your mum said brightly, and you could see the light in her eyes. You turned to her to give her a hug before saying your goodbyes, as well as promises to see her again, and then you and Fat Gum left together to head back to Heights Alliance. Hey, you said as he stopped later in front of the gates of UA. Thank you so much for earlier, for coming with me to see Mum, and for staying to talk with her, and then for dropping me back here now. I really appreciate it. It's no trouble. It's been a very nice evening, he said with a giant grin. Your mother is a very nice woman. Would you find it strange if I were to visit her without you there? Oh, not at all, you exclaimed. I'd very much appreciate that, but I know you're busy, so please don't feel like you need to. Oh, it would be a pleasure to do so, he said with another grin. I'll be going now. Sleep well, Yin, and I'll see you the day after next. Okay, thank you. See you then, you replied with a wave before stepping into the grounds of UA. You were feeling quite light, the footpath underneath showing your shadow a little more strongly as you glowed lightly in the night, your whole form being just a touch brighter than the average person's. I hope the interview goes well tomorrow, you thought as you entered the darkened dorms and tiptoed up the stairs to your room. The next morning you were up early, throwing on some casual clothes before heading to the door with your bag slung over one shoulder. You had been told that the team at Girl Nation would dress you and do your hair and makeup, so you didn't need to worry about a thing, and you were grateful for that. You had the address of the studio written down in your phone, so as you walked to the bus stop you checked to see how to get there, then waited for the bus to arrive. I hope it all goes well, you thought as you waved the bus down, then got on. Sitting in the near empty bus, you decided to take a selfie and send it to your boys, adding the caption, "Heading in for my interview, see you later." You knew it was early, and they probably were both still asleep, so you didn't expect a reply straight away, as to put your headphones on to listen to some music while you headed into town. Once outside the studio building, you took a deep breath in and then walked up to the doors and pushed them open. Inside the reception area was huge, with pictures of some of the most iconic heroes to ever grace the front pages of this magazine, and you took a second to look around before walking up to the lady at the reception desk. Hi, you said with a smile. I'm here for my interview today, Yin Lin. Oh, yes, the lady replied. Yes, come through. I've been told to send you straight into hair and makeup. On top of the interview today, you're also going to be doing a meet and greet and photo shoot for the magazine. Yes, fab, she said, getting up from her chair behind the desk and stepping out with a small wave of her hand for you to follow her. Oh, wow, that's a lot, you said with surprise as you followed her. Yeah, they like to bleed as much out of you as possible, she said with a sigh. Oh, I'm so over this place. I should have quit 5 years ago, but then again, all of you do take their demands very well, so it's not too bad, I guess. She took you down the hall and then knocked on the end door, waiting with you while someone came to the door to get you. Yin? A well-dressed man with eyeliner and a halo floating above his head asked as he opened the door. Come in, love. Let's get you hallowed, amen? Okay, you said with a smile as you stepped past the reception lady. Thank you, you said back to her. I hope today is good for you, you added to her, since she had admitted that she didn't really want to be there anymore. Poor thing looked so tired. Thank you, I need all the help I can get, she said with a grimace, before heading back down the hall to the front desk. Okay, my angel, the man said, gesturing to the makeup chair in front of a large mirror. Do have a seat. It's time for your blessing. Thank you, he said, slightly apprehensively. You weren't really sure what that meant exactly. The man started opening his giant makeup kits then, and placing them out on large trays on wheels. This thing was huge. You'd never seen anything so big in all your life. That's a lot of makeup, you commented to him as he flitted around checking everything over. Oh, of course it is, Cherub. Only the best when we're getting ready for the service, right? He said with a wink, before pulling out a product to match the colour to your face. Let us pray, he said, as he found the right one. This man had a gift. Very talented with makeup, and he enhanced your natural beauty so well and so professionally that you didn't even know that you had anything on. He had matched your lipstick to your lips so well they just appeared to be just a more perfect version of your lips, and he added in false eyelashes so well that you actually believed that he had somehow made new eyelashes grow for you. Whoa, you said in awe as he was finishing up. This is amazing. The heavenly choir should sing of your beauty because you are stunning. Can I get an amen? He cried. I'll say amen to that, you said with a smile. Thank you, sweetness of the Garden of Eden. Now, let me take you to Cherry. She'll be doing your hair so it flows like silk woven by the gods, he said, with a grand hand gesture, and you smiled as you got up from your chair. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch your name, you asked. I am Ethereal, a prophet sent to bless this world with beauty, he said with a grand bow. Oh, well, thank you, Ethereal. I'll remember your good deeds, you replied. His eyes welled with tears as he straightened to look at you. That is the sweetest thing anyone has ever said to me. Thank you for reaching out your healing hand to me. I can tell you are a person of the light, for you glow so beautifully, he said. You smiled bashfully. Thank you, you said before a little petite lady entered the room. Hi, she sang. I'm Cherry. You must be Yin in for your interview today? That's me, you said with a smile at her. Well, aren't you a beautiful girl? She said with a big smile. Come with me. Let me get your hair done and then it's off to the photo shoot. That's quick, you said with surprise as you were taken away by her. She worked her magic on your hair, and once she was done, you were sent down the hall to the next room, the place where they would be taking your pictures for the magazine. This is so surreal, you said to the man who had opened the door for you and ushered you in. I can't believe I'm going to be in the magazine that I used to read when I was at the high school before I came to the hero course. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. I saw the news report on you, and I got to hand it to you. You really did a fantastic job, he said with a grin, as he gestured for you to stand up on the white platform where all the cameras were pointing at. It really wasn't just me. It was all of us, you said truthfully. And I keep repeating that until the day I die. Everyone gets the recognition that they deserve. You'll make a great hero, he said, stepping in behind the camera and adjusting the zoom and brightness. And you glow like a hero too. I have to turn my brightness down, he said with a chuckle. Okay, Yin, give me a big smile now. Left hand on your waist, peace sign on with the other. You did as he said, and he clicked a few shots and checked the exposure. It was while he was doing that another man came flying into the room, the door banging open so loudly it made you jump with fright. Gerald! The newcomer yelled. How dare you take pictures of this queen without letting me get her dressed up? Shame on you! Oh, Caleb, Gerald said with surprise. I was wondering why she was in trackies and the school jumper. He laughed to himself, but Caleb didn't find this amusing at all. I swear to God, no one cares one bit about what I do here. I am the backbone of this company. Do you understand? The backbone! He then marched over to you and took your hand. Come, honey, let's get you into something gorgeous before you pose for the cameras. And with that, you were dragged away into the dressing room to be fitted for the day. You tried on a few different outfits, but in the end, you and Caleb decided that a semi-fitted one-piece jumpsuit was the best fit for you. Oh, honey, look at you, Caleb gasped when you stepped out of the change room. How do you feel? I feel so good, you replied with a grin. I really like this one. Of course you do, because it looks like it was made for you, he gushed. Okay, off you run back to Gerald to get some snaps of your fine self. I'll be watching the interview when you do it, so big smiles for me, okay? Oh, no problems there, he replied with a grin. Thank you so much, Caleb. I really appreciate you taking the time to dress me. Oh, he gasped, eyes welling with tears. No one ever thanks me. You're so welcome. No, I mean it, you said honestly. Thank you. Oh, he gushed. Please, let me hug you. You're just so sweet and beautiful. He bent in for a hug and then let you go, and you headed back out to the other room to get some photos taken. It was a bit of a whirlwind after that. You did your interview that was televised, and they told you that they would be taking snippets of your interview to put it in writing and put it in the magazine, which you said was okay. And then you were to walk into another room to do a meet and greet and some signing for those who had just watched the interview from the other room or elsewhere and had come to meet you. You'd seen them do this for other heroes, and had sometimes run down to their studio when you saw a favourite hero on screen, just for the chance to meet them in person, but it was usually so busy you often missed out. For a split second you worried that no one would be in the other room, but your fears needn't have been there because people were screaming your name even before you'd entered the room. It was a little overwhelming, the amount of people in the small room, and you gave the crowd a wobbly smile before being seated at the desk there and handed a pen. The ushers and guards there were keeping control of the crowds, and one by one they were allowed to come up to you and ask for an autograph or a picture. At first you felt a little awkward, but then slowly settled into the role, and by the 10th person you were feeling a lot more relaxed. One by one the crowds moved through. You'd just finished signing someone's hero book and had thanked them, and then they'd left and you'd called for the next person to come forwards. The next person in line was a girl, about the same age as you, and she walked up to you with her head down and put a book down in front of you and opened it to a blank page for you to sign. Hey, you greeted her politely, looking at her before looking down to the book and then back up at her again. She looked off to the side and didn't say anything, but there was something about her that looked familiar, and you stared at her for a little too long. Can you just sign? She mumbled, clearly trying to hide her face from you. Sorry, you said, still looking at her. Sorry, but do I know you? No, she said, raising a hand to cover her face. You don't know me. Okay, he replied, but she appeared to be acting suspiciously, which made you believe even more so that you did know her. Who do I sign this to? Would you like me to write a message? No, just sign it, she said, still shielding her face. You looked down at the blank page and then lifted your pen to it and signed your name. And then you closed the book for her and looked down at it, her name being right there written on the front of the book as you moved your fingers away from it. Becky? You said with surprise when you recognised her name. I knew you. Please, she said suddenly, removing her hand from her face and looking at you now that she had been discovered. I don't want you to recognise me because I knew you wouldn't sign my book after everything that happened. Becky, look, I don't know why you used to pick on me in primary school so much, but I'm in a really good place now and I don't hold anything against you. I hope your life is going well. Becky hung her head with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Yin, I really am. I don't know why I was so mean to you. I guess I was just jealous, she admitted. Jealous? Why? You asked. You've always been just, really nice and kind and content. I hated that, she said honestly. Me? You asked with surprise. I was none of those things. Well, to me it looked like it, she said with a shrug. I'm so sorry. I'm happy you're in a good place now though. I really am, you replied with a smile. Okay, time's up, one of the guards said, and you smiled sadly at her. "Bye, Becky," you said. "Bye, Yin, and thank you for signing my book. I'll be rooting for you," she said, before turning and walking off. You watched her go and sighed, before looking to the next person. "Next," you called with a smile, then beamed when you recognised the next person. "Hannah," you said with excitement. "Yin," she said as she ran up to you. You stood up and moved quickly around the table to give her a hug, which she returned eagerly. "How are you? Are you okay?" you asked her once you'd pulled back from the hug. "Yes, I'm doing really well," she said with a smile. "I hope you don't mind, but I came to get your autograph for my older brother, and I also wanted to tell you what's been going on." "Yes, fill me in what's happened since I saw you last," you asked as you walked back to the desk to sit down, and she walked back over as well. Okay, well, Matt and Jackson both asked me out, but I said no to both because I do like Matt, but I don't want to upset Jackson," she said sadly. You gave her a little knowing smile. "Yep, know how that feels," you thought. "Well, just see how you go," you added out loud. "You need to be happy in life too. Maybe there might be room for the three of you together." "Three? As in Matt, Jackson and I? Is that even possible?" she asked, watching as you signed your name on the paper that she had put down in front of you. "Yeah, it is," you said with a chuckle, "but it's not easy." "Oh?" she replied quizzically. "Oh, and also, my older brother says to say hi. He said you might remember him, but maybe not in a good way. He goes to Shizuoka Gakuen High. He's my twin brother, but I call him older because he came out first and he insists he's older," she said with an eye roll. "Oh, yeah, I went to that school," you said with surprise. "What's his name?" "Garrett," she said, and all of a sudden all that trauma flooded back into your mind. Garrett had been relentless, especially during sports, pushing you, calling you names, hiding your jacket or throwing it in the tree. Just awful. "Oh," you said in a dull voice. "Yeah, I remember him. He said he wanted to say sorry for being mean and asked for your number, but that's so weird. I told him you're already taken by the other blonde hero guy who was rough with Matt," she said. "Oh, yes, I'm so sorry about him," you chuckled. "I know that he's rough around the edges, but he's very caring actually, under it all." "Well, it definitely made Matt calm down a bit," she said with a small chuckle. "He's been different since that day happened." "I hope everything works out," you said to her, seeing the guard was motioning for you to wrap it up. "Thank you so much, Yin," she said with a smile as she picked up her paper. "You're still a super cool hero." "Thank you," you said with a chuckle. "I'm just an ordinary person, I promise." After that, you kept going, signing papers and smiling for photos, and the line of people was slowly getting less and less. "Almost done," one of the officials said to you as he stepped up behind you and placed a hand on your shoulder. "Just a few more to go." You smiled back and up at him. "Good, because this is actually tiring," you admitted with a small, sweat-dropped smile. Just then you heard a little voice calling out, and you recognised the name of the voice that was calling. "T!" the little voice called. "T!" Your head whipped back to the line of people, and you saw a little familiar face in the crowd and stood up with surprise. "Shinaru?" you called with delight. "Shinaru!" The little girl who you had rescued all those months ago had grown so much now and was in beautiful bright spirits, holding on to the hand of the lady who looked like you, but just a little bit older, her real auntie. "Oh, please," you called to the guards that were now trying to dissuade people from coming through. "Please let them through, please." The guards, realising that you must have known these two, conceded and unlatched the rope gate and ushered them through. You quickly ducked around your desk and crouched down as Shinaru let go of her auntie's hand and ran straight into your arms, giving you the biggest 2-year-old hug that you'd ever had. Those who were still around and watching let out some heartfelt "awws" as you and this little girl embraced and tears sprung up in your eyes. "Hey," you greeted the little girl once you finally let her go and looked at her. "You remember me?" "T," she said, pointing at you, her point being so close that her little finger touched your nose and you giggled. "Yo, that's me, I'm T," you said with a grin. The auntie then walked over to you and you stood up to embrace her as well. "It's so good to see you both again," you said as you looked from her down to little Shinaru again. "Oh, I'm so glad we made it in time to see you," she said. "We were at home and Shinaru saw you on the TV. She started to jump and point and yell T, making such a fuss that I just had to bring her down here," the auntie said with a little chuckle. "I have to admit, I didn't know what she was on about at first. I didn't recognise you. You're absolutely glowing. Mind you, it was a bit of an ordeal that day that we met in the hospital, and you'd been up for such a long time, you poor thing. You just looked so tired." "Oh, it was, but I've also been doing a lot of training since then, so it's partially good sleep, partially working out, partially getting stronger," you said with a smile. "Well, you look amazing, and I hear you've been doing some wonderful work as an undergraduate," she said. "You really do know how to save people." just seems to be the thing I keep finding myself doing, you said with a chuckle. But as I've been saying, I can't take all the credit for finding the kids. It was definitely a team effort. The auntie smiled. Well, you're being praised and loved for what you did, and I still can't thank you enough for finding my niece, she said, reaching down to place a hand on Shinaru's head. The little girl smiled. Play, she asked with begging eyes. Play park? You want me to play at the park with you? You asked her, crouching back down to talk on her level. She nodded, holding her little hands together in front of her. You looked up at the auntie. Oh, please don't feel like you have to, the auntie said with a worried look on her face. Then she addressed the little girl. Shinaru, honey, it's okay. Maybe another time. T might have lots of work to do that she has to do and doesn't have time to. Oh, please, you interjected. It would be really lovely to spend time with her. I was more wondering if it would be okay with you if I was able to take her to the park or something, you said. The auntie chuckled. T, I trust you to the ends of the earth and back. You are more than welcome to take her to the park, she said. But only if you have time. I don't want to be intruding. Oh, of course I have time. How about this weekend? On Saturday? We can meet somewhere, you offered. Oh, you're so kind. Yes, Saturday would be completely fine. Shinaru, she addressed the little girl. We play park soon with T? Shinaru's face lit up and she smiled from ear to ear. Play park, she exclaimed happily. Yes, we will definitely play park, the auntie said with a smile, and then turned to you. Let me give you my number and we can discuss which park and such, she said, taking her phone from her pocket. You and her exchanged details and you chatted to Shinaru a little longer and then had to wrap things up. It was starting to get late now and the day was well and truly finished. After getting your makeup removed and changing back into your comfy clothes, you left, feeling light, feeling satisfied and feeling loved. Today had been an amazing experience and you couldn't wait to tell your boys about it. It was later that you were sitting on Bakugo's bed with Kiri laying his head on your lap and you were sitting side by side with Bakugo, his arm around you while you rested your head on his shoulder, that you were telling both boys about what happened that day. And then Hannah came up, one of the girls we rescued, you said to them. Yeah, I remember her, Kiri said from your lap. She was really lovely. She was having trouble with the boys, wasn't she? Yeah, Matt and Jackson. She told me that she turned both of them down, but that she liked Matt, you said. Matt doesn't deserve her, Bakugo grunted, having dealt with Matt firsthand. He was just being jealous and overprotective, you said to him. He reminds me of somebody I know, you added slyly, giving Bakugo the bombastic side-eye. Huh? That's not me. I'm not jealous and overprotective, Bakugo snapped. As he said that, Kiri turned his head and kissed your arm, nuzzling into you a little. Don't kiss her like that, Bakugo barked at the redhead, and you laughed. See? Jealous, because I know you want that kiss on your own arm, you teased him. No, he snapped, a blush quickly spreading across his cheeks. You giggled and turned your head to kiss him on the nose. You don't need to hide it, you said playfully. Oh, and guess who else came in? Fakam? Kiri asked excitedly. No, Shinaru, you replied excitedly. Oh, Kiri said, sitting up and turning to face you. How is she? Is she well? She recognized you? She's good. Yes, she recognized me. Apparently they were at home and she saw the interview on TV, so the auntie brought her down to the station to see me, and I'm so glad she did. We chatted for a bit, and I'm going to take her to the park on the weekend. Oh, Kiri said with a bit of disappointment as he looked at Bakugo. Well, what's up? You asked, catching something between them. Oh, it's just that, Kiri started. We're going to take you out somewhere on the weekend. Group date, Bakugo said. Oh, we still can, you said emphatically. We could go out on Sunday. I was planning to take her somewhere on Saturday. Wait, Kiri said brightly. What if we all look after her on Saturday and then we went on our date on Sunday? Hey, that's actually a really great idea. I think she would like you boys. And I don't know if the auntie is married or has a boyfriend in her life, but I think it might be good for Shinaru to have two loving boys in her life. She might really enjoy having you push her on the swings and catch her at the bottom of the slide, you said, your mind feeding you the images that you had just described, and your ovaries nearly burst. Oh my god, it's too cute. The images are too cute, you wailed internally. Okay, fine, let's do it, Bakugo said. Which park? There's a new water park that opened last weekend. And it's getting warmer these days. It is, isn't it? I'm not sure if she'd want to go to the water park, but I'll message the auntie tomorrow and sort it out. Tomorrow's Friday, so we can make plans quickly, you said. Oh, and also, had you picked a place for our date on Sunday? Because there's somewhere I'd like to go. Where did you want to go, Yin? Kiri asked, giving you a gentle, sharp-toothed smile. Well, back when I found Shinaru, I was hiking with the girls in the mountain, and I had thought back then that it would be a really lovely place to go on a hiking date, you said with a smile. We're going then, Bakugo said, still with his arm around your shoulders. Yay, you said happily. We could do a picnic there too. Okay, Kiri said excitedly, the two of you now super pumped about this hike date. You all chatted a little more about the weekend and then said goodnight. Tomorrow was the final day of your intern with Fat Gum, as well as more training with Ori and preparing for the weekend, and you wanted to get a good sleep so you were fresh for the next day. The next morning was off to a flying start. You had decided to get your training out of the way early, so was at the gym at 6 AM on the mats with your arms up, sparring with Ori while maintaining your quirk in a semi-activated state. You know, she said, once you'd thrown a few punches and kicks, practicing your right hook, if you pushed your resting quirk to 5 to 10 quirk hertz, you could probably zap someone when you touch them. I'll try it, you said, allowing a little more of your quirk to turn on as you got into the fight stance again. Ori jumped at you, aiming to punch your shoulder, but you moved back to allow her to be carried forwards with her momentum, and then you spun on your foot and punched her shoulder as she flew past you, feeling your quirk dip as you did so. Did that zap you? I didn't feel anything aside from a bit of a drop in power, you said. No, it won't work because we're on rubber mats, but if you get me off the mats and onto the concrete flooring, then it'll get me, she leered, egging you on. Oh, a challenge, you smirked back. Okay, bring it on. Over and over you sparred with her. Sometimes her hits landed, sometimes not, but every chance you got, you fought to get her off the mats so you could zap her. It was difficult to maintain your quirk at that level and spar with Ori, but you were determined to try and zap her with it because if you managed to do so, then that would mean that it would be something that you could use when detaining villains. Its shock may not have hurt much, but it would still stun someone for a split second with the surprise of it, and that could mean the difference between getting someone or letting them get away. Ori charged at you then, and you sidestepped her and let her pass, spinning and kicking her in the back as she went past you, and then you went after her, trying to trip her up as she tried to turn and grapple with you. Come on, you screamed at yourself internally, punching and dodging as you pushed her back to the corner of the mat. Each time you touched her with your quirk, you could see her hair was starting to stand on end and knew that she was accumulating kinetic energy. Oh, this is going to be so good, you thought as you did 2 more punches and then jumped and did a front kick, planting it directly into her chest plate. She was thrown back and you jumped off the mat to get to her, placing your hand down on her leg and giving her the biggest shock she'd ever had. The zap was so loud it let off a loud click with a spark and you jumped up, recoiling and shaking your hand. Yes! You celebrated. I did it. But at what cost? Ow, that one got me too. You laughed. Ori slowly got to her feet with a smile on her face. Well done, she said with a smirk. If you were in your hero outfit, I don't think that you would have gotten that shock. Your outfit's insulated, isn't it? Yeah, it is. You puffed. I'll try it on a villain if I get the chance. I've got patrolling again today. So we'll see how it goes, you said. She nodded and checked her watch. Okay, you're good to go. That's time. Well done, she said as she reached out a hand to shake yours. Thanks, Ori. I'll see you next week, you said as you turned to go to the showers and change room. As you left, a certain feathery male entered from another door and strolled over. It's not like you to leave yourself wide open like that and go easy on your clients, this person mused to the sweating Ori. Shut it, Hawks. It's her determination I'm trying to build. Sometimes you got to throw your ideals to the side if they're not helping your client reach their highest potential. Very true, he replied thoughtfully. She really picks up when you hand her something and she feels like she has to take responsibility, he mused. She's done an amazing job as the front-runner of that mission. Born for the role, I'd say. Ori eyed him suspiciously. Level, Hawks, what did you do? She asked with a suspicious eye squint. Oh, I didn't do anything. Just had a small chat to those running the show and got them to take a small seat so that she could show her potential. While I was at it, I completely wiped my name from the records too. I was never there. Just a hallucination, baby, he said with a sly grin. She mentions you a lot, though, Ori said. Yeah, a lot of people mention me a lot of times, Hawks replied with a shrug. If anyone asks, it was all her. Ori shook her head. You're a devious hero, Hawks. Are you sure you're not a villain? She joked. Oh, I could be both, he replied with another smirk. Well, I'm off. Take care of her for me. I was never here, remember? Ass, Ori chuckled, before turning to the mats to do some stretches before her next clients. You showered quickly and got changed into your hero outfit and then went off to join your boys at the hero agency. On the bus, you messaged the auntie asking her if it would be okay for you, her, Shinaru, and the boys to go to the water park, and you explained to her that they were really good guys and were in your hero class, and you could vouch for them. She replied that she would love that, and that Shinaru had never been to that water park, but that she loved water, and she had just been given some new floaties. So it would be the perfect chance to try them out, and you smiled. Okay, perfect. Now I just got to finish this day and I'm done. I wonder how Mum's going, you thought, your mind switching to care of your mum. Thinking it would be nice to message her, you then opened the Messages app and flicked her a quick text. Morning, Mum. How are you? I've just finished training with Ori and I'm now off to see Fat Gum and my boys. You sent. Hope you have a great day today. We can chat tonight if you want. You pressed send and then settled back on the bus as it bounced along, but it wasn't long before you got a reply from her. Oh, my sweet girl, I'm so sorry. I'm so late to reply. Fat Gum has just left here, she texted. Fat Gum? What's he doing there? You wondered with surprise. Fat Gum was with you? You sent back to her, getting up since the bus was just pulling up at the stop out front of the agency. Yes, he came and had breakfast with me. Oh, he's such a lovely person, very kind to his fans, she sent back. You smirked at your phone. Well, this is interesting. I didn't think he went this far to be kind to his fans. I think there's more than just fan services being seen to here, you thought with amusement, then readied yourself to reply back to her. Oh, I'm glad he came to see you. I'm just at his agency now, so I'll chat later, okay? Love you, you sent. Okay, my honey, you have a wonderful day. And be that beautiful girl that I know you are, and I'll talk to you later, she sent back. Kisses upon kisses, hugs upon hugs. You sent back a line of hearts as you pushed the door to the agency open, and then put your phone away and looked up. And that's when you saw Bakugo standing there waiting for you in the reception area. Hey, you greeted him brightly, checking to make sure the reception area was empty before you walked over and slung your arms up around his neck and then leaned in for a kiss. He hugged you back and kissed you back eagerly, and then let you go and took your hand in his. Come on, he's late, he grunted as he led you off down the hall. Oh, is he? Where is he? You asked. He's on the next bus coming in. Couldn't find his hero uniform, Bakugo grunted. Oh, did it get lost in the washroom? You asked. No, must have accidentally picked it up with my washing, Bakugo admitted. We did our washing together last night. Oh, you did? You asked with a smirk. That's cute. Shut up, it's not cute, Bakugo snapped. Kat, when are you going to admit that you have feelings for E? I already know, so you don't need to keep pretending. I more than plus ultra approve of it, and I'm glad that you and he are more than getting along now. Listen, he said as he got to Fat Gum's door, and then swung it open, with the intention of taking you through to the change rooms beyond. But then when he saw the room was empty, he decided to talk to you right there and then. Suddenly you found yourself backed up against the wall there, staring into his red crimson eyes. I feel differently about you both, he said, switching his gaze from your left eye to your right eye. With you, I want you to reach your full potential, get stronger, fight me as an equal, but I'm also here to protect your dumbass and keep you close so I can grab your ass. But with E, it's different. He's a dumbass, more so than you are, but he has things I don't have. He's always positive and happy, and he's a guy, so there are things that we get that you wouldn't. Yeah, that's fair, you shrugged. But that doesn't mean I love either of you any more than the other, he snapped. So don't go looking down on me and think I'm not able to love you both at the same time, because I can. Kat, you said with a gentle smile, I know that. I know where you're coming from because I'm doing that currently. You and E both support me in different ways, and I love you both so much. You bring something different to the table, and it keeps life interesting. He grunted, not letting you go, but instead kissing you passionately. You made out for a short while until you heard someone coming down the hall and pulled back from the kiss and made it look like you were just talking, when Kiri entered the room out of breath. Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. Where's Fat Gum? He asked as he saw just you and Bakugo standing there. Why aren't you in your hero uniform? Bakugo asked when he saw Kiri standing in street clothes. Oh, I knew I was going to be late, and I didn't want to be sweaty in my hero outfit, so I decided to wait until I got here before changing, he said with a scratch to the back of his head. Hurry up then, Bakugo snapped. Come on, I need to change too. Oh, okay, yes, before Fat Gum gets here, he said, quickly entering the room and closing the door behind him. Hey E, you greeted as he walked over, and he gave you a hug and a kiss in greeting before following Bakugo through to the change rooms beyond. You smiled to yourself when he passed and looked at the door. Fat Gum sure is late, you thought. In the change room, Bakugo closed the door and turned to E. The redhead was singularly focused on getting into the change room to change and didn't notice the blonde staring him down as he walked past. Oi, Bakugo grunted. Come here. Huh? Kiri asked, stopping and turning around. We need to get changed though. Bakugo, being the impatient guy he was, clicked his tongue to the inside of his cheek and walked over to Kiri, grabbing the redhead by the front of his shirt and then crashing his lips against the surprised, slightly shorter male. That's all. he grunted after breaking from the kiss. "Now go change. We'll be late." "Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, bro," Kiri said, still a little shocked about what had just happened. Thank you," he called as the blonde disappeared into the change room. "Dumbass. Hurry up, or I won't give you another one when we get changed back at the end of the day," Bakugo called from inside his stall. "Oh, right," Kiri called, Bakugo's serious threat launching him into gear. While the boys changed, you waited in Fat Gum's office, looking at the magazine pictures on the wall and reading the news articles there. Just then the door burst open and Fat Gum came marching through. "Oh, Yin, good morning. Sorry I'm late," he said with a big grin. You turned and smiled at him. "It's fine, the boys are just changing now," you replied. "Wonderful. Today we have patrolling in the morning, but then in the afternoon we've been requested to assist with money being moved from the bank to an armoured vehicle to be taken away to a more secure site," he said. "They've asked for hero assistance, so that it deters anyone wanting to try and escape with some money." "Oh, sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to it," you said with a smile, wondering if he was going to mention that he'd seen your mother that morning. "Great. That's the spirit I like to see," he said with another grin. "Now, once the boys come out, we'll get going." "Okay, so not going to make mention of it then?" you thought with a little smirk to yourself. I wonder why he doesn't feel the need to say anything. Is it because he's shy about it? I know he did ask permission to see Mum without me being there, but still, I thought he'd say something. But you had to end that wondering then as both boys emerged from the change room at that moment and Fat Gum greeted them brightly. "Okay, off we go then," he said excitedly. "Patrol first, and then assist in the afternoon. I'll tell you about it as we walk." And with that, you all headed for the door and then out to start your day. The morning patrol went like clockwork, but you did have to stop a few times to take pictures with fans who had seen you on the TV, and then the appointed time came for you to all assist with the transfer of the money from the bank to the vehicle. What did you need from us, Fat Gum?" you asked as you entered the bank with him and the boys. "We'll need 2 by the van, 1 accompanying the people moving the money, and 1 looking out," Fat Gum said from beside you. "Okay," you nodded. "I'll be the one accompanying the people moving the money. Would you 3 like to decide who's going to fill the other roles?" he asked. You nodded. "Yes, how about Kirishima and I stand watch by the van, and Bakugo, you be the one to look out, since you have a good eye for spotting potential baddies," you offered. "Sounds good to me," Kiri said with a smile. "Yeah," Bakugo grunted. "Okay, easy," you replied with a smile. "We're good to go, Fat Gum." He grinned and gave you a thumbs up. "I like those who get themselves sorted quickly and efficiently," he said with a nod. Mr. Fat Gum, sir," one of the bank officials called to the round male. "We are ready when you are." "Ah, wonderful," Fat Gum said as he turned to the man, but spoke over his shoulder back to you guys before he left. "Okay, places now. We're about to do the transfer," he said. You and Kiri nodded and quickly made your way outside to the van, while Bakugo stood at the door, just on the inside of the building, and looked around out the window to see if anyone was acting suspicious. He was also checking those inside the bank as well, but no one seemed to be acting strange. "Ah," you said as you took up a post on one side of the back door of the van, and Kiri took post on the other. "Final day of internship. Then we're free. Oh, also, the auntie is good to go for the water park tomorrow, which will be nice. It's supposed to be good weather." "Sounds like fun," Kiri said, giving you a smile. "I always like spending time with you and Kat." "Yeah, it's always a good time when it's us 3, isn't it?" you mused. He nodded, and you looked up towards the door of the bank to see what Bakugo was doing. He was looking out the window and appeared to be very interested in someone, or something, down the road, just staring at it, so you looked in that direction too. Further down the street you could see a guy just standing there, leaning up against the lamppost, but his beady eyes were on you guys as you guarded the back of the truck. You turned to Kiri to address him, knowing that the guy in question was well out of earshot and wouldn't be able to hear what you were saying. "Hey," you said softly to Kiri, "Kat has locked onto someone. He's currently down the road, leaning against the lamppost, but don't..." You were about to say, "Don't look now," but Kiri was already looking to see who it was that you were talking about. "Oh, yes. He does look suspicious, doesn't he? Staring us down like that," Kiri said. You groaned and then chuckled. "Oh, I was about to say, don't look now, you'll make it look obvious, but never mind," you chuckled. Then you looked towards Bakugo to catch his eye. He was looking at you now, and you nodded to him, and he nodded back, the two of you signalling that you had seen this guy and were now going to keep an eye on him. It was another 5 minutes before Fat Gum came out, and you looked towards him and the guards walking with the vault of money on a wheel tray, and stepped out of the way for them to access the back door of the van. But in that time frame, you had forgotten about the suspicious guy until Bakugo came out and grabbed your arm. "You're 6. he whispered gruffly in your ear. You turned and glanced behind you, and sure enough, the suspicious guy was making a move and was walking down the street parallel to where you were standing with the van. E, you addressed your red-headed boyfriend, and he looked over. We've got unwanted company. Keep an eye out for any accomplices. Okay, he said, and then he started searching the streets for any other potential threats. Do we go to him? You asked Bakugo, as the guy walked past the van and continued on down the street, but appeared to be sizing something up. Yeah, Bakugo grunted. Wait, I'll tell Fat Gum, you said, turning to the hero who hadn't noticed you and Bakugo were on edge. Sir, there's a guy hanging around and we're not sure if we should intervene. But just then the entire vehicle was suddenly covered in a net of some kind, and the net was then tightened and the vehicle dragged down the street, with all the money and armoured guards inside. You, Bakugo, Kiri and Fat Gum all managed to jump out of the way and not get caught in the net, but now the chase was on. He's got an accomplice on a motorbike, you called, seeing the suspicious guy on the back of a motorbike now, his bulky arm outstretched with the net coming from his fingers. Bakugo, you shouted, almost like a Pokemon master sending out their Pokemon for battle. Go after him! You didn't need to tell him twice, since he had already started to use his explosions to propel himself, and was now after the guy. You started running too, not really knowing how that was going to help, but the adrenaline in your veins was propelling you to do so. It was while you were running that someone else on a motorbike came screaming up beside you and slowed to your running speed. Hey, hero, jump on! A female voice called from inside her helmet. I'll catch you up! You nodded, and, mid-run, jumped onto the back of her motorbike and wrapped your arms around her waist. Go! You yelled, and she did go, almost pulling the front wheel of the bike off the ground as she gunned it down the street. You quickly looked back over your shoulder and saw the guard car was now in pursuit, with Kiri and Fat Gum inside, and so you looked back to the front again to see how Bakugo was faring. He had caught up now, and had tackled the guy off the back of the bike. You noticed, as the guy was forcefully removed, that the motorbike had been reinforced, most possibly Quirk-related, to the guy driving it, and had a lot of power, which is how it was able to pull the van down the road so quickly. With Bakugo now on top of the guy who had netted the armoured van, you yelled to your sudden aid to go after the guy on the motorbike. Okay, she shouted back and sped up, going around Bakugo and the net guy and chasing down the guy on the runaway motorbike. The motorbike rider looked back over his shoulder and saw you giving chase and twisted the accelerator on the handlebar, speeding up to try and escape, but your rider was very good and was keeping up easily and now gaining ground. If I could just touch his bike, I might be able to make enough kinetic energy to shut it down, or cause a spark, you thought, as your rider got you closer and closer to his bike. Unbeknownst to you, in the guard car behind, Fat Gum had jumped out of the car at speed to help Bakugo, and Kiri had insisted that he go after you, so the guard car was almost catching up behind you, ready to offer assistance should you need it. Slowly your rider caught up beside the bike, and you reached a shaking hand out. I don't know where to touch. Do I touch him? Do I touch the bike? You wondered, your fingers getting closer to the shiny shell of the bike. You pushed out more of your quirk and leaned that little bit further, placing your hand squarely on the back of the bike and then ramping your light quirk up. The rider's bike suddenly swerved and made a strange sound, and you came unstuck, your body hurling through the air for a split second before strong arms engulfed you, and you and the owner of the arms hit the road and rolled many times over. You did whack an arm and a leg here and there, but when you did come to a rolling stop, you realised that you were relatively unharmed. Who? You asked, untucking your head from their form to see who it was. A hardened Kirishima met your gaze, and you let out a relieved sigh at your own safety, but then immediately gasped in concern for him. Hey, are you okay? You asked as you pulled yourself out of his arms once he had deactivated. How did you grab me? Did you jump from somewhere? Where did you jump from? Yeah, he grunted, pulling himself up to sitting. I climbed up on top of the guard car and then jumped at you when I saw you were going to fall off. Well, you saved me, you said gratefully. And you got the guy too, he said excitedly, looking behind him to the bike that was now lying on its side with wheels spinning and the rider tipped off. The guards were now detaining the motorbike rider, and your biker girl had pulled up on the other side of the road and had taken her helmet off and come running back to you. Oh my god, you're so badass, she gushed. You totally jammed his computer chip with your quirk. I saw it go up in smoke. Wicked. I'm so glad I got to help you. I watched your interview the other day, she said, extending her hand to yours to help you up. Thank you so much for coming to my rescue, you said to her. If you hadn't come up, I'd still be back there running down the road. Oh, and hey, she then said, extending her hand to Kiri. You're pretty cool too. You totally saved her with your jump. That was something. I'm just glad I got to her in time, Kiri said with a scratch to the back of his head. That was a pretty crazy thing to happen. I'll say, you said, all of you laughing together. Just then the guards called for you and Kiri as they picked the biker guy up and helped him back to the car, and you thanked the biker girl once more before heading back to the guard car yourself. Are you sure you're okay? Kiri asked you. I'm sure, you replied. I've just got a few scrapes and stuff, but you really did save me there. Are you okay? Yep, he replied with a big toothy grin. My quirk really is handy. It is, you said with a smile as you reached the car. By the time you'd gotten back to Bakugo and Fat Gum, everything had pretty much been sorted. They had the net villain in cuffs, and they added his accomplice to the list of handcuffed individuals, and then you all helped get the net off the van, checked that the vault was still there, and then let the van go, and they were off, and you were left to hand the baddies over to the police. Wow, you said when you got back to Fat Gum's office later that afternoon. What a way to end the internship. Thank you for all your hard work today, and for all the good work you've done this week, Fat Gum said as he stepped in behind you all. It was a great week, you said honestly. I learned so much. Well, go and change now, Fat Gum said. I'll see you one last time before you head off. You nodded and followed the boys into the change area, heading into one of the stalls to change and incidentally missing out on seeing Bakugo grabbing Kiri for another kiss, like he had promised the redhead earlier. And then once you were all changed, you came back out to talk once more with Fat Gum before being dismissed for the final time. You all had a chance to say your thoughts and feelings about the week before he signed off and gave each of you a big smile. Well, it's been a pleasure, he said honestly. I would have each of you all over again, so if you ever want to work for me once you're graduated, then let me know. Your eyes lit up. What a dream. Thank you, you said honestly. Oh, Mum will love to hear this, you thought as you got up to leave the room. Oh, also, incidentally, Fat Gum said, making you all stop on your way out the door. I just saw an email from Aizawa, and there's going to be an intern celebration event next Friday, so I'll see you all again then. Oh, great, you said excitedly. It's a +1, Fat Gum added quickly, so you can bring an extra person, Yin, if you want to, he said. That's all. Have a great night. You thanked him, and then you all left. You were confused by his final line. Why did he feel the need to tell me about the +1, you thought, and then it struck you. Wait, Mum? Does he want me to bring Mum? That night, you did call your mum, and she filled you in on Fat Gum's visit. Apparently, he had turned up out of the blue, and had had breakfast with her, and they had chatted like old friends. Do you enjoy his company, Mum? You asked her. Oh, yes, she gushed. He really is a lovely man. I'm really happy you like his company, you said with a smile. Which also reminds me, we're having an intern party and I'm allowed to bring a +1. Would you like to come? Fat Gum's going to be there too, you said, using him as an extra pull. Oh, honey, I'd love to. You know I want to support you and I'd love to meet all your lovely people in your class. You've told me so much about them all, your mum said with such happiness in her voice it started rubbing off on you and you glowed happily in your bed. Okay, awesome. I'll let Aizawa know and I'll get more details. I'm assuming they're going to tell us more about it at school on Monday. Okay, well, you just let me know when you know, and I'll be there, okay? Your mum bubbled. Okay, you replied with a smile. Anyway, Mum, I've got a huge day tomorrow, so I'll call you tomorrow night, and I'll tell you how it all went with Shinaru, yeah? Oh, yes, please, sleep well, my sweet. Much and much of love, your mum gushed. Night, Mum, you said happily. Good night, my love, your mum said, and then you both hung up. You sighed happily as you settled into bed, placing your phone down with the alarm on and ready to have a good sleep before another fun day tomorrow. My life just keeps getting better and better. Is this part of Mum's quirk too? You wondered as you drifted off to sleep happily. The next morning you got up and started rummaging through your drawers for your bathing suit. Where the heck is it? Don't tell me I've left it back at home, you wailed, your urgent rummaging becoming more frantic. Oh, I could have sworn I packed it to bring it here, like months ago. Finally you found it shoved in the back of the drawer and pulled it out and held it up. Then sudden panic struck you. Oh no, what if it doesn't fit? What if it's too big for me now? You thought with despair. Quickly you stripped your clothes off and put it on. As you feared, it was hanging off you, sagging and slipping in all the places. Oh no, you screamed internally, staring down at the loose fabric. I can't go out in this. You stood there for a second, wondering what to do, and then your Momo came to mind, and you grabbed for your phone. You quickly rang her number and waited impatiently for her to pick up. Hi, Yin, she greeted you brightly from the other end of the line. Momo, I have a serious problem, you said with knitted brows. I'm going to the water park today and I've just gotten into my swimmers, but they're too big now and are hanging off me everywhere. Could you help me? Oh, this is perfect timing, Momo gushed from the other end of the line. Come down to my room. My dad just sent me the latest collection from Event Justice Swimwear, and there's boxes upon boxes here, all different sizes and styles of bathers, and I don't know what to do with them. You were glad Momo couldn't see your face at that point, because you had the most deadpan look on your face. Wow. To just be sent the latest collection of the top-line brand? You thought, what other world does she live in? You then replied to her so she wouldn't think you just died on the other end of the line. Oh, that's amazing, Momo. Is it okay if I come now? Yes, please, she implored. I'll pull the boxes out now. Thank you so much. You've saved me, you said gratefully. She giggled on the other end. No, you saved me. Come, let's get a new set of swimmers for you, she said brightly. You thanked her once more and then hung up, quickly changing back into your normal clothes and running from your room. It was like you had just walked into your own private clothing store. No joke, Momo had 6 boxes of new swimmers ranging from small size to extra large, all with price tags still on, complete with the soft paper between each one, the type used for transport. Now, Momo said excitedly, what colour are you after? I have my colour chart here. I had my colours done again last week since we're coming into the warmer weather, and I wanted to make sure I've got the summer hues correct, she said as she bustled around and got everything organised. I don't know what my colours are, you replied with a sweat-dropped look on your face. Well, come, Momo said. I can do your colours now. Another half hour later and you had your colours done and 2 new swimsuits picked out that fit you perfectly and made everything look amazing, and you were running back to your room to put your swimmers on, then a dress over the top and then grab your bag and go. You had quickly texted your boys to let them know that you were a little behind the time today, but you managed to get out the door only 2 minutes late, which was relatively on time for you. A quick sprint later and you met both boys at the bus stop, and then it was go time. Off to meet Shinaru and the auntie at the water park. The park was absolutely packed when you got to the front gates. Families and friends alike were flocking to the place, ready for a fun Saturday, just chilling and playing in the water. I'll text the auntie to see where they are, you said to Bakugo as Kiri looked around for any women with small children. You texted her and she replied that they were by the seahorse statue, so you made your way through the crowd over to where they were. Little Shinaru lit up again when she saw you and ran into your arms, demanding to be picked up by you, which you did so with a bright smile and an even brighter look of yourself. As you cuddled Shinaru, Kiri was watching and finally noticed that you were glowing just a bit. Oh, he thought as he paid more attention to you. Wow, she really does light up, doesn't she? Are you ready for a fun day? You asked Shinaru, but then looked at the auntie as well. Oh, Yin, the auntie said sadly. I've been called into work today, so I'm unable to come. I know you were hoping for it to be all of us, and I do understand if you don't feel comfortable with Shinaru without me there. So we could go back home and come again another day, if you'd prefer, she offered. No, you said quickly. No, it's completely fine. I don't mind at all, as long as you're okay with me and the boys looking after her. Oh, I feel very safe. You are all heroes in training. Of all people I would leave her with, you would be at the top of my list, she said with a loving smile. What time are you planning to stay until? And I'll make sure that I'm back before then. We'll stay until 2 p.m. and then play it by ear. If little Shinaru is tired, or if you're done with work, then it might be a good time to go, you said. That's fine. I should have my work done by then, she replied. As a thank you, please let me pay for you all to enter. Oh, please don't feel obligated, Kiri cut in quickly. No, please, I insist. I do so appreciate you taking the time out to make my little niece's day. She's going to have so much fun, she said with an excited smile. Okay, if you say so, Kiri replied, bowing his gratitude to her. We really appreciate it. It's my pleasure, she said as she walked to the ticket gate with you all, little Shinaru still in your arms. The auntie had a bag with all of Shinaru's things in it, from food to drink bottle, towel, floaties, little bunny toy, hat, sunnies, the lot, and Bakugo took the bag to carry, which he thanked him for and patted his arm. Thank you, Daddy, he said slyly as he slung it over his shoulder. Yeah, that's right. You need to call me that all day, he sneered back. I'll call you both, Daddy, he said, jerking her head towards Kiri, who was talking with the auntie. Shinaru was still clinging to you, but was looking at Bakugo curiously, her bright little eyes drinking him in. What? Bakugo grunted when he saw her staring at him. Stop staring at me, you little runt. Cat, you chided him. You need to be nice. He clicked his tongue to the inside of his cheek and scowled as he looked away. Shinaru too must have felt the tension, or felt bad, and tucked her head into you, so that her face was hidden. Oh no, are these two going to get along? You wondered. After the auntie had paid, you all walked through the ticket gate and turned to wave goodbye to her. Shinaru, are you going to say bye? You asked, the still hiding little bundle in your arms, and she shook her head, still with her forehead pressed into your chest. Bye, you called to the auntie, adjusting Shinaru in your arms so you could wave goodbye with your other hand. Is she okay? Kiri asked, seeing that the little girl didn't want to lift her head up from you. Yeah, you sighed. Daddy over here said some mean things and she doesn't want to look at him now, you said, shooting the daddy in question a dirty look. She was staring at me, he pouted in a gruff voice. She's 2, you deadpanned. That's what 2-year-olds do. Bakugo clicked his tongue to the inside of his cheek, but didn't say anything else. Low-key, he was feeling bad that he had upset her. Anyway, you said in a bright voice, let's go and see if we can find some fun things to do, hey? Look at this place. I know, right? I have a map here, Kiri said as he pulled it out of his back pocket. The little kid's pool's over this way. Let's go there first. Sounds good, you said, doing a little jump to hoist Shinaru up your body a little. Let's go. Kiri turned and oriented the map and then led the way through the crowds of people, walking across the water park to get to the kids section over the back. Surprisingly, it wasn't as busy over there and was also fenced off, so you let yourselves in the gate and looked around for a place to sit. Shinaru, where would you like to sit? You asked the still shy bundle, who kept her face hidden. Bakugo stepped up beside you and pointed to a giant pink flamingo on the inside edge of the pool that had water pouring down from under it, and you looked over at it. There's a place on the grass there, and it's shaded by that tree, he said. Oh, it is. That's a really nice spot. Thank you, Daddy, you said, turning your head to him and kissing him on the shoulder. He smirked proudly, and Kiri looked across from your other side. Am I Daddy too? He asked in a voice that told you he was already feeling a little left out. Of course, Daddy, you replied to him, and he grinned brightly. I like that, he said with a shy chuckle. Okay, let's get set up and then we can get this little miss in the water, hey? You said to her, but still no response. You held on to her while Bakugo and Kiri set up the picnic rug and other items, and then you slipped your sandals off and stepped onto the mat and sat down. She cuddled into you and refused to move, so you sighed and looked at your boys. I think this might take some time, you said sadly. Well, I'm hot, Bakugo said, grabbing his shirt and throwing it off over his head to reveal an absolutely chiseled set of abs and thick chest and cut arms. It's like the good Lord himself had taken all the most perfect sculpted body parts and put them together on this man, and you just stared, along with Kiri too, who had his eyes glued to the blonde. Bakugo ignored you both thirsting over him and walked down to the water's edge and then splashed some water on himself. Well, I'm having a good time, you said in a dreamy voice as you watched your blonde boyfriend splash water on himself. Same, Kiri said from beside you, and you looked at him and chuckled. Look at us, both thirsting over our man, you chuckled. Yeah, he replied back, chuckling as well as he reached his hand up to return the high five that you had initiated by holding your hand up first. Shinaru finally pulled her head from your chest, then when she realised that Bakugo had walked away and shyly looked over her shoulder to see where he was. Bakugo had stopped splashing himself now, and was intently looking at something in the water. You and Kiri had no idea what he was looking at, until a random spurt of water came shooting out of the shallow pool and got him right in the face, and that's when you realised it was a submerged water jet. You and your red-headed boyfriend burst into laughter at Bakugo trying to fight this thing, and even Shinaru started giggling as she watched him in his futile efforts. Do you want to go in the water with me? You asked her, and she looked from Bakugo to you and nodded her head. Okay, we need to put floaties on you then, and some more sunscreen, you added, getting her set up to go in the water. After you had her ready, you reached for the sides of your dress and pulled it off, throwing it down on your bag and taking her hand in yours. Okay, we'll be back in a bit, you said to Kiri, who was looking at you with a blush on his cheeks, and you paused. What is it? You asked, looking down your front. Oh, nothing. You just look really good in that swimsuit, Yin, he said, trying not to look too much. Oh, thanks. This was from Momo. My other one wasn't fitting nicely, you said. She had so many swimming outfits in her room, so she let me choose 2, which is really lovely of her, you said. It looks amazing, he said again. You smiled and thanked him once more, and then headed down to the water's edge while holding Shinaru's hand. She was quite excited to get into the water, and the temperature was lovely, so you were in the shallows within seconds, and she was happily splashing around in the water. It was while you were standing there that Bakugo looked up and saw you and stepped into the water to come over. Where'd you get that outfit from? He asked slowly. I got it from Momo, you said. Do you like it? I like it too much, he replied, his eyes flicking to your cleavage before finding your face again. Go and change. No, thank you, you replied airily as you stuck your nose in the air playfully. This is payback for you just walking around without a shirt on looking fine. You look better than I do, he growled. Anyway, I'm here to play with Shinaru, Daddy, so if you're not going to play, then you can go and sit with your other boyfriend and watch me, you said with a smirk. What are you playing? He asked. She's doing her own thing. You both looked over to see that she had wandered over to a turtle sculpture in the water and had almost reached it by now and was about to climb on it, but she was currently wading under a water bucket that was suspended overhead. Bakugo had seen the bucket hanging and noted that it had been filling with water and was about to tip and dump the water out, and knew that if he didn't act fast she was going to get swamped with this water. So without saying a word he turned and ran over, scooping her up in his arms and flinging himself out of the way just as the bucket let go, his left arm copping the downpour as he leapt to the right. Oh! You gasped, running over to make sure they were okay. Kiri too had jumped up and come running into the water to help, if he could, and you both got to Bakugo and Shinaru at the same time. Is she okay? You asked Bakugo as he held her. Shinaru, are you okay? You asked her, and she looked at you and nodded, clinging to Bakugo's neck. Did you want to come to me? You asked her, holding your arms out for her to come to you, and she nodded silently and let go of him to reach out to you. You're okay, you said as you took her and hugged her, while patting her back. Good thing Katsuki was here, he saved you, you said with a smile at him, while you hugged her. Shyly she looked back at him, and then quickly turned to you again and hugged you, and you finally connected the dots. Wait, she's not actually scared of him. She likes him and is getting shy around him, you thought, then turned to Kiri. Maybe we should sit down and have something to eat, and then come back in the water, you asked him. That sounds good. I'm getting hungry. I did pack some food, but we could get some food from here. I saw some stalls just over there, he said, pointing off into the distance. Okay, you said, turning to walk out of the water. As you passed Bakugo, you whispered something quickly to him. Hey, just stay here for a second, okay? Huh? He asked gruffly. Stand still, you hissed, giving him a look and surprisingly, he obeyed. Bro? Kiri called when he saw Bakugo had stopped. Oh, don't worry, he's okay, you said loudly to Kiri, giving him eyes to let him know that everything was fine and you had it under control. He could tell something was up, but decided to wait and see what would happen, and so followed you out of the water, leaving Bakugo behind. Did you want to go get some food for us, Daddy? I can give you some money, you said sweetly to your redhead. Oh, he blushed. No, Mama, it's okay, I can pay, he replied awkwardly, and you giggled. Okay, Daddy, we'll just wait here for Katsuki then, okay? You said with a wink. Okay, he said, quickly grabbing his wallet and walking off to the gates. You sat down on the towel with Shinaru and got her towel out to dry her off and pretended like you didn't notice that Bakugo hadn't come out of the water yet. While you were drying her off, she turned to you and pointed back into the water. Stuck, she said, pointing to Bakugo just standing there up to his ankles in water. What's up, sweet? You asked her. What's that? Is Katsuki stuck? She nodded and looked back to where he was just standing there in the water. Oh, you mused out loud. What should we do? I helps, Shinaru said boldly, standing up and toddling down to the water's edge to go and rescue Bakugo. You watched on with an amused smirk on your face as she boldly walked into the water and right up to Bakugo, and then put her hand out with a determined look on her face. Come, she demanded, holding her hand out to him. He looked down at her hand and then up at you, and you gestured to her as if to say, well, go on, take her hand. Begrudgingly he did so, and she led him smartly out of the water and over to where you were sitting on the towel with a smug look on your face. Oh, well done, clever girl, you saved Katsuki, you said brightly, as she let his hand go and then jumped into your lap, all sopping wet again, and still with the blow-up floaties on, and buried her head into your chest again. You chuckled and looked across at Bakugo, who was scowling with confusion. What was that? He asked gruffly. Someone likes someone and doesn't know what to do with these big feelings, you said, trying to be as evasive as possible. Bakugo looked at the hiding Shinaru and then looked at you, and you nodded. Don't want to be liked, he grunted. Well, too bad. It's happening, you chuckled. Just then Kiri arrived with a bucket of chips and hot dogs on a stick and a bag of fairy floss, and you made a sound of appreciation that made Shinaru lift her head to see what was going on. Chippies! She gasped when she saw the bucket of chips in his hands. Yum! You chimed in. Thanks, Daddy. Thanks, Daddy, Shinaru parroted, and you had to curb your laughter real quick. Kiri hummed with a little unease, and Bakugo arced up. Oi, call me Daddy too, little squirt, he demanded of Shinaru, who had her eyes locked on the chips and could hear or see nothing else. You need to be a bucket of chips if you want the title of Daddy, you chuckled at Bakugo. Oi, E, pass us the chips, Bakugo demanded, and Kiri obliged, handing them to him and a hot dog to you while he sat down next to you. Shinaru's eyes followed the bucket of chips being passed from Kiri to Bakugo, and she hesitated. You want a chip? Bakugo asked gruffly to her, and she nodded her head. Well, come over here. Sit close so you can reach. Slowly she got up off your lap and took one step over to him and then sat down, trying to reach from where she had sat. Closer, Bakugo said, and she came in a little closer. Okay, here, he said, holding the bucket down for her to reach into. Careful, or you'll burn your mouth, he warned, then clicked his tongue to his teeth. Here, I'll cool it down. He then took the chip from her and blew on it to cool it down a little and then handed it back to her. She took it and started eating it eagerly, and he smirked. See, it's good, right? Have another one. Bakugo was so into it that he didn't see you and Kiri giggling to yourselves about how much of a good dad he was being, and he was well on to his fourth chip blowing when he looked up and caught you both gossiping away on the other side of the mat. This doesn't mean I like the little runt, he snapped. Stop looking down on me. Just then Shinaru stood up and walked over and sat down right next to him, and his attention was drawn back to her. You're cold. Where's your towel? Yin, throw me the towel, he demanded, looking up at you, but then saw you stifling another smirk and arced up. Stop it, damn it, he grunted, and you giggled as you tossed him her towel. Okay, Daddy, you teased. Daddy, Shinaru said with a smile up at him, and he softened a little, but then scowled to hide it. Let's put this on, he said as he wrapped the towel around her shoulders and tucked it in around her. Okay, now keep eating. We've got lots of playing to do after this. You need your energy. You and Kiri looked at each other and giggled. Well, looks like it's going to be you and me today, Daddy, he said to Kiri. Katsuki Daddy has got the baby today. Bakugo was less than impressed by your teasing, but then again he was secretly happy that Shinaru had gotten a little more comfy with him too. You all ate, and then once you had finished, Bakugo got up to go and take the rubbish to the bin, with little Shinaru watching to see where he went, just so she could keep an eye on him. He's coming back, you said to her, while gently rubbing her back while she stood next to you. He's just putting rubbish in the bin. Put in bin, she said when she saw him dump the rubbish in and then start walking back towards you all. Come on, Kiri said. Do you want to come with me? We'll walk over to him, yeah? She nodded and reached her hand out to his, and he stood up and held it in his comparatively larger hand and walked with her over to meet Bakugo halfway. Your heart swelled as you watched the two boys interacting with her, and watched as Kiri picked her up and placed her on his hip while Bakugo said something to her. Oh, they're such a cute daddy couple, you squealed internally as you sat there, clutching your knees as you pulled them up to your chest and hugged them tightly. Kiri turned, with her in arms, and started to walk back towards you, and you caught a very sneaky waist touch from Bakugo, who tried to hide it, but your eyes were sharp and saw everything between them. After that, it was a lot more relaxed. You all went back into the water with Shinaru and shared her around between you all, but she loved it best when she was sat on Kiri's lap, going down the little slide, and Bakugo would jump out at the bottom and grab her off Kiri's lap and spin her around. The shrieks and pure laughter coming from her had enough potency to reverse aging. It was such a beautiful sound. You then switched to giving her a piggyback in the water and walking under the big flamingo that had water pouring down from under its wings, and then Kiri and Bakugo would pop out from the other side and you'd pretend to keep her safe from them. Sometimes villain Bakugo would win and grab her and walk quickly away in the water, and you or Kiri would save her from him, but you kind of felt like she didn't mind if the villain won every now and again for a change. As the day wore on, you were all having so much fun, you didn't realise how quickly time was going, and when you went to get a drink of water from your bag, you also checked your time on your phone, and were shocked to see that it was already 1 p.m. Whoa, only 1 more hour and we're supposed to be done? You thought as you picked up your phone out of the bag and then messaged the auntie to see how she was going at work. She replied quickly and said that she was almost done, so you arranged the pick-up time, and then you put your phone back down and went back over to the boys in the water. Kiri was riding on the pretend turtle with Shinaru, while Bakugo was looking on, and you waded into the water and snuck up behind him, intending to wrap your arms around him from behind, but he felt you at the last minute and reached back, grabbing your arms quickly and stepping to the side as he pulled you forwards and snuck in behind you to wrap his arms around you from behind, his lips pressed to your ear. Huh, thought you could get me? I don't think so, he jeered, his fingers sinking into the ample flesh of your hips. Damn it, you grunted playfully, giggling as he kissed your neck and then bit into it a little. Hey, also, day's almost done. We only have an hour to go and Auntie will be back to pick up Shinaru. That's gone fast, he said with surprise, giving you a little squeeze. Hey, Bakugo? Cat Daddy? Kiri called, unsure of what name to go with. Shinaru wants you. Bakugo looked up and let you go, walking around you to head over to the little girl. What is it now, runt? He grunted, picking her off the back of the turtle.
Swide,
She implored.
go to swide.
Been on the slide so many times already, he grunted.
More.
She begged, looking up at him with big, round, begging eyes. Fine, he relinquished, heading over to the slide. Kiri walked over to you and you reached out and wrapped your arms around his neck, giving him a quick kiss on the lips before leaning in further to give him a deeper hug while he wrapped his arms around your waist. I like your swimmers, Yin, he said softly, kissing you just below the ear. I like how they look on you. You been looking? You asked slyly. I thought you were checking out your boyfriend mostly today. Oh, well, yeah, that too, he replied sheepishly. He does look good with his shirt off, you said. Right? He's so manly, Kiri said passionately. Yeah, but talk for yourself. You look just as cut as him. Both you boys have unbelievable bodies, you said. But we don't have this, Kiri said, squeezing you in his arms. You have this lovely softness about you, and your hips are... Wow, you're just perfect, so feminine, so manly, so amazing, he added, and you giggled. Well, thanks. I'm glad we all have different things to bring to the table. Now, you gonna ask Katsuki out tomorrow? We have a deal, remember? You asked him as you pulled your head back to look into his eyes. Yeah, okay. I'm ready. I'll do it, he said with a determined look on his face. Good, you said with a grin, giving him one more kiss. That last hour went by too fast, and then came the hard part. It was time to leave. Shinaru wasn't aware that the day was over until you all left the water area, took off your floaties, dried up and put clothes on, and then started packing up the bags and picnic rug. Wait, she suddenly said when Bakugo picked up the rug to shake it out. What? He grunted.
No, stop,
she demanded, grabbing onto the corner of the rug and trying to put it back down on the ground. I'm trying to shake it out, damn it. It's got grass all in it, he grunted, pulling it out of her hands.
No, put down, Daddy. No go,
she implored. Oh, sweetheart, you said with sadness, seeing her valiant efforts to stop Bakugo from packing up. It's time to see Auntie again. Yay, we love Auntie, right? You added, picking her up.
No,
she wailed.
Stay.
Oh, you wailed, feeling her sadness keenly. Don't worry, we'll come back again. We can come back with Daddy and Daddy, yes? Big tears welled in her eyes, and she nodded with her bottom lip quivering, her poor little heart breaking at this fun day coming to an end. Kiri too was doing his best to keep her happy, and even bought her a little dolphin balloon from the stall to stop her from being sad as you made your way back to the front gate. This little balloon did wonders though. She loved it immensely, and then it was off to see Auntie. Auntie had a giant grin on her face as you all approached her, and you all stood around and chatted for a bit, but when Shinaru fell asleep flopped over your shoulder, you knew it was time to go. I'll help you to your car, you said softly to the auntie. I'll put her in her seat and then you can head straight home. Little Shinaru was completely zonked and just ragdolled as you put her in her car seat, while the boys put the bags in the back. Then it was hugs goodbye and promises to keep in touch, and then she was gone. Oh, you hummed as you watched the car pull away and turn out of the parking lot. It's so much fun today. You two are perfect dads. And you're the perfect mama, Kiri said shyly, taking your hand in his. Yeah, Bakugo agreed, taking your other hand. Mama. You grinned at each of them and then kissed each of them on the cheek, and then it was time for you guys to go too. You weren't sure what your boys would be doing that night, but you sure as hell had a lot on your plate. Training with Ori again, and then chats with Mum. You were planning on seeing her lots next week, so for now you didn't want to overextend yourself on the weekend. You were a busy queen. Training was grueling as usual, but you got to tell Ori about how you took down the motorbike with your Quirk, and she seemed impressed. She wasn't the easiest person to impress, but you were getting in her good books more and more. After training, you got to chat to Mum, and told her that Fat Gum hadn't even mentioned that he'd come to see her. I mean, you said to her as you were lying on the floor doing glute bridges, he obviously feels like he needs to hide something if he's not wanting to tell me. I think he might have feelings for you. Oh, I wouldn't dream of entertaining that idea, your mum chuckled, acting like a love-struck high schooler. I don't want to get my hopes up. No, but I'm being serious. Why else wouldn't he have said anything? Oh, and the other thing he said was when he was mentioning for the intern celebration night we could bring one person, he made it obvious that I, definitely me, could bring one extra person, and I really think he's hoping it's going to be you. Oh, by the way, sorry, I've dropped this on you real quick. It's this coming Friday. Can you come? We're celebrating the week of internship going well, and I really want you to be there, you begged, your legs quivering as you held the bridge and then dropped your hips back down to the ground again.
Oh, honey, you can bet everything that I will be there, and it's because I love you and not because I know Fat Gum's going to be there,
she said, and you laughed. Sure, Mum, you chuckled.
Oh, stop it,
she giggled. I'm glad things are going really well for you, Mum, you said happily as you rolled over onto your stomach on the floor.
Oh, honey, they really are. I'll see you on Monday for the next counselling session, she asked.
Oh, yeah, definitely, he replied, smiling into the phone.
Good, she bubbled. Okay, my sweet, I love you and I'll see you then.
Okay, Mum, sleep well, you replied, saying one more final goodbye and then hanging up and sighing with happiness before getting up to change and go to bed. Tomorrow was going to be another big day, but a good day nonetheless.
Cat,
you hissed when he stalked into the Heights Alliance pantry the next morning and smacked you square on the backside. You had been up for the past half hour, getting your bag packed for the hike with Bakugo and Kiri, and were excitedly packing food now for the picnic lunch. You had work to do, but what was this blonde bozo doing? Being a menace to society, that's what.
Can you help me?
You said in an exasperated tone. I need to pack all this before we go, and it's just me packing, and there's so much food.
Pack this as well,
he said, smacking you on the ass once more.
I'll pack you in the bag if you're not careful,
you chided him playfully. Now get this stuff and put it in the bag out there and let's go.
Fine,
he grunted. Thankfully, he had gotten the spanking out of his system and was mildly more helpful in advancing the day's proceedings. And then once the bags were packed, it was just off down to the ground lobby to wait for Kiri, and then with a kiss on his cheek once he arrived, you were all off to the bush for your hike. It was a beautiful sunny morning that Sunday, and the walk into the bushes started the same as what you remembered it being when you'd walked with the girls months before. But this time you had so much more energy. Your legs felt strong, you could carry your backpack without complaint, and when you passed the spot where Eureka had suggested a drink break, you smiled, thinking to yourself about how you'd almost passed out at that point. But look at you now. You had surpassed your weaker self in leaps and bounds, and smiled as you followed Bakugo past the spot onwards up the mountain. It was much further up the mountain that you stopped for a break, and you dropped your backpack off your back and took a big drink of water, then did a few leg stretches and lunges just for good measure. And Kiri gave you a soft smile as he took his shirt off and tied it around his waist, only his singlet on underneath.
I'm so proud of you, Yin, he said honestly. You come such a long way. I remember you before, not even being able to walk up a flight of stairs without being out of breath. But look at you now.
I was just thinking the same thing before, you said. Last time I came here with the girls, we had to stop way back at those rocks, but I was able to just keep going this time.
It's all thanks to being in a relationship with us, though, right?
Bakugo said as he came up behind you and wrapped his arms around your waist, then kissed you on the neck. Partly, you replied cheekily.
Don't lie,
he growled playfully. You giggled, and then Kiri stood up.
Okay, I think we should get going. I think there's something good at the top of this mountain, so we really should keep going, he said, his nervousness starting to show a little.
Bakugo eyed him suspiciously for a second.
What's up there?
He asked with a narrowed gaze. Lunch, you said brightly to cover for Kiri's nervousness. Let's go. And with that you led the charge, getting your bag and leading the way up the rest of the mountain. The trees were thinning as you got up higher, and you thought about how perfect this day really was going to be, and grinned to yourself with a quick glance back at your boys behind you. They were having a good look around at the landscape, looking relaxed and happy, just how it was supposed to be. Just got to get that final relationship hoop jumped through, and then we're all set and can take this next step in our relationship, you thought with excitement. The summit was far prettier than what you remembered it last time. Last time it had been the sky that had stolen the show, with all its coloured hues from the setting sun, coupled with the good vibes coming at you surrounded by your girls, but this time was different. The sun was warm, the grass was green, and it just felt like life resided there. You breathed the vibrant air in and slowed, looking around for a good spot to set up the picnic. Where shall we have lunch? You asked your boys, looking over your shoulder at them.
Up ahead looks good,
Kiri said from the back, pointing to just up on the rise. You looked to see where he was pointing and saw the rise up ahead and then nodded. Okay, looks good, you said, setting off in that direction.
You got to the flattest spot there and dropped your bag off your shoulders, crouching down to unzip it so you could get your picnic blanket out and set it up. Here, let me help, Kiri said, reaching for one corner to help lay the blanket out for you. Thanks, E, you said gratefully, letting him assist in the laying of the blanket while Bakugo was pulling food items out of your bags. Due to you all being quite hungry, the blanket was laid out in no time flat and the food was set out in the middle of the blanket for open pickings. You and Bakugo got straight into it, but even though Kiri had said he was hungry, he didn't seem to be getting into the food as much as you both were and was just kind of picking around the edges. You okay? You asked him when you saw he had just picked out one strawberry to munch on. Yeah, I got something that's... He mumbled, and you knew immediately that he was nervous about asking Bakugo to be his boyfriend. What? Bakugo grunted. I'm just waiting for a good time, Kiri said nervously. Good time for what? Bakugo asked again. A good time to ask you to be my boyfriend, Kiri admitted honestly, not realising what he had said until just after he'd said it. Bakugo froze. You froze. Kiri suddenly realised that he'd just said it and froze as well, the three of you just sitting there silently while you waited for somebody to say something. Me? Bakugo grunted at Kiri, who dropped his head and nodded sheepishly. Sorry bro, Kiri apologised. I'd been meaning to do a proper confession, but I messed it up. I really like you and... You don't need to tell me, I already know, Bakugo replied. Okay, but will you be my boyfriend, so that we can all be in this together? He asked hopefully. You already are my boyfriend, Bakugo grunted. You don't need to make a big deal about it. Be nice, Katsuki, you chatted playfully. He's just trying to be nice here. Please tell him nicely that you'll be his boyfriend, for me, you begged sweetly. Fine, Bakugo grunted, crossing his arms across his chest and looking away with a scowl. No, I want you to actually say it, you chided. Say, yes, E, I'll be your boyfriend. Fine. Yes, I'll be your boyfriend, he mumbled, and you squealed with delight and half got up to give Bakugo a big hug and then turned to Kiri to give him a big hug too. Okay, now kiss to seal the deal, you said, clapping your hands together with excitement. No, Bakugo barked. Oh, come on, just a quick one. Let Kiri kiss your cheek? I know there's been more than just a cheek kiss before, you said knowingly. Bakugo grunted, and Kiri got up and crawled around the food to get to Bakugo and gingerly reached his head to the blondes and kissed him lightly on the cheek, and it looked like his red hair colour had suddenly transferred to Bakugo's cheeks. Oh, he squealed with excitement. So cute. Shut up, it's not, Bakugo snapped. It's manly, Kiri added brightly. You laughed. Kiri's appetite came back with a vengeance after that, after he'd gotten that off his chest, and hooked into the food, eating his fill plus more, and before long it was time to head back down the mountain again. What an awesome day this has been, you bubbled, excited about the events that had unfolded between you boys. Yeah, Kiri said with a bright-toothed smile. It's always good with the three of us, Bakugo grunted, and you nodded in agreement as you walked side by side down the wider part of the track. You smiled across at Kiri and took his hand, and he smiled at you and then at his boyfriend Bakugo on the other side of him and took his hand, the three of you walking side by side, hand in hand, making your way back down to the bus stop. That next week was the usual madness, and being back at school meant that you could catch up with your girls and hear about how all their internships went. It sounded like you all had something interesting happen on your trips, but the girls were mostly impressed with your rescue and being the girl in the spotlight for Girl Nation. You continued your training with Ori and went to visit Mum a few more times. You weren't sure about how she would take your boys admitting to dating each other, so you left that part out and decided to tell her once you'd fully gotten used to the fact that you were in a poly relationship in the first place. Fat Gum had been visiting her regularly too, and they'd gone for a dinner date one night at his famed takoyaki place, which he'd really enjoyed. She also told you that he had complimented her and told her how wonderful she looked. This compliment had done wonders for her esteem, and she was positively radiant now, full of life and excitement. Her weight loss was steady, and she was feeling great. Still had a lot of curves to wow them boys, but she wasn't struggling with her health like before, and the on-site doctors had been very impressed with how quickly she was improving. On the dad front, he had sent her the divorce papers, and the rehab facility had hired a lawyer to take care of everything so that your mum would be well supported and would get the compensation that she deserved for the treatment she sustained while living with him. You were hoping it was going to be a great payout. That way, she'd be set for life. In the meantime, your mum had ordered cleaners to go to the house and take everything out that belonged to her and you, and just left what was necessary for your dad. You were grateful for that. You didn't want to ever go back to that place or see him again.
All too soon, it was the end of the week, and you had just finished up the final class of the day, ready to go and get changed into your fancy clothes to attend the gala that would be taking place at the school hall to celebrate the internship week. Your mum had said that she would drive in, so you were planning to meet her at the gates and walk in with her. She didn't know her way around the school like you did, so at 6 p.m, you found yourself waiting patiently at the school gates, gazing down the road, waiting to see her car. Finally, you saw her car approaching and smiled brightly, waving at her to get her to pull into the driveway that was closest to you. She slowed and followed your hand signals, and you ushered her into the drive and then gestured for any of the empty parking spaces that lay beyond for her to park in. She found a spot and pulled into it, and then turned the car off, and you walked over to her. Her car door popped open and out she bustled, looking lovely in her pink dress that had little white flowers on it. It was such a lovely shade of pink on her that you had to stop for a second to admire her. "Mum, you look amazing," you gasped. "I love that dress. Is it new?" "Yes, actually," she said with a little bobble of her body, and then wrapped her arms around you. "I bought this with a certain somebody in mind, and I hope he likes it," she giggled. "You mean Fat Gum, right?" you asked with a sly smile as you pulled back from the hug. "Oh, he's just so sweet," she gushed. "He's a big, cuddly, sweet bear." "He really is a nice person, I agree," you said with another hug to her. "But come on, I want you to meet all of the class and teachers and everyone," you said brightly. She bubbled and bustled a little and got her bag from the car and then closed the door and followed you across to the hall. There were already a fair number of people inside, and you could hear chatting and laughter as you approached the entrance. Just as you stepped in, Momo was about to come out, and you stopped her for a second to make introductions. "You Momo, this is my mum," you said politely to the well-dressed classmate. "Oh, Mrs. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. My, you look very dressed up today. Very beautiful," she gushed. You grinned from ear to ear. Momo couldn't have said a nicer thing to your mum, and when you looked at your mum you could tell that this had been something that she appreciated. "Oh, why aren't you just the sweetest?" your mum bubbled. "What lovely classmates you have, my beautiful girl. Oh, Momo, can I give you a hug?" your mum asked, just completely overtaken with joy at that point. You watched your dear classmate Momo disappear into the bosom of your mum, giggling internally to yourself about how your mum spoiled everyone up, like what happened with Fat Gum and the Fat Taxi, and you thought about how perfectly suited he and your mum were. After Momo resurfaced, she excused herself to go and meet her parents, and you said you were about to take Mum inside to meet the others. Most of your classmates were there, and you went around showing her off to them all and giving her a chance to put faces to names. Since you talked so much about all of them, she already knew their names but just didn't know what they looked like. Lastly was Aizawa, and you finally got her to meet him, smiling as she gushed over how good a teacher he was and how well you had been doing in his care. "Yin is a very competent student. I'm happy that she's realised her potential in this course," he said diplomatically. "Obviously we all have the capacity to improve, but she's well on her way to becoming a great hero." Your mum was just so overjoyed she nearly smiled herself right through the roof, but before she could get too far ahead of herself, Kirishima arrived and jumped in to save Aizawa from another all-encompassing hug. "Hi, Mrs. Lin," he said brightly. "Oh, my sweet Kirishima," she bubbled, grabbing him into a hug instead of Aizawa. He disappeared into her chest, and you had to stifle your giggle once he'd resurfaced because he looked like he'd been attacked. Both cheeks looked pinker and more squished than usual. "Hey," you heard the surly voice of your more stoic boyfriend call, and turned to see him step over for his turn to say hello. "Oh, my Bakugo," your mum gushed, grabbing him into a hug the second that she let Kiri go. "Hugs for everyone," you chuckled. "Who's getting hugs?" the voice of Fat Gum asked, and you turned around to see him standing behind you. "Oh," your mum said with surprise, letting Bakugo go so that she could turn to the round hero. "You look lovely, miss," Fat Gum said politely, but with a little twinkle in his eye. "That dress looks very beautiful on you." "Oh, Taishiro," she gushed quietly, and you looked at her in surprise. "Oh, I see we're comfortable with first names now," you thought smugly. You greeted Fat Gum politely, and then stepped away with your boys to chat to them while your mum spoke with Fat Gum, and the conversation turned to them both dressed up in their suits. "Don't you boys look lovely?" you complimented them. "And matching?" "Yeah, I got them for us," Kiri said brightly. "Katsuki looks so manly in his." "You both look manly in them," you said with a smile. "And you're still showing off too much," Bakugo grunted. "I'm completely covered," you said with surprise, looking down the front of your outfit. "Still shows too much," he grunted. "Well, I'll be fine. I have you and E and myself to defend myself if anything happens," you chuckled, "because I can stand up for myself now." "And you've come such a long way," Kiri said brightly. "I really have," you replied with a smile,
And it's thanks to you both and being in this course and being with everyone here, I've gained a lot. I've gained health, I've gained happiness, I've gained self-worth, I've gained 2 beautiful boys who are always going to be there for me, and there for each other too, you added. We've all gained a lot, Kiri said, giving Bakugo a small, shy smile. Yeah, you've all gained me, being in your lives. That's all that matters, he said confidently, and you chuckled. You never change, Cat. Just then your attention was drawn to the front of the stage where Aizawa was tapping on the mic to get everyone's attention. Let's get this done quickly so we can all go home, he said, and you all sweat dropped. It's been a big start to the year, but we made it. Please give yourselves a big round of applause, he added. Everyone clapped and you stepped in between your 2 boys and reached out and squeezed Kiri's hand and then Bakugo's, holding them for a bit before letting go. While Aizawa said a few more words, you felt Kiri reach behind you to squeeze Bakugo's hand and you smiled. From the very back of the room, Midnight suddenly started smacking Present Mike on the arm, as the loud blonde was standing beside her. That's it! That's it! They're all in a relationship together. I just saw it. They were all holding hands. I knew it. You owe me $50, she whispered harshly to the confused, spiky-haired blonde. Wait, what? We never bet on anything. And what's this about anyway? He asked with confusion. Who's in a poly relationship? Kirishima, Yin and Bakugo, she said in a hushed voice. What a trio.
And there ends the completed book of gains. Thank you so much for sticking with me through it. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next book.